united. Our culture, united. Our culture, united. Our culture, united. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world.
Word up, mic check, check, check. You tuned in live, Culture United, every Wednesday right here on the Company Man channel. Hashtag See You Wednesday. I see you all. 9-second applause. Word up, man. It's a day that's been on the calendar. I feel like this has been on the calendar for decades. Too many. 2 years, definitely. A month or so. May 15th, Drake's album is now in the market. Turns out to be 3. And so there's a lot to unpack, and I think we have a fantastic panel to do so. Joining us first, one of my all-time favorite creators, but also one of my all-time favorite people to learn from. Fantastic channel, Professor Sky's record review. Everyone should check it out. His video on Iceman is fantastic. And I love his approach to it and the nuance, the layers. He really understands the tech. My brother, Professor Scott. 9-second applause.
Hey everyone, so as you know, I love being in the chat. So I was in the chat earlier today and there was a whole argument about me in there. So I was kind of excited. People were saying, Justin, you shouldn't have me on because I have a Drake bias. So I don't know what's going on, but that's what I'm accused of. Anyways, I can't wait for more classic between Habibti and Maid of Honor. It's gonna be a drag out fight. We're gonna have to figure out which one is more classic.
Second applause off for it. Thank you for being here. Also joining us today, my brother, my partner, my business partner. You can catch him every Tuesday and Thursday, 8 a.m. on the Third Verse podcast, the one and only Stat Quell. 9-second applause.
I had to bring the black cat out for my boy, the White Knight over there. You know what I'm saying? Had to bring the cat out.
That's funny. That's funny. Also joining us for the first time here on Culture United. One of my truly one of my best friends in the music industry. Always held me down. A true expert on things that's happening in music, DJ culture. Network is ridiculous. Representing Rap-A-Lot Records. Represent Hard Hitta TV. The one and only DJ Hard Hitta. 9-second applause.
Iceman coming. Iceman coming.
Iceman's here. Also joining us, as always, you can catch her at the Look at the Material pod. True superstar in the making. One of everybody's favorites. The one and only BK. 9-second applause.
I am excited to be here tonight because today was a hard day. I got some really sudden bad news. But I knew that like being here was gonna feed me in the way that it always does. And so I'm happy to be here. I just wanna say rest in peace, Kelsey Merritt. If y'all can just send prayers to her family. And I'm just excited to be here tonight. I love talking about Drake. He's my favorite rapper, right? So I think it'll be fun and spirited and like feed my soul in a way that I really need today. So I have my notes ready and prepared, so I'm ready.
Word up, word up. 9-second applause to your friend. And I know the question everybody's asking, where is Elle Janelle? I know half the people out here heard Elle Janelle on Glass Malone's lunch hour today. She go viral all the time. She's gonna be here shortly. She's running a little bit behind, don't worry. She's gonna pop in on the chat, so she will be a part of this discussion as always. This is your show. We do this to help you all have a good time and unpack the things that are happening culturally all around us. So thank you guys for being here. The first 2 hours, as you know, if you've been here before, are our main discussion where we tackle different segments. To this week, since it's such a big week, most of those segments will pertain to the 3 biggest albums that have come out this week. So we will be talking about that. And then after the 2 hours, we move into the second show. The second show is really curated by you all. And that's where we take conversations and super chats that you guys have levied, and it turns into a totally different experience. We also take that time to cover other things that are happening that are outside of what we plan for the main discussion each week. So thank you all for being here. 9-second applause one more time to you all. All right. Yo, Drake shocked the world. He shocked the world last week when he not only showed up with Iceman as anticipated, but 2 additional projects, Maid of Honor and Habibti. Now, we've seen a number of reviews start to trickle out, and the media, the legacy media, different publications, as well as just everyday listeners are rapidly leaving their comments and opinions on this latest era of Drake. And it looks like the numbers are going to be crazy at the end of this week. But before we get into that, I want to start with what everyone thinks about the music they heard so far. Let's focus on Iceman at this point in time, and we'll expand past that. DJ Hitta, what was your thoughts on the new Drake? We're going to start with you.
Drake is the GOAT. Drake is the absolute GOAT. He's the greatest to ever do it. He's the greatest to ever did it. We're watching history right now. This man has all the rings, the championships, the glow, everything. You know, Drake famously said in his song that he was a hard hitter. That means he's down with the hard hitter nation. You know what I'm saying? And for that reason and that reason alone, we're going to stay loyal to the fan base because, man, Drake be jamming. Hey, this album, it probably caught a lot of people off guard due to its originality and its progressive hip-hop style. We have to understand this is 2026, and Drake is ahead of the curve. He's the GOAT. Iceman, one of the greatest albums ever put out. #1.
I just want to say, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at Stat laughing. It's too funny. If you're not watching Stat, you're not watching the right thing.
Man, listen, I'm sweating. I can't even. I can't believe Justin. Listen, hard. Listen, my brother Hardhead. Listen, man. Listen. I respect your opinion. I actually love it, especially considering where we are and you're doing this. This is literally like going to the Forum back when Magic them was playing and yelling out that you love the Celtics. That's what you just did right now. But that's a basketball reference. But I'm gonna say this. Listen, as everyone knows here that I think Drake is one of the best ever in history. But to say that this is a great project is you're being delusional if you're listening to it. No disrespect. I understand people have loyalty to him and you know him personally, but I'm only comparing it to what he's done before. So when I listen to Take Care and some of the other projects in his prime, this is far from that. But I understand this is the last album he was putting out on his deal. He's probably not going to put his best foot forward. I give him some grace. But this is definitely not a great offering from him. And I understand that basically what he was going through in this battle, I probably wouldn't have made the best music if I just got ripped to shreds for the last 2 years either. So, you know, just being honest. My bad, big dog. You know, I'm
Really?
from the South like you. Yeah, I'm just saying.
I mean. Okay, so check this out. Here's my point. This is where I'm at with it. This is Drake dissed like 20 people on this record. I mean, you can't get past her. Where she at? Where she at? You know what I'm saying? You got people, baby mamas, who don't even post singles, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's be for real, brother. Now, come on, man. He's calling out everybody. He debunked everything in Iceman. Iceman, you know, Iceman is a very good album due to the fact of the wordplay. You can't say that this guy don't got bars. I mean, I'm talking about they envy me like Las Vegas. Envy me. Envy Nevada like Las Vegas. Come on, man. Come on, what's up? What's up, my brother? My man is spitting. He's spitting.
I think let everybody else get it.
Yeah, we're going to come back. We'll let everybody get to that. Two interesting points to what Hitta just said. Numbers just came out around Drake's percentage of rapping versus percentage of singing, and Iceman literally is the most rapping he's done in his career on any album. 78% of Iceman is actually rapping, so there is something to what Hitta is saying there. People who've been waiting for Drake to do that for a long time, that is something they definitely appreciate about
bars.
You know what I'm saying? So that's a good thing. Professor Scott, where are you at with Iceman? What do you think about it so far?
Well, like I think he was nice to split them into 3 albums, because I mean, I'm trying to review Habibti right now, and I just do not enjoy listening to that at all. It's just really, really painful to me. I don't like it. But I generally think, the thing that Drake does the best is he helps you for a couple minutes at a time forget that it's Drake and forget that you don't like what he represents and what he's done and the gambling, grooming, and all of the weird beef stuff and everything else. You just sort of forget. You just kind of go, this is a good track. Like that Janice STFU song. I'm pretty convinced that one song could potentially save his entire career because it's that good of a song. But then you sort of remember everything else. So yeah, I mean, I'm known as a Drake hater, but I think it's pretty good. And probably because so I said something, I don't know how controversial this is. I said that Drake has one of the best just rap voices, not ability to rap, but just his natural voice. You hear it. I think it's memorable. I think it's strong and good. People have been killing me in the comments. So I don't know, maybe I'm just biased by, I just like his voice and I got to hear him rap and there's a little bit less singing. So yeah, I guess I'm a Drake stan now. So
1 second applause. 1 second applause. It is funny. I'm thinking about what Hitta just said. Man, he did call out people for not posting his baby mama, not posting the song, which I think is really funny. Somebody let me know if Drake's baby mama posted his music too. BK, what do you think about this?
Gag. So I have some thoughts. So I haven't listened to a full Drake project since Honestly Nevermind, and I, like Professor Sky, really liked Honestly Nevermind. I was bumping that all summer when that dropped, and so I say that to say I haven't really been invested in listening to full Drake projects in some time now. I think Honestly Nevermind was 2022, and I maybe Her Loss came before that, but I took a break of shunning him. I unshunned to listen to Honestly Nevermind, really liked it, and then went back to because he's just always on bullshit. But in terms of Iceman, I listened to it with the Third Verse Pod guys. I wasn't there, but I was streaming it, listening to them listen to it. So I heard it then, heard it one more time, and then reacted to it on my reaction channel. So I gave it, I feel my due diligence, and I thought it was good. I thought it was cool. It wasn't spectacular. It wasn't great. I think comparing Drake to Drake, I would rather Honestly Nevermind, If You're Reading This Is Too Late, Nothing Was the Same, Take Care. I even will take CLB over Iceman. I personally will. I thought it was good. I thought it was cool. I think I can shake a little ass. I can smoke a little hookah. I can be a little crossed at the club. That's what this is for me. I feel Drake has a great formula. He can make a great melodic track, and that's what he does, and that's what he did. I think Maul and Ack and the whole Iceman coming fucking universe hyped it up to a point where we were expecting a lot. The rollout was prolonged. The just the anticipation, the fucking public health hazard with the blocks of ice and there was a big to do about it. And even in my reaction video, I'm in a full fucking faux fur mink, because it's supposed to be Iceman, and we get Habibti, Maid of Honor, Iceman. It's not Iceman season no more. You dropped 3 albums, but I think in listening to Iceman, I saved one song called Don't Worry. I haven't heard anyone really talk about that song, but to me, Don't Worry is peak 2016, 2017, 2018 era Drake, which I like. So I'm playing that a lot. I liked half of Whisper My Name. I liked half of Ran to Atlanta. Shout out Molly Santana. I fuck with Molly Santana. I've been listening to her for a while. I like the hook of Janice Shut the Fuck Up and the hook of Shebang. There were so many parts where I was I love this part of the song, and I wish you would have just destroyed the rest of it. Or put this before that. I just felt from an executive production standpoint, it wasn't tight or clean. And then I think Sky makes a good point that he'll produce a little bop that makes you forget that he's a horrible person. He's a right-wing nigga. He really is. He's absolutely He rewards loyalty. Academics stay 10 toes with him. Heavy on the heavy on the Trump shit. Heavy on the Ada shit. Like he calls out Khaled for not saying free Palestine, but you shout out a white supremacist person that's also Jewish and plays into anti-Semitic tropes about himself and about his culture. Like you can't. Like, I don't know. Don't so it's like, we could put subject matter in one category, which I feel like the subject matter was ass, same redundant, tired lines. This gives super senior, creepy nigga in the back of the club vibes, like yuck.
Super senior.
There's so many of these where you're like vibing and you're like, I just physically cringe because it's like I grew up listening to Drake like as like a young and I'm still like a young adult, but like I'm like, bro, like you hang out in the back of the club for like a barely 22 something to come stumbling out and you pull your car in the front. Like I've been there before. Like it's not me personally, but I've seen that scene before. And that's what this kind of embodies. I think Iceman is a man trying to like play hard and tough, but is clearly having a temper tantrum and is clearly just still upset. And his fifis are so fucking hurt. Like I get it, but they're so fucking hurt. I think there was great production on this project, but I think some of the beats went to waste. Like some of the songs, I'm like, I don't know if y'all follow that Spectre account on Twitter that's been like putting GNX tracks on top of like Iceman production. I'm like, I like that better. I think there was a lot of really good beats on here that I'm like, damn, like you sound horrible, my nigga. And the where she at, baby mama? Come on. You're in a room full of niggas taking shots at this woman who's moved on from you, dubbed you 10 years ago on stage in front of everybody. It's so pathetic. Oh, and it's so obvious he wants Rihanna in ASAP's life. Like it does not seem cool or pee. It's tired. And you're 40 and you're barely hanging on. And it's just, not to say 40 is old or anything, but it's just, anyway. In closing, I've been rambling, but in closing, I will hear this project, I feel like outside this summer, and I will tap my toe and I will smoke my hookah and I will shake my ass. But I also will be listening to Leisha G, Eris the Planet, Isaiah Rashad, Doechii when she drops. Like there's so much good shit out that like I think if I hear Iceman in passing, like I'll tap my toe. But this was cool. It was good. It should not be overhyped.
1 second applause. Hitta, you want to respond to that? I saw you making a lot of facial expressions over here.
To respond to this, of course I would, because I mean the audacity of her to try to belittle the great work of the greatest rapper ever is like just pathetic. I mean, I'm looking at you like you don't know whether to like it or not to like it. You gonna shake your ass 1 minute, but you hate him because he's somebody who you really don't know, but you think you know because you heard something, right? So check this out. Let me tell you something about that dude. That's a good dude. That dude take care of a lot of people. That dude take care of a lot of people. And he's a good person. But now, hold on. Now, since you think he's throwing a temper tantrum, I vividly remember Kendrick Lamar saying Oakland might be his last stop. You know what I'm saying? But he told you he got a show tonight in Oakland, baby. You feel me? So hold on. Let's run down the list of people who Drake had to deal with on Iceman. You know what I'm saying? We're going to start off with the little leprechaun, Kendrick Lamar. He dissed A$AP Rocky. He dissed DJ Khaled. He dissed Rick Ross, J. Cole, Playboy Cardi, Lucian Grange, LeBron James, Joe Budden, Dr. Dre, Jay-Z, Pusha T, Pharrell, Mustard, and DeMar Rosen. And guess what? He even told you he didn't even need D-Rose, because as soon as they traded D-Rose, they won the championship and started popping champagne. You know what I'm saying? Because they traded D-Rose for who? Kawhi Leonard. Remember that? So I'm just saying. So, I mean, I know you all in your feelings wanting to be personal about Drake, but let's just keep this about the music, man. The music is great.
When I'm ready to turn my brain off and shake my ass, this is perfect for that. But I think there's a duality with it where it's like if I'm listening close enough, like I think this people did this with the Fall Off and with Birthday Blizzard. They're like, either you're listening too close or don't listen, don't contextualize this artist and all of his hypocrisy and the outwardly right-wing shit and the barely legal girl. Like, don't contextualize any of that. Don't contextualize his alignment or the subject matter that's been stale for the last decade. Just listen and just, blah, blah, blah. But then I don't respect dissing fucking basketball players that you had tatted on you and then you have removed and replaced by another nigga tatted on you, bro. I don't respect that. So, like, it's not me taking it personally. It's just that I think it's a good vibe. It's a cool vibe. But nobody should be hailing this as a classic or as something that was just like, oh, this is just this new Drake and he's in his, like, I think that's too much.
I want to say this real quick.
Question?
Well, I want to say this one thing real quick, and I do think what Hitta said is really interesting, right? Because there is a large segment of people that are really just happy to see Drake clap back. This conversation for the last 2 years has been, Drake is dead. Drake is never coming back. Drake, he'll never be the same. Nobody likes him anymore. He's been voted off all the islands. And if I'm a Drake fan, part of what I love most about this rollout is the fact that it looks like it's going to be crazy successful in the charts, and the fact that he is out here still fighting. He might be fighting wars from 2 years ago, but he is out here fighting, and I want to see that from my favorite artist. Stat, what do you want to say?
Hitta, I dare I say, just respectfully, because we had a little brief conversation and you alluded to that's family to you. So what I want to tell you now that I respect your stance and standing up, because I feel like a lot of people that was in his corner didn't do that. So I respect that. But because it's DJ in front of your name, you're not gonna tell me that you listen to Iceman and comparing it to some of his other projects that you think this is up even on that level. It's telling off. You can hear it, and especially considering that he's getting out of a deal. Like, what, from a business perspective, I tell people this all the time. Like when Kendrick did Mr. Morale, right? There weren't really big songs on that project. Like when I say it was a great album, but he didn't put like top charting singles like Luther or Be Humble. That wasn't on the project. He made a great album, but he didn't have that. Singles carry the albums for everybody. All these album cuts we hear, that's cool. The singles is what carry it. And even Janice, whatever the song, whoever, Janet, whatever the girl name is, that song is not a typical, it's like not like Nokia to carry a Drake album. So when I listen to this in totality, I just feel like the music is not up to par with what he has done in the past. I don't hate Drake, I ain't got no problem, but for you to sit here and tell me that it's like Take Care or some of that other stuff, dog, come on, let's be real, bro. I love Dr. Dre, and I can sit here and tell you that the Compton album was not the Chronic. Like, let's just be real. So let's get some
Okay.
You feel me?
So I hear what you're saying. So I believe that the singles album, the club anthems and albums, I think those are on Maid of Honor. I think that the vibe for the women, him singing to the women, I think that's the Habibti album. And I think that the Iceman was just like, hey, I ain't no bitch. I mean, I can flow, I can rap, and I got bars. I got more Easter eggs, more hidden gems, and I can dish you harder with facts. And I think that's what the point was he was trying to get across with Iceman. Because Iceman hits, but Iceman ain't for the club. Iceman is for the lyrical mindset, the people who are into the bars, who are into him clapping back.
I have a question about that. Like, don't you think though that there was plenty of times where in clapping back and like even in the subject matter of Iceman, he kind of just walked into a lot of what Kendrick laid out of him in the battle? Like he talks about the lawsuit, on Iceman, and it's like you're suing hip hop, bro, and like trying to flip it to be like, I'm fighting the man and I'm not fighting hip hop, that part. Or, the whole song Ran to Atlanta and it's just like him, collaborating with Future to get a number one. Like, what do you think about just I think he was true to himself, but I think a lot of the disses fell flat because it was just like, there was just kind of like no substance there. And also he played into a lot of the themes that like Kendrick laid out about him. Like he's vapid, he's a womanizer, he dirty Max, he's a boy, not a man. Like what do you have to say about that in terms of subject matter?
I think you've missed the point completely. I don't think any of that should be like put into the same perspective that you putting it into, for the simple fact that I just gave you a whole list of names. Why does Kendrick Lamar remains to be the focal point? Because the last
Said about Drake, that's what I'm kind of.
but it is man versus the machine. It's man versus the whole industry in his eyes, and he's a lot.
Well, he said in his eyes. So in Drake's eyes, clearly in Drake's eyes, Drake's out here saying he survived. He's a corporate hit survivor, which is
Tomato. Okay.
I mean, I'm just
If
saying.
you believe he believes, I mean, do you believe that he believes that? I mean,
can't you tell that he believes that?
No.
so I guess that's my question. So like, I think that's my main question. It's a question of how much of him do you believe? Like he starts off a song saying, "I'm in Melbourne. I don't even know what's happening in America." And that's when Kendrick was at the Super Bowl saying, "Say Drake, I say you like him young," to a couple 100 million people. And he's trying to say like, I don't even know what's happening. And then the last track he says, and I quote, "I definitely didn't cry." My question to you is, how often do people say, "I definitely didn't cry," and they didn't cry? Like, how are we believing him?
I don't think he cried. I mean, I don't think that's a criable offense, because I mean, really, to me, I looked at the whole battle between him and Kendrick a whole lot different. And Justin can attest to this. I feel like Kendrick shot 3 straight bricks and got a slam dunk, and then everybody gave him a championship ring based on media, publicity, and hype. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I really feel. I feel like that's how I feel. I feel like Drake's disses were better. They was jamming and they were better. I really feel like that.
Flag on the play, dog. Flag on the play. Yo, Hitta. Hey, baby, I'm trying to rock with you, man. You can't do that, man. You can't be delusional right now, baby. Come on, you rep. We from the South, man. Sam, we from the South. You can't do that, Hitta. What you got in that cup over there, Justin? Get what's in that cup before we get flagged. Hitta is speaking while he is intoxicated. He got lean in the cup. It's going down. Hitta on something else, man.
Shout out to Slap Woods. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, again, what I found most fascinating about this conversation, not this one we're having here, but the conversation around this album, is that there are clearly entrenched sides that are stemming from the battle. I think personally it's very difficult to listen to this album and not hear that it's about the battle. Now, he might have dissed 20 other people, but he did sit there and say enough things in this album. First of all, he says Dot's name and says that, that he has having a hard time dealing with it. So that's there. And then, there's the bars in there where he's talking about, the white guilt bars, they listen to you, and white kids listen to you over white guilt so you can sleep at night, then you go give turkeys in the hood and go back to the hills. Yeah, he doesn't say his name, but these are basically things that he was saying about Kendrick in the battle. Now, away from just Kendrick, though, I feel like and I don't want to make this all about Hitta's opinion right here, but Hitta is saying some things that I hear quite a bit outside. When I go to certain spaces online, when I go to certain, when I talk to certain friends I have in other places, they say a lot of things that Hitta's saying. My thing with what you're saying is that you're championing. You just gave a list of all the people he's dissed, and you're like excited about that. And I would be too if I was a Drake fan. Hey, you're fighting back. But at the same time, that's how, in my opinion, he ended up losing the battle in the first place. He has a hard time keeping his eye on the ball in general. Push-ups was basically the same thing as Family Matters. Family Matters, he rapped longer, but he's going at all these other people and not the main guy. And when I think about this album, for example, I feel like there is an opportunity here for him to really focus on some cool stuff, and instead he's doing the same thing. He is shooting all over the place and not focusing on anything. And in my opinion, the album falls off a cliff after make them pay, which to me is another example of here's scattered Drake not able to focus on anything. Open floor.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I would agree with that. I feel like I kept just thinking because I'm accustomed to, like a rapping Drake and singing Drake coming together for like a, detailed thing. I feel like Okay, I just lost my train of thought.
Man, Shebang is an absolute hit. I don't. Janice, Janice, shut the fuck up. Is a hit. I mean, these are classics. If you, as time go on, and as these songs continue to get played, you'll begin to see the gems that's in his lyrical wordplay.
I don't agree with that, because I think that, like, if we should have to search and dig, that's an issue. Same with the disses. We're searching, we're digging. It's so many different targets. There needed to be a main focus. I feel like if he had strong executive production on just Iceman, which is what he pitched, which is what the whole rollout was for, we wouldn't have to, like, you would be able to instantly tell there was focus, there was, you know, maybe a creative workshop he put himself through, some distance from the yes man dick suckers that are in his fucking corner. Like, but that's not what you get. I think he is so all over the place for someone who has so much money, who has so much access, who has so much great work and great hit making ability and great writing, you know, and was able to, you know, put concise bodies of work together that featured both rapping and singing. Iceman was not that. It was literally all over the place. It was like he couldn't decide if he was over it or is pretending to be over it or is fully, no, I'm just dissing. And it's like these low-hanging fruit disses. Why the fuck we dissing Khaled? Why the fuck we dissing Rick Ross? Why the fuck we still dissing ASAP for being with Rihanna? Why we still dissing LeBron just for going to the pop out? Like, just for going to the pop out. And for not dick riding and being so, like, loyal, like Aiden and, like, act. Like, he really wanted that. Or Maul, on your knees, screaming to the top of your lungs to your fucking voice cracks, OVO chain engraved on the back. It's Iceman season. Get that shit out of here. Like, that's what he wants. And that's what he wants to reward. And I think the work is suffering as a result. So I agree with Justin. This idea that you can't just sit down and focus and give us a grown adult, creatively developed, fleshed out project that feels like it has a tempo and a vision and an aim and a progression past just standard 2020 straight sound. Like, he did not give us that. And I think you can't say that he did compared to his past work, in my opinion.
BK, I just want you to know that I'm not that. It's not that I disagree with what you're saying. I just want you to understand that every artist, Hitta know this, every artist, the people around them, these are artists that y'all all love. They have dick riders around them. They have yes men around them. All of them. Even the ones you respect, you think are great, they're dick riders around them because these people depend on those artists to pay their bills.
But is it everybody?
I'm telling you, listen to me. Everybody.
Everybody in the count. Like, everybody in the, like, not everybody can be a yes man. Like, maybe you have a couple in there that just kind of stroke.
Yeah, maybe they mama, or maybe somebody could tell, maybe one or two people, like let's say Top Dog. Maybe Top can tell Doechii what's up. Everybody else ain't telling Doechii nothing. Okay,
it feels like Drake needs somebody. At least one person to do that.
But what I'm trying to tell you is, he got somebody. But the people you're talking about, they have to play. They have to fall in line so they can stay in line. Because everybody got to pay their bills. What I'm trying to tell you, let's just get to the real of it. Hitta started this out. What did Hitta say? Drake has helped a lot of people.
Yeah.
Drake has done things for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Helping them people pays for certain loyalty down the road. Now, the people that he's dissing, he's helped them people. So he feels as though them people weren't loyal to him. So you can't say, even though we want it to be over, we can't stop him from speaking what he went through. Because for me, what else is he gonna talk about?
He also doesn't talk about how it was a symbiotic partnership with a lot of these people. Like,
what I'm trying to tell, but BK,
understand your point. It's just, why is the music suffering then? Like, if this was always the case and everyone always has just everybody stroking them all the time, why is the music declining? I'm not talking about numbers. He's gonna
BK, listen, because why is LeBron not playing so good for the Lakers? This dude 15th album, you think it's gonna be great? I just talked to Justin about this. He don't want me to say it. I'm gonna say it. Name an artist, because I know Justin probably gonna say the clips, but name an artist, even Michael Jackson. Did you think the Invincible album was as good as Thriller? It wasn't. Did you think Dangerous is even as good as that? Did you think it was as good as Bad or Off the Wall? It wasn't. Age and attrition happens. 444 is not as good as Reasonable Doubt. I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? Like, Mr. Morale, as much as y'all love it, GNX is not as good as Damn. These
it's
artists,
still
listen. What you're talking about is one thing. All these artists get not as good as when their careers. This is just what happens, and he's experiencing that. He's experiencing that.
Renaissance by Beyonce. GNX is a classic. Mr. Morale's a classic. Still have diminishing
a classic to listen. A classic to you. It wasn't a classic to the people that didn't make as much money on it.
I mean, Luther was on there.
Hold time, real quick. I want to jump in. I want to jump in right here. I want to jump in right here. I think Clips is a great example of a group who has probably put out their best work ever. And to your point, Clips is probably I can make a reasonable argument that Let God Sort Him Out is the best thing. I'd argue Killer Mike. Killer Mike put out his best work. His last project was his best work we heard. I'd argue Killer Mike right now, up and down. You know what I'm saying?
LL Cool J's last album was his best album since like 1990. Y'all listen to it, but it was a great album.
y'all listen. I just said names like Michael Jackson. I said Prince. I'm talking about some of the greatest. Even Stevie Wonder. Stevie had that period where he put out those greatest records. That Blue Moon project that he put out in 1989 was not good. It wasn't. I'm not saying these artists aren't capable of making music that is good. I'm saying it's not ever going to be as good as it was because age and attrition has set in. And BK, there are people around them that is going to tell them yes to whatever they do because these people depend on them to put gas in their car, pay for their their kids' tuition. This is just the reality of life. This is how it goes. The higher you get up, the less people want to tell you the truth. That's what make third verse special. Cause I talk about everybody. I diss them, tell them I don't like them. You know what I'm saying? That's what we do. Now listen, y'all talking on be quiet.
I want to say this one thing though. It sounds like you evolved. Most people in here probably saw our live reaction. And our live reaction, you said this is Drake's best work, and you said there's something more going on here than just age and attrition.
No. I didn't say it was his best work.
No, I'm sorry, his worst work. Excuse me. You said it was his worst work. But you said there's something more going on here than just age and attrition.
I still believe that. I still believe that he has something else going on, with some substances. Maybe he drinking too much alcohol. He got the same thing that Hitta got in his cup. He's indulging too much. I think something happening because I ain't never see he fell off the cliff a little crazy. So I'm just saying I still believe that.
So you agree? So I will.
Give me 1 second, BK. I want to get Hitta to get a chance. He's been trying over here.
Yeah, Hitta been trying to get in there.
All right, so look. Everybody has their own opinion about how the work should age. Once again, you got to understand this is progressive hip hop, and once again, I stated Drake has always been ahead of the curve. This is kind of like the first time you heard Miss Jackson from Outkast, how the beat was different from the old beats. But then it grew on you and it began to be good. It began to be a top single. You know what I'm saying? I think that the problem here is people are jumping to a quick opinion like they expect Drake not to say nothing. The man got dissed by everybody. Don't forget about the Rick Ross disses. Don't forget about the other people who dissed him. Before Kendrick, it's just so when Kendrick speaks, it's all about Kendrick. Nah, it's not about just Kendrick. It's about all the people, like Stat said, it's about all the people who he helped. You got to think, you got drops where Kendrick Lamar is saying, man, I owe Drake. A$AP Rocky, man, I owe Drake. You know what I'm saying? He's opened up doors for these people. And somehow, some way, these guys have gotten their petty feelings. They get money. They get big, and they forgot who helped them when they was at the bottom. And I think that this is his way. Iceman is his way to get that up off of his chest.
One second, pause. Hey, Hitta, I want to ask you a quick question on that because I do think this is actually really interesting. I'm bringing these lyrics up on the screen. Drake has every right to get back at everybody, right? And to me, I've said this multiple times, either on this show or on Third Verse or on my own channel. I expected him to come out firing, and I think he's in the right to express how he feels about a lot of people. And that's why this line right here from Run to Atlanta is so interesting to me. He says, niggas standing on, he says, and I'm quick to turn a hater into a fan, niggas standing 10 toes on quicksand. This is a song with Future. Hitta, in your opinion, who's this song about? Who's that line talking about?
Niggas standing 10 toes in the quicksand. If they could have been, they would have been. But they can't. Embarrassment is the only thing secondhand. I don't know. Not
Because
right.
every time I hear this, I think it's odd that Drake is saying this on a song with Future, and arguably Future is the one who started this whole thing in the first place. Who's not standing 10 toes, Drake or Future?
I think maybe they squashed the beef, but I think Future is definitely not standing 10 toes.
Why is he not standing 10 toes when he?
Well, because this is how this started, with Kendrick doing a feature on his song. So now he got Future to do a feature on his song and the video.
Hey, but Hitta, so you listen. Since you behind the scenes, I'm gonna give you a little behind the scenes talk that me and you know, because we know this. We know that young man love dabbling in somebody else's kitty cat, man. We know.
Hey man, hey.
Hey man, yeah.
He's a player. He's a player. He's a player.
Man, let's have a real conversation here. We know what's happening, man. So what I'm saying to you is, if I come through with my thing, you know what I'm saying? She on my side. You know what I mean? Then next thing I know, you done slid up on my thing. You know what I mean? How that ain't foul?
See, I think that's what happened with him and Kendrick. I think that's why Kendrick is so upset.
No. That's what happened. Hey, don't. Hey, listen. What you're doing is avoiding it. Because I'm coming right at you. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. He unmute him. What I can't hear you.
My bad. How'd you mute to say it again?
I know exactly what you're saying, and I agree with you.
Yeah.
I never said he was perfect. I just said he was the greatest in music.
Well, what I'm saying to you is that situation with him and Future, to my knowledge, was over. It was female. It was a situation with a woman. You get what I'm saying? And so anybody that knows, he move how he move, just like in them songs. What he be talking about? That's how he move in real life. And you know what break up friendships with men, money and women all the time. And dude be playing them games. He be playing them games like that. It'll get tricky. You know what I'm saying? So that's how that go. And so with Future, I think Drake went back to Future because he knew he was out of pocket. You know what I'm saying? I don't know this for a fact. This just me talking. Because he got that back right, because I feel like Future is the one person out of everybody that he talked about that he actually still needs when it comes to him making music with. That's just being truthful. You know
do you have any insight on that, Hitta?
I don't have any behind the scenes insight, but I will say that they did put out an album together and they did do a tour together. So they're like brothers. Probably like brothers having a fight over a woman, but shoot, Future got 10 baby mamas, don't he? I'm just saying.
And Hitta, and if you was my partner, all 10 of them would be off limits. You feel me?
Okay.
You feel what I'm saying, though?
Hey, something everybody can agree on. 1 second applause. Professor Scott.
Okay.
But isn't this giving too much credit? Like the idea that Drake cares about friendship or culture, or community, or anything. I mean, he worked with Future because that was, he starts off like, I don't have any features, man. I don't need anything. I'm just me because I got to tell the truth. 1 second, I've got to run to Atlanta. I'll call it Run to Atlanta so I can what's called lampshade it, where I do the thing. I say the thing I'm doing so it looks like I'm not doing it. And he's just, Future said yes. And if Drake would have made $10 and A$AP Rocky would have done it, then he would have had a future with A$AP Rocky. Like, he doesn't have any convictions, I don't think. He knew that he needed that to get back. So I don't think it's about like honor, friendship, community, any of that, at least as far as I can tell, unless I'm too cynical and maybe he really is like a human being, but it's hard to see it behind like the facade he keeps putting up, the way he presents himself.
I mean, like, I'm going to say this again. I think with the Future thing, I mean, it's easy for y'all to see if y'all can't see it. Dude messing with a woman, was pillow talking, and they got back together, had a conversation, and it was all good. The Metro thing, Metro had a situation his mama had, passed on Drake trying to get a beat. Metro wasn't trying to feel it at the time, and he was like, yo, chill. When somebody want what they want, and then they went there. And so everybody came back together because economically it makes sense. You know, I don't have to be on the inside of that to know. You can see that. Y'all can read between the lines and see how that played out. Everything else is it just went too far. The thing with Ross, I think that was Ross. There was some French Montana stuff. You know what I'm saying? Ross jumped out the window, and then the things that he said about Drake, Drake took personally, called him white boy and all that type of stuff. When you call a mixed dude white boy, that make them feel away, even though half of them is a white boy. I don't understand. I ain't mixed, so I don't know. Because if I was, and if my mom was white and you called me a white boy, I'd be like, well, you're right, my mama white. But you know, it made him feel away, and so that relationship went to the left. You know, the Kendrick thing. Look, I have went on record. I have said it. Drake took Kendrick on tour. Drake took ASAP Rocky on tour. At the end of the day, Drake was a huge artist at the time that helped Kendrick Lamar. Anybody saying that that's not true is they out of pocket and wrong. I was there, okay? I was around, okay? I was there. Poetic Justice, they sent that to Drake. Drake got on it. Drake let Kendrick do a whole interlude on his album where it's just Kendrick rapping. You know what I'm saying? Drake was a fan of Kendrick Lamar. He knew what Kendrick was, and Kendrick rocked with Drake. Now, over the years, the competitiveness came in, started getting shady stuff going on behind the scenes, little bars and jabs. You know what I'm saying? That whole, when they did the 100 song and Drake went to Compton, I had a conversation. I'm like, gang, hey, you know he doing that trying to get that buddy. You know what I mean? I had the conversation. This thing been going on for like 10, 12 years, y'all. You know what I mean? It just came to a head. But Drake, even through the whole process, as I was saying, and everybody knows this because I said it on Culture United, I told y'all here, third person shooter was supposed to be Kendrick and Drake. It was supposed to be them. J. Cole has come out and said it when people say Stat don't know what he's talking about. The very next day, J. Cole confirmed that, yeah, it was supposed to be Kendrick and Drake on the song. So this is a thing. But Drake didn't know that Kendrick didn't like him for years. Okay? He has not liked him for a very long time. He has when Pusha T was destroying Drake, Kendrick was happy about him being destroyed. Okay? I'm not breaking any news here. Drake didn't know. He didn't know that dude wasn't cool because him and Jay-Z be throwing shots but still get on songs. So he think that shit is normal. But Kendrick ain't like that. You're not about to be throwing those subliminals and then we're going to get on the record. I'm from Compton. We're not doing that. So that's how that goes. Anyway, BK, you know, I'm going to shut up.
Why are you saying my name?
I'm saying I've been talking. I don't want to hog the. I'm trying to pass.
Look, I do have something to say. Thank you, Stat. But
what's on your plus?
I don't know the framing just generally. And not saying that Stat did this because I think he does give a lot of good insights on like what happens behind the curtain, and a lot of these things don't fit in these neat boxes once you actually look at like what the interpersonal lives are, you know, checks being cut, et cetera, et cetera. But I think in general there is this narrative framed around Drake like he is a victim, and when he, you know, disses, it's like, oh, of course it's his right, like it, you know, he got jumped by 20 niggas at once, and his behavior, his track record, you know, on wax and off wax, behind the curtain, in front of the curtain, is not really like looked at with the microscope, the poking and prodding, the dirty Mac, and like just the right wing shit, like all the stuff that he represents, all the things that he does. I feel like those are kind of cloaked and kind of put to the side. And I personally don't like that. Like Drake is not a victim. People collaborate in hip hop all the time. People hop on it. People do favors for each other all the time. It's a collaborative genre. And so the way that he always frames this, like I forgot what song it was, but you know, he's like, if I gave you a hand, you're always under the thumb or some shit. Or like, he's always kind of positioning himself as this, like, I came in here and I helped you and now you owe me loyalty forever, but I'm going to fuck your bitch and I'm going to dish you and sneak dish you and I'm going to do all this stuff and I'm going to poke and prod and I'm going to troll, but don't say anything to me. Like it's just like he is you know, what Sky brilliantly calls a cry bully, tries to be the underdog and the top dog and the victim and the bully, and he's always trying to occupy both of these you know, spaces and identities, and people shoot him so much bail for it. Every diss that I feel like was levied at him was warranted. I feel like any aggression or any you know, even if someone just is looking on that disgusting, gross behavior and is like, actually, I don't fuck with dude. Like, I think that that's valid. And I don't think that that's taken into consideration enough.
I want to tell you that generally, I've told this to Justin we've had this conversation. the behavior that you're highlighting from him, probably about 96% of every artist, male and female in hip hop, do the same stuff behind the scenes. Let me just give you an example. Go do a verse for you. Tell you pay them for the verse. Then you go try to clear it. The label tells you, oh well, you got to give us $3 million so your song can't come out. How you think that make you feel? You didn't pay that money out of pocket. Artists do this all the time. It's so much foul, lame stuff that go on behind the scenes. Or walk in the room with a girl that you love, and then you find out this dude trying to get at the girl you love. Or somebody you fooling around with, he fooling around with her, and he talking all kind of stuff behind your back to the girl. You know what I mean? It's just so much dirty macking. It's so much all kind of foul stuff. Or you go rap on your beat, take your song that you done worked on, go put it out, and you don't even know, and it come out. This industry and these dudes, you separate Drake and say he's just more treacherous than the other ones. They all dirty. All of them. All of them. And here to know it, they all foul. They all conniving, backstabbing. They all do the same dirty macking and the same lame stuff. And I ain't trying to protect Drake because he do it all the time. And that's why so many people in the industry don't like him. But to say he the only one, I'm trying to tell you, all these dudes is flawed. All these girls is flawed. Oh, I love you. Yeah, I'm going to do this and do that. Then you can't get them on the phone. They busters. All of them.
I want to add this. I want to add this real fast to that conversation. I think we understand that people in the music industry, people in entertainment, or people in power, probably not the nicest of people, right? I think we all have a reflex for that. But in this particular case, right, in this particular situation, regardless if everybody's doing it or not, we had the unique opportunity to watch a bunch of people get together and say, we don't like him, right? A bunch of people got here and said, we don't trust that guy, right? That to me is unique, and that is where the discussion lives. And I think that's what BK's point, broadly speaking, is, and not even just BK. I think a lot of people who have been watching this, whether they're fans of Kendrick or Future or Metro or Rick Ross or French Montana or how long is this list again, Hitta? I know you read everybody down. All of those people, or fans of all those people, were like, yeah, makes sense. This guy been doing fucked up shit, right? And that seems to be the problem because Drake, per his album, per the quote that BK just said, always under the thumb, seems to think that as long as you pay people, their job is to shut up and do what you say. And that is where this conversation to me is really interesting because it is a classic power play based on the guy who's writing the checks, who isn't treating the people around him with the respect that they think they deserve. And I'm saying that because they all got together and they put on a whole campaign against him.
Who was the main person going at Drake?
Which one?
No,
now or then?
Who was the main guy dissing Drake?
Kendrick?
Okay, you remember the puppet?
Okay.
Remember when Kendrick came out with the puppet? I'll never leave TDE. I'm going to be with TDE forever. I'm going to stay with TDE forever. Then you hear 3 months later, he not with TDE, right? Mm. Oh, okay. I'm just let that sit there. I'll let that sit there. Go ahead, Hitta.
All right, let me get your whole second. I got you. Give me a second.
Well, give me 1 second applause. Just hit the button.
1 second applause. There you go.
Yeah, and then let's talk about what happened to those 100 million streams. I mean, let's talk.
Hitta, stop. Don't do that.
Let's talk about what.
Hitta, listen. Drake got 1 billion streams that we can take away. They've been cheating for that boy since the beginning of the time. Hitta, listen. They all cheating. All of them. You can't do that. Drake is this is the problem with the lawsuit. You suing for something that has been benefiting you your entire career. He is Drake because of what they're doing for everybody else. The whole game is flawed. He's a part
I don't think that. I don't think so. I think Drake is who he is due to his ability to stay on mainstream radio. You know, shout out to Izzy Sanchez. He's been working with Cash Money for like 30 years. This is why you always hear them on the radio. Everywhere you go. I don't care if it's Sirius XM, if it's Radio 1, or Clear Channel, Izzy's working those records and he's getting into households that normal people like Kendrick Lamar probably won't get to because he ain't got the single to get there. You know what I'm saying?
Hitta. You've been in this business a long time. I respect you. I know you. I know your name. I know what you did down there in H-Town. Hitta, how is he staying on the radio, Hitta? How's that man traveling around to those places and getting in those houses to keep him on the radio? Tell me how they doing it, Hitta. What you think that he just? What do you think he's taking over? You think it's some Jordans? What do you think? How them DJs playing them songs? Tell me why, Hitta.
Hey man, the massive promotion and the rollout. We won't speak on that. We won't speak on those things. We know what's going on, but we're not at liberty to speak on those things. You know, we can't show everybody the smoke behind the mirror. You know what I'm saying? However, Drake's always there for the last 15 years.
So
he's always there.
So Hitta, what's the smoke behind the mirror that you know that I know and you know that I know and everybody know what we talking about? What's the difference between that and the fake streams? Because he's doing that too. What I'm trying to tell you is, Hitta, they're all cheating, my friend. And so to separate yourself to say, oh, I'm gonna go after this when you have benefited and you have gotten here because of that, it's foul. That's foul. He foul. The lawsuit is foul. Come on, bro. Come on, you gotta admit that. I know that's your man, but that's foul, bro.
No comment.
So I want to jump on a little bit what you were saying.
To the next thing.
Okay, what you were saying, Justin, though, that like in the end, like Drake is really good at reflecting spiritual emptiness, and that's based on transactional relationships. So he's really good at talking about giving women. He's the best. He's the GOAT of giving women bags for sex. Like no one has been better than him. And he does as much as he can to buy friends and buy women and buy streams and do all this stuff. And like that emptiness, like how much money would Kendrick take to switch up on how he feels, like what he's trying to present? Like we know that there's no actual amount that he would do that, or presumably, I mean, I don't know him personally, but like, so I think that's it. Like it's, some people like the spiritual emptiness and like they just say that's the way the world is and Drake's the best at it. And then some of us just think it's sad that like I don't want people to think that once you pay me I'm under your thumb forever. Like I don't want to be bought. I want community, and I don't think Drake has it. I don't think he knows what it is, and I think he's going to scream and throw money around until he's just blue in the face and he's just, everyone's got to love me because I got to pay them, and that's just not how it works. So
one second, applause. I mean, I definitely think that I'm listening to this Drake album, and most of these songs could have been on any other Drake album as B-sides or even C-sides. I think that what we're seeing right now is the excitement of what's Drake going to say. I think it's a very organized fan base he has. I think a lot of people have seen how different groups of people will get together online in Spaces or Clubhouse and they'll talk about their strategy in terms of running up streams. I'm not saying that everybody else isn't doing it. I'm saying we know that they're doing it. They're very organized, so I think that's also what we're seeing. And more than anything else, I think that we're seeing a Drake who took a strategy and approach that makes a lot of sense and is very much expected. Give people a bunch of stuff that sounds like the stuff that they used to like. Call out all the people who just called you out, stand taller than ever, and flood the zone so we can run up the numbers and run up the charts. Let's hope that sticks for the first 2 weeks. After that, we're off and running. It doesn't necessarily really matter. And I think that the charts actually reflect this. Let me add BK to the stage real quick, or Elle, excuse me. Elle Janelle back in the building. 9-second applause to Elle Janelle. But I want to share the screen right here real fast. And so there's a few screens here that just ridiculously crazy to think about, right? And not necessarily, I'm not taking shots at anybody. I'm just looking at the conditions that we're in, given that stat just reminded us how everybody does the same thing. Drake is set to make Billboard 200 history as the first artist to debut 3 albums at 1, 2, and 3, right? Looking around 475 for Iceman, 120 for Maid of Honor, 120 for Habibti, right? You move over one. Is this on the screen? It is, okay. We move over one. Drake's Iceman is projected to tie the all-time Hot 100 record for most top 10 hits from a single album. If projections hold, it'll tie Taylor Swift's Midnights, The Torture Poets Department, and The Life of a Showgirl with top 10 hits each, while surpassing albums like Michael Jackson's Thriller, Drake's Scorpion, Taylor Swift's 1989, The Weeknd's After Hours, and Katy Perry's Teenage Dream in total top 10 hits. More. Check out this one. This one is crazy too. Drake is projected to occupy 14 of the 15 spots on next week's Billboard Hot 100. If you look at this list, all of these are songs from Iceman. Okay, this isn't Habibti, this isn't Maid of Honor. I don't know how much money they put into any of the songs that are on those other two albums. I think Iceman still is the focus. But Janice, Ran to Atlanta, Whisper My Name, right there, top 3. Shebang coming in at number 5, if these holds. Just generally speaking, this is something we haven't even seen from Drake in Drake history. Open floor, what do you guys think about this?
I kind of view Drake and Taylor Swift similarly in that, like, they are just too big to fail. And if there's some sort of preceding drama, breakup, insert whatever, input, you're going to see huge numbers. It just doesn't surprise me if these are real and if these hold and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it does, I think the flooding the zone thing that you were talking about was definitely a strategy to just get people to rush to all this and stream this. And I mean, all of this is Iceman up there, which, by the way, I didn't say this. I hate the cover art. Like, I hate the glove on the cover art and the just barely white power symbol he put on there that, the White House appropriated. But sorry, I had to get that in there. But seeing that he would tie Taylor Swift, I'm like, oh yeah, of course. Like, he's in his Taylor era of releasing like 14 presses of the same album, or just flooding his own with so much that, like, of course it's going to be so big. Not to say, because I just don't think the quality matches what the numbers are. So I think this is the biggest that Drake has been in his career. So I'm not surprised that with a super anticipated album like this, the numbers reflect this.
We'll take applause. Open floor.
They told people for so many years, and actually made people think they were crazy for believing that aliens were real. They sent people to insane asylums and said that they were stupid and they was crazy and locked them up in straitjackets. And now they're telling us that the aliens are real. So all those people that said they were real back then were actually justified in what they were saying. So now we're gonna sit and believe these numbers that they give us every week on these artists. They make these numbers a certain way so that the subscribers to these networks or Spotify, Apple can continue to pay, so they can believe it. So when you hear that Taylor Swift sold 3 million or 2 million records, you're like, well, you know what? She is Taylor Swift. She did that. They just make that stuff up out of thin air, man. As we said on the Third Verse podcast, no artist that you all love came up with what a stream is worth. Dr. Dre wasn't in there. No artist, Prince, Michael Jackson, nobody came up with the numbers. Some dude from MIT made that up. This is all math. This is all fraud. They can tell us anything. That number, that don't mean nothing. Even Drake said it on his album. He's like, that Billboard stuff, it don't mean anything. He said it on the record. He quoted and said it because he knows it's all BS. And I'm telling y'all, so when Justin reads those numbers, what I tell Justin this all the time, they gonna make it be whatever it need to be. And they needed it to be 600-700, and that's what it is, guys. It's Santa Claus, it's the Easter Bunny. It's not real. It's not none of it for anyone. Okay? So
Hitta, you got something for that? I got you. Hold on a second.
I mean, are you not entertained? This is the entertainment business. This is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to give out these massive rollouts. They're supposed to come with it. When Kendrick Lamar was doing his rollout for GNX, like it was pretty big.
Well, real fast, I do want to interject there. There was actually no rollout for GNX. It was a surprise drop. So you carry on. You can make your point, but there was no rollout.
Well, there was hype for the album. We do know there was hype for the album because of the diss song.
We didn't know the album was coming, and the diss song wasn't on the album. All right, well,
Hitta.
looks like we're moving on.
Well, no,
Move on, then. I guess you have anything to say, 'cause there's another segment coming up.
yo, whatever, man.
Hitta, this is what you gotta admit, man. I want you to do this for yourself. I want
Okay.
you, as a fan of Drake, to do this. He lost the battle. GNX is a better album than this album he just put out. These are all facts. It doesn't matter who you want to talk to. Drake does not have a song equivalent to Luther on this project.
I didn't even like Luther. I didn't even like Luther.
No. Listen, it ain't about it. It's not about you liking it. It lasted. It was a hit record. Drake don't have that type of song on here. He got good songs on here, but nothing the equivalent that's going to impact like Luther. They're not the club records, everything. GNX was a better project, and he lost the battle. I want you to admit that as a person that loves him. And we can also say that Drake is a great rapper, but I want you to admit that. I know that's your family, but I want you to admit that in front of all these people here.
I just can't do it. Like, I just can't. I just can't. I just can't. I just can't. Like, I just can't bring myself to do it. Because I think it was like, I think everything was like overhyped. And I think that soon as Drake takes a year off, there's no rap songs in the top 100 at some point. And then here he is, he's taking over it. I mean, now, I tell you what.
Real quick, Hitta. What do you mean by taking a year off? Because last year he dropped some sexy songs for you.
Well, you know what I'm saying. He dropped What Did I Miss, right? He dropped What Did I Miss?
What I Miss. He also dropped the whole album with Party Next Door.
Yeah,
so
right.
He had the album out and he had singles out. And he also dropped which one? So what do we mean by taking a year off?
Man, that man took a significant amount of time from promoting himself and his solo projects to focus on the Iceman.
I'm with that idea. Nebulous, significant amount of time to promote this project.
But
he has not taken. I don't know how you drop an album and additional songs on the project that just came out. I still describe that as took time off.
It just seemed like, man, y'all just some Drake haters. Y'all just not gonna give this man the benefit of the doubt. Like, y'all not gonna listen to the Elle. Y'all not gonna give him his props on his lyrical wordplay, the production. Y'all not gonna give him his props on none of this. Like, so don't none of these songs belong on the Billboard.
I want to move on to the next segment. I think we got it. We got where Hitta's at right now.
Can I say one thing? Hitta, nobody's hating. I'm just saying you're not reading the room of the world. When he lost the battle. He lost the battle.
The battle was 2 years ago. We've moved on.
I know we haven't. No, Hitta, we haven't, because we're talking about Drake's album, which is talking about, as you read, the list of people that he dissed because of the battle. But I will say this. Let's move on to the next thing real fast, move to the next segment. Because I do think that there is a point that maybe not everybody is appreciating the wordplay as you described it. But we know some people do appreciate it. And here's one of them that has been a very big story this week. Right? We have the White House account showing their appreciation of the wordplay by posting MAGA. Okay. Open floor. Who wants to comment on the appreciation that the White House has for DJ Hard Hitta's position?
Oh, man.
Hold a second. My bad, Hitta. Go ahead. I'm sorry. You were sharing your.
I feel like I got set up because I ain't with none of that. I'm not with none of that. Man, I had to take my glasses off. Man, I ain't with none of that. You know, man, I'm not with none of that stuff. None of that.
Word up. 1 second applause. I'm glad to hear it. I knew that, but I want to make sure we heard that here today. 1 second applause. Open floor. But see, I think this actually speaks, and to me, like, away from the fact that Drake hasn't, as far as we know, denounced it or told them not to do this. We don't know if he told them to do this either at the same time. But what I do think that this speaks to is a lot of the conversations that are taking place on Iceman. And Drake has been very manosphere coded for a very long time. Drake has an affiliation with Stake. Stake has Happy Dad and Kick. Both those organizations were thanked during Trump's inauguration. Drake has a tendency to use weird civil rights references or slavery lines in his rhymes. Rapping like you're trying to get the slaves free, for example. The whether it's the light skin or the Jewish roots, makes people want to not see me at the mountaintop, using Martin Luther King mountaintop at the end, putting Nazi in there. And, you know, I imagine that people he's talking about that might be upset at him for his light skin, which was a huge part of this battle of the conversation, or at least a conversation around it, might think he's talking about black people, calling black people Nazis, which I think is weird. You can also look at, just generally speaking, the people that he's around, like Aiden Ross and Kick People and Hell's Angels. And people have been, in my opinion, earnestly asking a question that connects the bars to this post. You know what I mean? It's like, well, does Drake's political leanings, we don't know what he is or what he's not, he's Canadian, so that's all fair. But the things that people are also hearing in these bars, should that be a part of this conversation? Because there's a very large segment of the population who pushes back heavily at any insinuation, at any idea that Drake might actually really appreciate this post from the White House, who's showing appreciation for Drake's bars, as we talked about before we got in here. Open floor.
Well, we know that so Drake has his state media, just like Trump does, and that's DJ Academics. And shout out to Jeremy Hecht, who had a tweet that responded, that put this whole idea forward, and DJ Academics went on to say that they like the free media. I mean, DJ Academics speaks on behalf of Drake all the time. Why would we think he's not when he says this is free publicity from the effing White House? So I don't think there's any question that Drake wants it. Of course he does. I mean, it's that same spiritual emptiness. It's that same belief that everything can be bought, that loyalty is only a question of how much you can pay. And the more you cook the system, the more money you get, the more bees on the table you have, the more people you can control. And that's what the president does, and that's what Drake does, and that's the whole system that, frankly, America was created to foster. So, you know, it's kind of a foundational problem of the way we run our economy. But like, yeah, I mean, Drake is Trumpy. Even if he hates Trump, he is Trumpy. His essence, his belief system, his worldview, everything, it just matches perfectly. And it's amazing because so many of us have been trying to point it out and trying to make it clear, and people don't believe us and don't believe us and don't believe us. And then the White House itself does it for us and just says, of course he's MAGA. We knew all along. And then Drake doesn't say anything. So, yeah, it's been clear for a long time.
Well, a broader question I have around this too, maybe I want to add this to the table for us to consider. Why do so many people want to push back against that idea? I think legitimately there's a lot of people who actually have publicly supported things that are going to have publicly supported this administration at various points in time. But there seems to be a very loud, poignant, consistent wave of people who always push back against this idea that that's the case. Why would they do that? I want to go with you, Elle, since you've joined us on this panel, see if you have anything to say to that.
Hey guys, so sorry I'm late, but I hope I don't have an echo because I can hear myself. But whoo, was I listening? I was listening on my way here, and whoo, good Lord. Whoo. Hello, DJ Hard Hitter. I'm going to try to be nice to you, but we're going to clash. But hello. Hi, Stat. Hi, Professor
Hello.
Sky. Hi, BK. Looking great.
Thank you.
I think that, and condolences to you, BK. I heard you earlier on. I'm so glad you're here. I think that putting false allegations on people. And I know Drake did something in like 2017 where he said, fuck Trump or whatever at some Boy Meets World tour or whatever. I Googled it, you know, whatever. And so I think that people push back on it because one, they know it'll make him look terrible if it's true. Two, they think we don't have enough evidence to say that he for sure is MAGA. And three, they want to make themselves look good. They're like, if he's MAGA, we look terrible for supporting him. So I think that's what motivates people to push back on him. But did you know about him saying fuck Trump in 2017?
Yeah, I did. And I also
but it's a lot of people who said fuck Trump in 2017 that is not saying fuck Trump.
It's also 9 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So like I'm not trying to minimize that or diminish that. There's a lot of people who said fuck Trump in 1996. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, so it's, you know, I'm not necessarily, I know how I feel about it, and I'm not trying to put that on someone else or anybody else. Right. You know what I mean? Because I kind of feel like we're in an era where people make, at this point in time, it's very clear who feels opposite, right? People who don't like what's going on are very vocal about it. And there is a population of people who still support what's going on, who are less vocal about what's going on now, while they were really vocal about it 2016, 2024.
That's a fact.
But my point, and my question when I look at this is, why do so many people push back against this idea? Like, why is it the most terrible idea for Drake fans, right? Drake, who does live streams with Aiden Ross all the time. Aiden Ross, was out there with the interviewing Trump. Why is it so crazy that, the stuff that he's saying on these songs sounds like it works in a manosphere environment? Why is this such a thing that people want to push back on so heavily?
Because the truth hurts. Like when you feel it and it makes you look inward and you say, wait a minute, then you just say, oh my God, I hate it. And you have to push back, right? I mean, like you could say all sorts of things about me. You could say things and I'll be like, oh, this guy's got a big head. And I'll be like, well, I do kind of have a big head. And I'll feel kind of bad about it. And I'll push back. I'll be like, it's proportional to the rest of my body, But if you tell me like I don't have any hair, it's like, nah, I'm good. My hair's fine. Like, I'm not going to get upset about it. Like, there's enough truth in it that people hear it and they get scared and they push back, because not everybody who likes Drake likes MAGA, but Drake is MAGA coded. So you do like, I mean, a lot of people love professional wrestling and hate Trump, but professional wrestling, the WWE, is Trumpy. There's nothing you can do about it. So you can love both things, but you can't deny the reality of how Trumpy it is.
Well, also, I think to your earlier question, Justin, it is important to have the conversation about it. And I did see a couple people pushing back on even talking about it, because it's like, no, just listen to the music, just speak on the music. And it's like, okay, let's speak on the music. He calls himself Ice in the music. I did not realize he was going to shorthand Iceman and call himself Ice in this political climate. On top of the day after the White House posted this, he posted an Instagram story, and it wasn't to disavow the shout out, just like everyone else, or like, that laundry list that shout out Moni, she posted like the laundry list of artists that explicitly were like, take this down. This does not align with my fan base, with me. I think people push back on it so heavily to like all the points to Elle's PR point and Sky's, like, it makes people look within. But also because I think the same reason people victimize Drake a lot, and like the same reasons that people will excuse the fact that he pokes and prods and like is the bully, but they're like, but no, that doesn't count because like it's Drake, right? And he got beat up, right, unjustly, right? And like he's a victim, right? I don't know how that all connects, but I feel like it's that same kind of energy or spirit or theory of like, but it can't be him though. Like the funny, goofy Canadian, like he can't be MAGA, right? Like, I don't know if it's an aesthetic thing. I don't know, because everything off screen, on wax, off wax points to I'm MAGA, I'm right wing, and all my friends are right winged, and I outwardly like hang out with them and align with them. So I don't know why people are missing that.
So
yeah.
Okay, so let me just point it out like this right here. So if you saw Donald Trump wearing Michael Jordans, you think Michael Jordan gonna come out and say you need to take my shoes off?
Probably not Jordan. Probably not Michael Jordan. No. I want to be. Let's be fair about this. Probably not Michael Jordan. And I think that there are a lot of off-talent comparisons between Michael Jordan and Drake.
That's right, because Drake is non-political and Michael Jordan was non-political. That's what goats do. That's how they remain goats. You know what I'm saying? They stay non-political. They stay non.
Would you say Muhammad Ali is a goat?
Huh?
Would you say Muhammad Ali is a goat?
Of course. But he's African American. He comes from the United States. He comes from the same struggles that we come from actually here on America. With Drake grew up in Canada. You know what I'm saying? And that's not to make an excuse for his political stances or anything, but it's not like he posted the MAGA. It's not like he's the one who posted the MAGA chain on his glove. They did that. The White House did that.
Do y'all think it's fair to bring up that the Trump administration has also used Kendrick's music and Kendrick didn't speak out against it?
I think that's completely fair, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, when did they use their music?
It was like the first TikTok or whatever they ever did. It was they used one of Kendrick's songs, and then what's crazy is they used Euphoria as well during the battle. So it's kind of, I don't know, because this was most offensive to me. When I saw the MAGA chain, I felt like it was Drake's responsibility to speak out and make it very clear that, hey, we are not connected with this, and that. And like I said, I go around and I kind of survey people and I ask, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? What do you think about this? And a lot of the Drake fans feel like that don't have shit to do with them. They're not, tripping off the politics like that. Trump is going to do whatever they want and they not even about to engage with it, which I was surprised, because if it was me and it was an artist that I represented, there would be cease and desist sent, because I think it's a really bad look. But it was interesting when I started going through and saying, who else music have they used? And I know Kendrick ain't fucking with Drake. I mean, Kendrick ain't fucking with Trump. I know that. And in a similar situation, I don't think that they spoke out and did it. So I started to wonder if I was kind of not tripping about it being bad, but tripping about the expectation that the artist must automatically speak out. So I wanted to bring that up.
I will say that, the music aspect of it, I do think is fair. If we're going to talk about one artist who seems to go along with promotion from this administration or any administration, all the artists that do it are also on the table. You know what I mean? I think that for me, this conversation around Iceman has been going on so long, and people are like, hey, man, Iceman, and what's going on in America? They're abducting people in the country. But it's less about the music, honestly, for me. This is a very powerful image. If you know nothing, first of all, it doesn't say the artist's name. It doesn't say this is an album, actually. There's no parental advisory sticker, right? It is Michael Jackson's glove and what's very close to a symbol that is also used by the Confederacy right now, and it's got a MAGA chain on it. There's a population of people who, if this was a billboard somewhere, might have no idea this is actually a Drake album. And that, to me, is what is the craziest. This is why this is more powerful than the video they used that had the song in it that was promoting ICE signups. This actually looks like it could be repurposed however you want. We've seen a million brands use it this week for different stuff. Drake is great at that kind of thing. But this particular image right here, so close to the white power hand signal, Michael Jackson glove on it with a chain that says MAGA that is tagged iced out, is a powerful image on its own, and it stands separately from the music. That's where I'm at with it, open floor.
It just depends on who's looking at that symbol, because I live in Los Angeles. That's the blood sign. My son actually just pledged a newt, just like Justin up here. Some people throw their newts up like that. It just depends on where you at when you look at that symbol. And if you're in Toronto, that's the 6. So it just depends on where you at, and who looking at it. That this administration has done this a bunch of times and like been incorporating things that's going on in pop culture. I actually don't like it, because it puts the artists in positions that they're not asked to be in. And I think it's not cool that the administration does that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's right, because you can't take someone's art and just say, oh, I'm gonna put it over here. And then we have to have these discussions, and it makes some people just be like, dude is totally aligned with it, which he might be because of some of the people that he's standing next to. I can understand that premise, but had this not happened and they didn't put a chain up there, like you gonna put a MAGA chain? That's just I don't agree with that. You know?
Yeah, me neither. And I think that's why I asked that. Like, I don't want you guys to misrepresent what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying, well, him and Kendrick is the same because of this. I'm saying, do y'all think that it's unfair of us to automatically put it on the artist when these thieving ass authoritarian, clout chasing, dick riding, Trumpian social media posters decide to take what's hot and connect themselves to it? So it's a separate question on what responsibility do you feel like the artists have? Again, if it was me, I feel like a cease and desist needs to be sent, a message needs to come out. But a lot of people feel like them people gonna do whatever they want to do anyway. They don't speak for us. So I was just interested to know what you guys think.
Open floor.
No, that's a good question. I think like it does put the artist in a compromising position, and it's like, do you have a duty to speak out? Maybe it's yes and no. Maybe it's a yes with the asterisk by it. I don't know. Maybe it's contextual. I think to Justin's point, when it is separated from, like the sticker is taken off, it's separated from the music, and it's just the hand symbol and the chain, that seems to be, that may be a little gray area, but I think for maybe it depends on the artist's magnitude. I think like Drake is just so huge that it's like, okay, take it out. Or like when he used Beyonce song and Beyonce sent the cease and desist. And I think same with Billie Eilish and Olivia Rodrigo and Taylor Swift and all these other kind of major artists. But it is kind of a question of like, if someone just implicates you, my knee jerk would just to be like, to distance myself from that. But like your question is about responsibility and like what we think. I don't know.
Because I kind of felt like the pushback that I got, because when I saw it, to me, it was a PR nightmare. I'm like, oh, this is terrible. This is like the worst thing that can happen during your rollout. And like I said, as I was doing the survey, I did not get that response. And I was surprised. I want to be clear. That is the response I got from other people. I was surprised because I would have blew a gasket. And I do think it's a little bit worse because DJ Hitta, you're muted. I do think it's a little bit worse because of that idea of that symbol being a white power symbol, the idea of it being called Iceman, all of that. But you know me, I'm trying to keep the logic consistent, and I'm like, are we going to say that every person whose media is used is MAGA? Serious question. Even though Drake is MAGA, but seriously.
Okay, I don't agree with it at all. I'm not in agreement with it. I don't like it. I'm from the South. I'm from Texas. I grew up as a black man in Texas, and I'm not down with that. And I wish they didn't I wish they didn't touch it at all. But what can we do? You know, he's already quote unquote battling his label. If he battles the government, then he's for sure canceled in his biggest market. You know what I'm saying? So I think he's in a very compromised position, you know, but I don't think he's in agreement with it. But he can let it ride. But he's gonna let it ride. That's just how I personally feel.
I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you on that point, Hitta, especially considering this defamation lawsuit that's currently in place. You know, at a certain level of the legal system, you know, outside forces, whether that's, you know, funding, lobbying, whatever influence people have, comes into play. And to me, that's always been the reason why I am not as certain as so many people are that this case that Drake doesn't have a chance to win this case. I think that given this administration particularly, a lot of things break legally in their favor. Now, is this administration more in favor of Universal or on Drake's team, or is there some sort of ruling that might come down that might split the difference? I don't know, but I know the political positioning is also a big part of what's happening with that legal case. And when I saw that, that's the first thing I thought too. The first thing I thought immediately was like, the immediate thought I had was, if I was Drake in that situation, I actually wouldn't say anything because I have this other thing over here that's happening. Yeah, I look at around this administration. This administration is literally up for sale. And if there are even small things, like clearly he has relationships with people very close to the administration. You know what I'm saying? Clearly there's people all over his team that are, you know, more outwardly pro this administration and those things than maybe he has been. But if I'm waiting for an appellate court to make a decision, and if I'm eyeing potentially petitioning this to the Supreme Court, because I personally feel like I'm a corporate hit job survivor, I personally feel like I'm fighting the man, I personally feel like, as Make 'em Pay says, I just want to be free, then I'm not saying anything about that. Open floor.
But I mean, like that. I mean, that's the whole point. Is that like, I mean, who is Drake's number one guy right now? You know, like, is it 21 Savage? Is it Weezy? No, it's Aiden Ross. That's his guy. That's who he's been with the last year. That's the guy who he's always with. That's the guy who shouted out on the album. That's the guy who works for his state media apparatus. How did Trump get elected? It was by being interviewed by Aiden Ross and people like Aiden Ross. He's already in with the administration. I mean, it's not just that he shouldn't piss them off. It's that he's already in. Like, that's how Trump won the second election, was these weird dog whistling racists like Aiden Ross. And do we really think that Drake is upset by that when he has co-signed it over and over and over again and hugs Aiden Ross on screen and calls him all sorts of cool names and buddies up? Like, I mean, I guess there's one person, you know, above Drake in the power chain, you know, in power, and that's Trump. And yeah, it seems like he's trying to be under that thumb too.
Yeah, I initially thought he wasn't going to say anything about it because he would be alienating a big part of his face that he likes. Like, that's why I was like, well, he's probably not going to. And I kind of felt like him posting a story, like showing that he's alive and active and online and on his page, was kind of hinting to that. Like, yeah, I can post, like, I see it, and I'm not going to do that, because to this guy's point, it's like my number one guy. And then the other guy, Ack, who he just met for the first time, mind y'all, that might surprise y'all, but he just met for the first time in person, is also a Trump glazer too. So like, that's the Nelk Boys interviewed Bibi Netanyahu and gave him a softball interview. Like that just may be his camp. And he can kind of throw a lob at the Palestine thing, which I don't like that being used as a gotcha anyway. But even Aiden Ross has now flipped. Like, public sentiment has fully flipped on like the genocide in Gaza. Like, even if they're just anti-Israel and not pro-Palestine, but like it seems like those two things are incongruent. But even throwing the Palestine lob with also the Aiden shout out makes sense in their world, in their manosphere right-wing world. So yeah, maybe he's just in alignment.
Did you say that was the first time he met Ack in real life?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
We're about to move on to the next segment, but real quick, I want to play this video here, and I want to see what you guys respond to it. This video actually just dropped. It's a clip of Rick Ross talking to the PBD podcast, and Rick Ross had some interesting things to say. So let's take a listen to this for a second.
No.
You're not putting Drake at your level.
No, see, you might be, I could see it in your eyes, you might be confused with the numbers and all of the fake numbers, flood the marketplace, 50 something. That shit ain't nothing. Remember what I told you, the streets are the streets. If Drake was what he thought, what you think he was or what he thought he was, he would have been able to clear all this shit up, address it, and been moved on. He's still suing the label. That's like him. He might sue you for speaking of him on this situation.
Did you listen to Iceman, the new?
I listened to some of it. My engineer it was horrendous. My homies actually sat there and they lost an hour of their life for this shit.
Listen to it.
Yeah.
Are they recovering?
Yeah, trauma.
It's tough.
It is.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Now, by the way,
when you've been waiting after you've seen people put ice blocks in the middle of places and promoted and marketed, and the world knew what day it was coming out, and the shit came out and really, folded.
But have you personally listened to every single one of the tracks in the new album?
No, I couldn't do it. I mean, Pitchfork gave it, I said it was mid. Mid meant 5. Pitchfork gave it a 4 point something. No, but it was like, no one's my friend. You left me alone. Oh my, it's that type of shit. Got to be a boss out here, man.
So nothing that would be in your new playlist that you were showing.
Was it anything in my recent playlist?
I didn't hear all of them. I don't know if you got to, by which one did you stop? 5?
I'm not
did
sure.
You make it to 5 or 6?
I'm not sure. You got to realize when it was going, it's music people that's on my team I allow them to be you could be a Drake fan if you like his music. I'm not going to tell you, no, don't put, we're not on that type of shit. Listen to it if you want to listen to it. And I had people that listened to it. By the 5th song they came out, they was like, damn, this shit whack. And they went back in, listened to it. I'm like, it's not nothing that's dope. You don't hear nothing like Jay-Z and Alicia Keys from New York. I say you don't hear none of that. This is a motherfucker who always bringing up Michael Jackson. What a Billie Jean at? What a Thriller. And
Open floor, reactions to that.
I want to say one thing. I think it's not fair to criticize somebody's work when you don't hear it all. But I do want to say, him not listening to it, he's got a proper assessment of what the album is, because it's not that good. It's just not that good. And it's down for him. And, the first thing he said, I hope everybody paid attention, the fake numbers. We all know it. We work in it. I know y'all look at it and y'all see it, but we know what's going on. This is all, they just make it up as they go. and no, the project is not good, guys. Hitta, I'm sorry. It's you put out 43 songs and you only got 10 of them or 7 of them that people are talking about it. That's just a terrible ratio. If I don't know if you got kids, but if your kid came home and said, yeah, Dad, it was 43 questions on the test. I got 7 right. That's a problem. That's a problem, Hitta. Out of 43 songs, we only talking about 6 or 7 of them. That's bad.
Or even if we go with what Billboard looks like, they're reporting that Drake might have 14 out of the top 15 songs on the charts. 14 out of 43 ain't that great either.
Not good.
But this is after 4 days. What? 4 days. 4 days and 43 songs.
It won't get no bigger, Hitta. It won't get no bigger than it is now because the other songs that's on there aren't hit records. Them a lot of album cuts. The Bestie song where he took the Chicago sound. If he do a remix for the Florida joint, the Justina or whatever it is, and then the Future. That's it. Them the four songs possibly that can go out of 43. He ain't no that turn the radio off, man. That ain't going, man.
Too hard for the radio.
It's not.
That's shebang.
It's a bad flip. Mac Dre somewhere up in heaven.
And then on Maid of Honor, the joint with Sexy Red, Cheetah Print.
Stop, man.
That's gonna pop in the club, brother.
Stop. What club, man? What are we talking about?
Okay.
Yo, no, I say this to hit his point. Maid of Honor by far is getting the best reviews. Rolling Stone actually gave it. Pitchfork gave it an 8. Rolling Stone gave it.
That's the up tempo album.
That's the song Bestie. The Bestie song on there. That's my best. Where my Bestie at? That's getting some work. But I said 4.
Outside Tweaking too.
I like Outside Tweaking, but I'm talking about what's gonna go to carry the record.
Well, you gotta understand, man. Iceman is the vent record. But he got 2 other albums. He got one full of slow jams, strictly for vibing, strictly for ladies. You know what I'm saying? And then you got the Maid of Honor album. That's strictly for the women who want to get out there and dance. You know what I'm saying? Like for real. Come on, man. We gotta give this a little more credit.
What's the mood, temperature, environment like in Houston right now with the release of these Drake?
Everybody playing it everywhere. We all playing it. I just came back. It was my birthday this weekend.
Happy birthday,
man! Appreciate you. Yeah, it was. So I was outside. It was my birthday.
This what you did, dog. This what you did. You set your computer up, right? And you set a bunch of scenes. And you sat in your room, you turned the song on, and then you closed your eyes, and you imagined you was outside, and you thought everybody was playing it.
No, sir. No, sir. On Sunday Fun Day in Houston, we did Chapman Kirby, we did Tribeca, everybody, brand new Drake. Saturday night, we was at the Address. We did the Pink House and Area 29. Friday night, we was at Sakai with the radio station 979 The Box. It was a whole Drake weekend, and it was on my birthday, man. I felt like this was great, man. This is really great.
Well, happy birthday to you, me
Appreciate it.
We gonna pray for Houston.
Hey, man, I know. Hey, check this out, man. Y'all can feel how y'all feel, but at the end of the day, when you go back and check out the body of work, and as you listen to it again and again, guess what? Well, not even again and again. If all you gotta do is listen to it like twice, you will start to hear the wordplay. You gotta listen to the full body of work.
One second, applause. I want to. I know we're coming up on Stats curfew here in a second, but I want to get this out before Stats got to bounce. Big shout out to Screwface John. 1 second, applause. He's got a super chat here, and he says, "I'm sorry, I need dates on when Trump's White House used Kendrick's music because I'm looking and maybe I missed it, but I don't see it. I see Obama used it. So if anybody can
Google White House Trump TikTok debut Kendrick. Google that and it'll pop right up. Okay. The first TikTok when the White House made their TikTok, they used. I was surprised to see it too. So I already know how y'all get down here. I'm gonna be like, fuck Elle Janelle. She shouldn't have never said that. I was surprised too. I was like, what the hell? But it was their first. It was their first TikTok, and he said Trump supposedly. I never saw this TikTok. Yeah, Trump supposedly said some shit like "I am your voice" or something like that. So I was surprised to see that shit. And I felt a little fake because kind of when I saw that I was like, maybe niggas don't got to. Which makes me kind of.
Hitta, where do you rank this? Because you never answered the question. Where do you rank this in Drake's albums? Like, where do you
which
rank
one?
these?
Iceman.
all three of them. Just any. Is this a top? Any of these make Drake's top 3 albums he ever put out?
I can honestly say no.
You say no, right?
I can honestly say no. I'm still digesting this music just like everybody else. But I'm not gonna sit up here and say, "Oh, this is the worst thing that Drake has ever put out." Oh, this is just so terrible. No, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not. I can't. I just because I was really listening to the music, and it's not terrible music.
Well, we're comparing Drake to Drake here, and so something's got to be last. Something to consider. BK, you said you had something you want to say?
Well, I was just thinking because I know there's a larger conversation about like how soon is too soon to review something or have first thoughts on it or react to it or give your take or whatever. And while I think that there is something to like sitting with music and letting it breathe, and there's songs that like, I mean, I did that with Isaiah Rashad's album where I heard it the first time and I was like, okay, maybe I need to like listen to it again. I don't know how y'all think about like that conversation more generally, but I think that like you can hear something one time and know like in your bones, it kind of involuntarily, kind of somatically, if it hits. And I feel like with Iceman, I don't know that anything is hitting like culturally where it's just universally undeniable. I've heard people have different favorites. I feel like Make Them Pay is probably the one that like we all kind of agree. The production, shout out Overcast, the production was great. He was really vulnerable on that track. Like that where I was like, oh wow, like Iceman should have just been like a bunch of Make Them Pays, low key. But and it didn't feel like beef specific too much. Like it was, but I don't know what y'all think about like how soon is too soon to review something, or is it still valid on first listen if you're like, nah, this is a hit or this is a classic? Like, I mean, what do y'all think about that?
Professor Sky, you opened your Iceman video talking about how before you guys scream on me, just know that I had an 8-hour drive and the only thing I listened to exclusively was Iceman.
Yes.
So if you could respond to BK, you'd be the first one up. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, well, I mean, I find it interesting because I think Drake really shot himself in the foot by releasing 3 albums at once at midnight because he had all the reactors at like 2:30 in the morning listening to Habibti being like, oh, I'm sure this is, I mean, that album will put you to sleep, you know, with a cup of coffee. So like, yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason why I listened to it for 8 straight hours because I do not like Drake as a person. I don't like the guy, right? So because I don't like the guy, I want to give his music a real chance because I do respect him as an artist, even if I don't respect him as a human being. And like, that was it. I mean, it took me, truthfully, like the first 5 songs, I thought they all hit pretty well. Even Ran to Atlanta. When I saw the song title, I was like, oh Jesus, this album is going to be torture. Like, I mean, the torture was saved for Habibti, but like, I really thought it was just going to be terrible. But like, they're all pretty well made. So I mean, people often, because when you're a music critic or when you do reviews, people say, how can you possibly know? I mean, if you've really figured out your taste and you really know what you like, it's pretty easy to predict, like when the Isaiah Rashad album came out, that definitely did take more time, not because I liked it or didn't like it, but I knew there was going to be depth there that I needed time with. Whereas with Iceman, like to hit his points, like, okay, who's he insulting? Who's he insulting? The first track was like, oh my God, he's doing the thing that they've been begging him to do on Culture United for the last month. He's telling the truth. He's talking about his feelings. He's all vulnerable. And then he's like, psych, I'm going to do something else. But yeah, so I don't know. I think it depends on the person, but I know that my first take is never worth like memorializing, but it always is a factor in how I treat the art because it matters what you hear the first time.
1 second pause. Open floor.
Well, listen, I want to tell all y'all that I love you dearly, all of you guys. And my boy Hitta, listen, man, this has been very entertaining, man. I appreciate you for even coming on here and standing tall for your guy, even though you know his album's not that good. Deep down in your soul, you know it, man. And I appreciate you for wearing your white, your Iceman and all through it. But you, at the end of the day, by August, we'll all come back and Justin will get us on the phone and you'll be like, yeah, Stat, man, this album ain't really hit, man. You know what I'm saying?
Really? Nah, man. I tell you what. So when it comes down to the Hot BT album, I think that's probably like the worst one, man. I think that probably rank at the bottom. Now I'll put Iceman pretty much up there because, like I said, man, there was a lot of bars and there's a lot of stuff to unpack in there. Maid of Honor is probably the best one out of the three, like Justin said. And I was doubting Justin at first, but as I took the time to listen to it, that's the more up tempo, the more 2026 music. And then, like I said, Iceman is probably like the vent album. Like, I need to get this off my chest. Like, I can't hold it no more. Here, boom. But let me give y'all something to dance to, and let me, get this other album off so I can try and get on up out of here. You know what I'm saying? So I think that was pretty much the mindset. But I'm not, I didn't have an in-depth conversation with Drake to know that though. You know what I'm saying?
And listen, all good. I don't want nothing to change with our relationship. Me and Justin don't want to put you in no situation. We know he coming down. He gonna hit his dog when he hit the city. You know what I'm saying? So we want to keep it right with you. But you and I know what's going on. Deuces, y'all.
Bye, Stat.
Bye.
Nice, like applause. Okay. Now, I do want to say this in terms of BK's question about how soon is too soon. It's up to everybody on their own. I think that album reviews have always come out when the albums come out. Now, the difference was artists used to get the music, or publications would get the music early, have time to sit with it, and write towards that music. But really, since the late aughts, that's been happening less and less and less. And so we have been in a rush to get your opinion out environment at least 16 years, right? At least 16 years we've been here. And that was based off of SEO. Now, the thing that's happened is that we went from like, I gotta get this review out in like the next day or two or three, to like, I need to get this reaction video up now. I need to get my tweets off now. I need to get my IG video TikToks off now. And so I think what that has done to the conversation has made an emphasis on snark, an emphasis on comedy, an emphasis on things that naturally just go viral be part of how people convey what their feelings are. And so a lot of times you'll get some of the best reviews that are hilarious, at least most watch reviews or viral clips that go around that are hilarious, but don't necessarily get you into where the album might actually really be. For me personally, if it's an album that I'm like really passionate about reviewing, I try to have it up within 2 days. But I'm also the type of reviewer who's gonna listen to music in multiple different situations before I put pen to paper. I'll invite people over to my house and be like, yo, why don't y'all come through, kick it, have some drinks or whatever, let's just chill over here. And I'll just play that album exclusively there and just see how soon it takes for them to tell me to skip, right? I'll go drive around the city and do that. I will, you know what I mean, put it on, blast it in the gym before I even get to the point where I'm sitting down and listening to the album while reading the lyrics. Because music's an environment thing, at least for me. I know that those environments have become more narrow as time's gone on. More people are spending more time in their headphones. More people are, hearing songs through reactors on YouTube or things like that. But I try to at least give it, for me, it's less about the amount of time and more about the number of places that I'm experiencing the album. And generally speaking, if I have a deadline, like I decided that I was in no hurry to give a review to Drake's album, for me personally. And the reason I did that was because of three things. One, it's a lot, right? Two, we got a first day reaction. I've got a first day video up on my channel. I've got a midweek coverage of what the conversations are around it. And part of that is also how I'm experiencing this album, because this is a very unique situation. But then also three, it's like, he flooded the zone. There is so much going on throughout this whole process that I honestly don't think that it would be fair to the artist. It would be not the artist, it would be fair to my audience to just give my reaction based off of a narrow understanding of what these projects really are. Now, I can tell you how I feel about it very easily. I think that from track 1 to Make 'Em Pay, you're probably pretty good. You're probably pretty good. Make 'Em Cry, Dusty, Ran to Atlanta, Whisper My Name, Janice Shut the Fuck Up, whatever's right after that, and Make 'Em Pay, you're straight. You're straight. And my experience listening to that, I feel like he actually ran out of steam after that. There's some great beats that have less great rhymes on them. There's a lot of perplexing bars. A lot of perplexing bars. There's a meme going around right now talking about how Drake is credited as the only writer on everything, and it feels like it. And I don't mean that as a shot. I mean that in terms of like how dynamic Drake can be. If you go listen to, if you're reading this, it's too late. Go listen to the amount of the flows and pockets he finds on that album. Go listen to that. And you're like, okay, this is amazing, but you understand how music is collaborative at a lot of times, and that is what's happening there. You know, go listen to Nothing Was the Same. Like, this Drake here sounds like Heart Part 6 Drake. It sounds like a lot of Family Matters Drake in here. Like, flow-wise, a lot of it. And he's cooking from a flow standpoint, but then when I start to sit with his perspective, it gets very narrow. And that's always been my challenge with Drake. I find Drake to be very narrow. And the narrow lanes that he occupies, he can be a titan within those things. But after track 6, just like most of my experience with Drake's music, after track 6, I feel like it kind of hurt it all. And that is the real challenge. What Hitta was talking about earlier was me and him were going back and forth last week, or earlier this week, about these projects. And Hitta was extolling, just like he was today, Iceman. And I told him Maid of Honor is, to me, the best one. Because that one, at least, from a listening standpoint, didn't feel conventional. Whether he executes everything at the level that Rolling Stone is telling me or at the level that Pitchfork is telling me, because I listen to this and I feel like there's a lot of versions of this music that have a lot more seasoning on them. I'm not saying that as a shot, but from just listening to what Drake has put out, these 3 projects, that's the one that's at least most interesting, particularly because of I think the production itself forced Drake into different pockets that he doesn't choose to explore on Iceman or Habibti, which there's literally one song in there I like that's classic. But I think when it comes to how much time we're going to spend reviewing something, how long is too long or how long is not enough, that's just up to the listener and who they want to trust at that point in time. Open floor.
I tend to agree with the Maid of Honor take, but it's also because like you're, as a listener, if you love rap music and you love hip hop, you're kind of off the hook from trying to think about whether or not Drake is doing that well, because like he is doing something that other rappers don't try to do, right? Like to give him credit, like other rappers don't try to make like international Latin beat, Afro beat, club banger, like, so you can just sort of feel free. And the thing I feel, though, on that album, he kind of feels like a passenger. I don't know. It feels like Gordo, the producer, is doing a lot of work. Whoever else is writing is doing a lot of work. He's good, but maybe it's the best project because it's the least Drakey. Like, it doesn't really have a perspective other than just like, I'm horny and here's my mom, you know? Sorry, that
applause.
you have a really good breakdown of Maid of Honor and the Freudian aspects of it, and like the whole "here's my mom" hoe phase, "here's my mom" fingers. There's some things going on. Yeah, it's very cringe.
Yeah, but yeah, well, that's awesome. We got. I think that's. Oh, sorry. Were you saying something, BK?
No, I like y'all's perspectives on that. I've just been seeing that as like it's too quick. Like, there's no way, and like there is some merit to like how long it takes you to listen to 43 songs and like.
Yeah, look, people need to understand that everybody's opinion isn't necessarily worth the same weight. I respect everybody's right to have an opinion, but I'm not listening to certain people when I go to certain places. I don't go to the mechanic and listen to the doctor. Okay, I go listen to the mechanic. Right, and so there are people who have through years of experience or institutional knowledge or just an expertise in a space, any given space, movies, video games, whatever it is, like who I trust their opinion because it includes all of those things. I'm not necessarily going to go to, someone I don't necessarily see the reputation that they've earned to get their opinions on certain things. And that's not a knock, because here's a great example. I will go to a Drake superfan, for example, and check out their review. Now, if their review is just shallow and just like, oh, this is the best ever, I love this song's great, this song's great, this song's not great, whatever, I'm not gonna retain that the same way. But there are Drake superfans out there who could do a fantastic job of contextualizing what's happening within the music and how it's different from his previous work, or how that community was moved by a moment, right? My favorite moment out of all of this stuff, and truthfully of Drake's albums over the past, since the second half of Scorpion, is Princess. Not necessarily one of my favorite songs, it's the last song of Maid of Honor. That whole album is a party album. And truthfully, Maid of Honor is supposed to be listened to last. So this is like the last song of the three. He goes through whatever he's going through emotionally, Habibti, because that is just sleepy, to very upset and revenge. And then he goes to party, he's outside tweaking, they're popping all kinds of drugs, they're putting stuff on all kinds of songs. And then Princess, he finds some chick dead in the bathroom, right? And so that is a very dark conclusion to someone who doesn't get dark like that, like contextually, that I'm used to. I'm not used to Drake doing that kind of stuff. I don't think it necessarily saves my macro opinion of most of what's going on at this point in time, but I can recognize that there is a narrative thread here, and that's not something I'm also really used to from Drake, you know what I mean? Now, if I'm a Drake fan, I'm not necessarily someone I would describe as someone who is lightly critical on Drake. I'm heavy-handed in my criticism a lot of times when it comes to Drake, but I can look at this through the lens of a Drake fan who might find appreciation in that. You know what I mean? And so that's what I'm looking for when I'm looking at who is telling me what's good and what's not good. Word up. The main show. Oh, is that Hitta? You got something to say? Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
I got you. Okay, my bad. There you go.
Yeah, I got a lot to say. You know what I'm saying? So check this out, man. Drake's, the context of the content is new. This is new progressive music. If you listen to how the music is transitioning, on Maid of Honor, he does a great job of mixing Afro beats with a little bit of reggae tone. Those are good songs that people were playing all weekend this weekend. Everybody I've talked to, they like the Maid of Honor the most. But however, online, the topic of conversation continues to be Iceman. And that's not even the best album. You know what I'm saying? However, on Iceman, he's dropping bars. It has content. There's a lot of Easter eggs to unpack. There's no way you can unpack all of those Easter eggs and fully have them in context in less than a week. I'm talking about for anybody. Now, we can listen to it. Yeah, this is our first impression. And first impressions does a lot. When you meet somebody, when you first hear something, the first time you smell good cologne, first time you eat good food or bad food, the first impression is everything. So for some people, it might not have given off that first impression that you know, like, oh, yeah. But as you continue to listen, as I've continued to listen, I begin to appreciate the Iceman album more and more.
I feel like where did the Easter eggs lead to? Am I interested in that? Me personally, no. And also, maybe Maid of Honor should have just been the drop. But Iceman was the one that he promoted and rolled out, and I feel like that's
right.
Me. And maybe I prefer Drake with the Melody, Summer Vibes Drake. Like I said, honestly, Nevermind was. I still play that when the summer rolls around, around my birthday, every year since that came out, except for 2024. But maybe he should have just dropped Maid of Honor and said, let's just, because in 2024, he was like, Summer Vibes coming, and they never came. Maybe he should have just went with the Maid of Honor Party album that he was dropping. Instead of you don't drop Ice in the summer. You know?
I kind of agree with you. I really agree with you. On that, because, Maid of Honor is clearly the best album. Now, Habibti, I can't make excuses for that one. You know that's for the ladies. You know I can't make no excuses for that. Am I gonna play it? Was that for me? Was that for us? Maybe, maybe not. It wasn't for me though. You know, I think that was like that kind of ranks like toward the bottom. I don't think he's ever had an album just slow like that. Even the Party Next Door, even the album he did with Party Next Door, had a little bit more pace to it. You know what I'm saying?
I 100% agree with that. If we're looking at attempted R&B albums, Some Sexy Songs for You is the one to listen to. I would not get caught up in Habibti. I would, I could go back a year because he ain't been gone that long. I go back last year and I go listen to what he put out last year because that one, and I don't know if it's the party's influence or how that one feels more intentional, like they were rolling out one album instead of trying to surprise people with two extra ones. I think that one hits the mark in a different kind of way. And, it's really interesting, right? And I want to say this and we'll move on to our next segment real quick, but it's really interesting in retrospect. I think I'm on the fence about whether or not Drake has underserved his fans in this situation. I think from a volume standpoint, everybody should be happy. People who like Drake R&B songs, well, they got something they can focus on. Maybe they'll like Habibti, maybe they won't, but they got something they can focus on. The idea is to give people who like his dance stuff, international, something to focus on, and his rap fans to give something to focus on. I understand what the mission is, but part of what the rumor is that this gets him out of his contract. Now, Joe and John over at the Popcast came out and said, it's confusing. There's a lot of stuff going on. They talked to people on both sides of this conversation, and neither side would confirm that this gets him out of his deal, right? So that's still up in the air, which tells me it's not certain that this will get him out of his deal. So if it's not certain that it's going to get him out of his deal, he dropped 3 albums, and only one of the surprise ones, is actually getting the best response. Probably an opportunity just to take the best songs from each one of them, put them on one project, and then now you have a statement piece that everyone can react to that contains the best. And so rather than now, if I was a Drake fan now, I'd probably get tired of watching all these people say all these different things when it's, there's good stuff that you can find in all of them, because I do like Classic off of Habibti. That's the one song I actually do like. But instead, we still found a way to come away feeling, at least I've come away feeling how I've felt about Drake projects since the second half of Scorpion, which is there's way too much going on here. You know what I mean? So it's like he did the same thing for the numbers or for his deal and to make these statements, but from an art standpoint, as I connect with it, I still feel the same. And I wonder if over time Drake fans will say the same thing, because there's a lot of hoopla every time Drake drops, but Drake fans, if you go listen to them talk enough, they will let the cat out of the bag. And when they describe Iceman, they say, yo, he ain't rapped this good since Views. This is best joint since Scorpion. Well, last year, 2 years ago, they told me he's the greatest in the world. He just wiped the floor with Kendrick Lamar. They tell me all the time how flawless his catalog is, but you listen to them talk about this album, he ain't done this one since, if you're reading this, it's too late. That lets you know how they actually kind of feel about the project. Open floor.
That's a great point. I also feel like, Iceman was described as like the venting project. What was Plot Twist? What was Fighting Irish Freestyle? What was fucking What Did I Miss? Like, I just feel like he didn't have to do Iceman because he did the shit he did on Iceman, which is, diss these people, the same people that he's been dissing and all that stuff. But I don't know. When I did the live reaction, I was like, why didn't he just take the best of all three and put it on one cohesive project? Like a Nothing Was the Same or a Scorpion, where you get kind of an A-sides, B-sides type of. That's just.
Do we know where the narrative came from that he's doing this to get out of his label? Did someone just make it up? Because if nobody knows, because I'm obsessed with this. Because in 1996, I bought Prince's Chaos and Disorder because I love Prince. You open up the thing, the J card, and it says, "I made this album to get out of my deal. it's not my best, essentially. Like, he lets you know. Then he leaves Warner Brothers, and then he goes independent, and he releases a triple album, Emancipation, and the whole thing is great, and it shows like his artistry and his creativity. He didn't like punish his fans on the way out of a label, because it's like punishing. Like, it legitimately, Habibti is a punishment. Like, you listen to the songs halfway through, you're like, God damn, what did I do to you, Drake? I mean, I know, I've said a lot of bad things.
I didn't feel like that. I didn't feel like that. I just feel like, you know, this is something you probably like play when, you know, with your girl. Like, if you just chilling at the crib with your girl,
If she can't
Netflix
sleep.
chill, something in the background, you know. Hey
Even
man,
Sexy Red is asleep on that album. Sexy Red's like, over here, over there. Oh, sorry, one second.
It ain't that bad. It wasn't that bad, but it wasn't his greatest work. I'm not even gonna front. You know what I'm saying?
I'm interested in what Elle had to say about the review thing. If you had any strong thoughts about that, or if you even had any strong thoughts about Iceman.
I have strong thoughts about all of this, but because my life is all over the place, I got here so late that now I cannot just the producer in me cannot bring myself to just butt in and be like, I think this, I think this, I think that. So
The
a part of
producer's
me
not here.
is
Go for it,
mad.
Elle.
A part of me is so mad because I have so much shit to say. I think he did the 3. And let me see if I can remember it all just off the top of my head. I think he did the 3 albums because so many people were asking for so many different things that he attempted to do the one thing that we all have been told you cannot do, which is make everyone happy. I understand the idea of, well, maybe he only had 3 albums left in his contract and now to get him out of his contract, but I haven't seen enough evidence to prove that that is true. And then I also know that a lot of time in people's contracts, they have like this clause that means that they have to be spaced out. So I don't even know if you can drop 3 on the same day and they count as the 3, because sometimes they have to have some space in between to stop people from doing that. But we don't know what's in Drake's contract, so we don't know. So I think that's why he did that. I cannot make it through Habibti. I cannot. I tried like 5 times. I can't make it through it. I'm just getting to the point where Maid of Honor, I'm starting to get it. I know that I'm not the target audience for it. But again, I think Drake is a pop star. Like I notice a lot of people are shifting back into, well, maybe he's hip hop. I am okay with the idea that Drake is a pop star. He's using rap as his genre that he's pulling from for pop. And so to me, it's a pop album. So I kind of look at it the same way as all these other girls or men who make pop albums that I be hearing in these different stories. And I don't know what the fuck is going on. It sounds like, I guess we're on some boat or something somewhere. So I just imagine maybe it just wasn't for me, but I still can kind of understand, like, okay, if I was in like Russia in a basement and it wasn't no windows and everybody was doing like ketamine, I guess this would work. Cool. I think Iceman is a great album. I think that it was pretty barred up, but again, barred up on a pop level. So this is where I'm clashing with a lot of people. I am not judging Drake on a hip hop level. I think that Drake's goal is to water shit down. It's like he's the opposite of dumb it down. It's like he's doing what Jay said when he was like, if skills sold, truth be told, I'll be, but he wants the money. So I feel like what Drake is trying to do is have a little bit of good music, a little bit of snazzy bars, but it's watered all the way down to where everybody can get it. Like, you remember we had Simba and Mickey on here a couple weeks ago, and they was like, yeah, we're barred up, but we want the people to be screaming our names in the stadiums. And if we barred up too much, then they're not going to accept it, which broke my heart, if I'm being honest. I really hated that they said that. I was like, no, please, because y'all know I'm a bars girl.
I did
so
too.
I think it was barred up, but Drake didn't write that shit. So although I recognize, like, oh, okay, this is the bar. Like, a lot of people don't like that. I got my shit in the arenas like Gilbert Arenas. That's a bar to me. Like, Gilbert Arenas got his fucking gun snuck in the arena, got his shit in the arenas like Gilbert Arenas. That's a fucking bar. But do I give the props to Drake for that? No. I want to know who the writers are. Everybody keeps talking about my content. I think I'm going to go around and find all of the writers because them niggas is rapping. I don't know what the fuck Drake doing, but them writers is rapping their ass off. And interesting, I'm just going on a long rant, Justin, because I was late, so I couldn't get my shit out.
Do you think?
To be honest, if you keep pulling the wait, would you pull the top back, the cap back? If you keep pulling the cap back or the top off, you'll find most of this rap is not written by the people who is rapping it. There's a whole underground system of writers. They're trading each other. It's almost like they're clocking into work. They writing all of the rap girly songs. They writing a bunch of these rap nigga songs. It's their secret job. They're the secret rap Illuminati of the rap game, where it's all these unknown people who are writing all these things. So I would love to interview some of them, because I do, as a person who like bars, the Iceman shit, I appreciated the way the fucking bars came out. Do I give Drake props for that? Not really, because you're not writing that shit, which still kind of bothers me some, but I recognize that the rap game has shifted to where niggas don't mind ghostwriters now.
I think you wrote it.
That happened, but it happened.
Look, I'll say this. I agree with Hitta on this. I actually think Drake wrote this, and I think there's certain
Hell
tells.
no.
And here's why I think that. I think there's certain tells, right? Like if you listen to Drake, the amount of time on Iceman he spends ending with the same rhyming word on the song. I had the right motivation, but then I was on vacation, and then I got back and felt like alliteration. I'm making it up, but that's to give you an example of like the amount of time he does that. That's so Drake. Drake been doing that since day one. There's a lot of people out here who's like the Heart Part 6. We know Drake wrote that one in the battle. That's exactly what Heart Part 6 does. Like that is the tell to me. When he that is the Drake 100% flow. Now, did he get some help with some punchlines here and there? I don't know, but I actually think Drake wrote this. And in my mind, it would make sense too, because I think Drake is also trying to prove a lot of points. When he was dissing everybody, he was trying to prove points. When the little bit that he does open up about emotionally how he feels. I was talking to my therapist, but I see myself in the glasses, but I can get distracted because she's very attractive or whatever it is. That is such a Drake thing, right? It's the little bit he opens up, I think that feeds that as well. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me. But like, the amount of time he does that all through these projects, he almost does it exclusively. Maybe I'm wrong. See, let me know, because did you hear it the same way? Do you feel like he's in the same sort of pockets or rhyme scheme?
I definitely did. I thought he was there.
Yeah,
I thought the flow was like intentional. Like this was so personal. Could nobody else write this for you?
Cap.
Like this was you sitting back, simmering. You probably had the album ready to go, and you was like, nah, I didn't say this, I didn't say that. Let's take a significant amount of time, let's push it back, and let's bring this thing out perfect. And then let's shoot videos to it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think.
No way Drake wrote all this shit. I think we are looking at, you know how people go out shopping and they be like, let me show you my haul. Drake bought all this shit. I was listening to the album like, this is the Drake haul of going around and saying, what style you guys got over here in the Bay? I'll take 3 of those. What style you people got over here in Atlanta? I'll take 2 of those. What style y'all got over here? Let me get 3 of those. What you writing? What you got? I think he went through and analyzed it. Maybe he started some of it and other people filled it in. But I'm telling you, the way, like, that is such a good thing to uncover. I do not think people realize how much this shit is ghostwritten. Not just Drake. Too, it is a whole ecosystem of these niggas that's writing all these songs for everybody. So I think Drake just had a good enough budget to go get the best niggas to write it. Yes, Drake can rap, like the actual ability of rapping it. I think I heard somebody say earlier he has a great rap voice. I would say maybe that is true, but I do not at all give him the props that he wrote those. And to be clear, I understand that I said bars. It's a different tier of bars. Not the bars niggas that's up here, but like trying to catch that mid bars, just to be clear. Cause it's like back rhymes, super barsy up niggas, and the common person don't really like either one of these. It's like this beautiful middle that people try to get to. And I think if we're only judging it on the beautiful middle, there were bars in there. Do I think Drake wrote more than 30%, 25% of that? Absolutely the fuck not. Hell no.
1 second applause. All right, word up. That's our main discussion. 9 second applause to everybody. Oh, wait, no. I forgot. We got one more thing.
Second applause?
It kind of was.
Yeah.
I caught myself. I spoke too fast because I do want to do this thing. I think with all the talk of these 3 new Drake albums and how good they are, how good they're not, right? I think this next segment will do a good job of putting all of that into context. And I think it's a perfect panel to do so. Okay, so this next segment is called More Classic. We broke this out a couple of weeks ago, called More Classic. More Classic is very simple. You take one artist, and you look at 2 albums in their catalog, and you decide which ones are more classic. All right, and so for this,
let's get more classics in the chat, everybody. Come on.
More classic. That's what it is.
How many O's, Justin? How many O's in more classic?
I don't know, 6. 6 sounds about right for the 6th God today. Something like that. That works, you know what I'm saying? So more classic, today's more classic is comparing Drake's Take Care or Drake's Nothing Was the Same. Which one of these is more classic?
Nothing Was the Same. And I'm gonna be honest, I've been arguing with people about this too for years. So I've actually had this argument 1,000 times. Most people say Take Care. Most people say Take Care, especially the super Drake fans. They say Take Care. To me, I think Nothing Was the Same is the only classic album that Drake actually has. Nothing Was the Same was crazy. Front to back. That shit was outstanding. Do It Again. That's it. It's Nothing Was the Same for me.
Okay, dope. So while we're gonna do this real quick, let's see.
Wait, did I answer too fast?
No, you're fine. I forgot to put the poll up here for the audience. We've been trying out these widgets. StreamYard made some updates, y'all. They added widgets so we can get polls going. They also made it so that you can adjust the size, customize the size of any bug you want to put on the screen. So if you want to be like, subscribe, you can make it fit to whatever your background is. They didn't have that before. 1 second applause. And so we're going to use this widget here, and we're going to have option 1 is Take Care, and option 2 is Nothing Was the Same. And you guys vote by pressing either 1 or 2, and then we're going to see if what the audience, you all, determine matches up with where the panel lives. So right now we have Elle saying Nothing Was the Same. So Nothing Was the Same is 1. Open floor.
I totally agree. Also, love that, Sky, you were saying more classic again. And because Justin, I say that because Justin, you have such a great voice, because the only song that I saved from Iceman was Don't Worry. And every time you sang that, you would say RC party. And so every time I hear that, I just say it like how you say it anyway.
Duh.
But it's Nothing Was the Same. It's Nothing Was the Same, hands down. I think if I'm remembering the context of when this dropped, he was trying to prove that like he can actually rap, and like everybody was like, "Oh, you just a soft hand, light skin nigga," and basically you're the guy that Wayne said we gonna be all right if we put Drake on every hook. Like it was giving hook, it was giving people weren't taking him seriously for his raps, and then he gave us Tuscan Leather to open the album, and I feel like that's still one of his best intros. Tuscan Leather is on the same album as Just Hold On, We're Going Home, which was a massive song for him. Also, I believe Pound Cake is on Nothing Was the Same.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
like, I got a pound cake.
Hello.
That's upside down cake. What? Get them a red nose. They clown cakes. Come on now.
Yo, that shit, that was some shit. And this is my thing, is that like I genuinely grew up listening to Drake as a late elementary school, middle school, high school, early into college, like soundtrack to my life. And I'm telling you, the shit he's putting out from Her Loss to now is not as good as even these 2 albums. But I feel like I listened to Take Care recently, and it's to me it's very like trapped in the time in which it was made. Like if I want to hear like headlines or Make Me Proud or whatever, it puts me back in like school dance era, and it's very nostalgic. Whereas like I would listen to Nothing Was the Same, like seriously for real, and still get stuff out of it. And like, it feels more timeless, which is why I feel like it is, you know, his classic. But people will say Take Care maybe because it's super like commercially successful. But
They're both commercially successful.
I thought you were just about to say commercial period. Like that's how I kind of look at it. Like Motto is on Take Care, which I mean that was a huge song, but it's not a better song than like worse. Fuckers never loved us. Like come on now. Like,
yeah,
it's just not better, but and maybe more palatable.
Well, we've got other people who want to contribute real quick before you guys start going back and forth. But we got.
Last thing.
Yeah, there you go.
The Weeknd's fingerprint is too much on this, and I think the theory was that he contributed / wrote a good bit of this. It was very, very Weeknd heavy, so it might have been just a little bit more, had that a little bit more pop tinge. But that's my last thing. Yeah.
Word up. We got 2 for nothing was the same. Hitta, what you got? Oh, shit. I got you on mute. I keep forgetting it, man. You have so much feedback over there. There we go.
Well,
there's airspace, man.
We're going with the Take Care album due to the fact that you got to understand the singles that come off of the Take Care album that don't get their respect, especially Marvin's Room was on the Take Care album. Headlines, as she said before, Make Me Proud, like she said before, but you know, we still got the motto. You know what I'm saying? And the song with Lil Wayne, hell yeah, fucking right. Come on now. We gotta be for real. Take Care of yourself, and then we can't forget Crew Love. Now come on now. Let's just keep it a buck. That set the standard for what you hear from Drake now. And that's why I'm at with it.
1 second applause. I'm with that all day. What you got, Professor Sky? Which one is more classic?
More classic. Well, so this is a really tricky thing because when it's an artist you love, it's an impossible question to answer. Like the Mr. Morale GNX from a couple weeks ago. I was sitting there. I wasn't on the panel. I was watching. I was in the chat. And I can't believe this, right? But like, if you don't love an artist, this question is a lot easier because it's like, I don't love either of these albums. I don't have any personal relationship to these albums. I wasn't like checking for new music when these albums came out because I was having kids and stuff. So like I've gone back and listened to them, and it's like J. Cole. It's like 2014 is like the unit of J. Cole that is the most J. Cole will ever be. So Take Care is the most Drake can be. It's like the perfect unit of Drake. Even the cover, it's like the cover of Take Care is Drake as he is, and the cover of Nothing Was the Same as the Drake he wishes he was. I don't know. There's all sorts of things happening here. So it's like I don't particularly care for either of them, but if I had to say which one is more classic, I think it has to be Take Care. And also, I need to put in a plug. There's a YouTuber named Mother Rose who does mostly stuff on the Jackson family, which is really interesting, but she has a whole video about Take Care and the rise of benevolent misogyny in hip-hop. Just look that up if you're interested in the kind of stuff we're talking about, because she takes Drake's misogyny like all the way back to Take Care and really like lays out the ways that it like showed up. Anyways, that's you should run the videos up, the views on that, because that's a great video on this album, which is tied for more classic, which means only Justin can break the tie, huh?
1 second applause. And it is up to me, and this is very easy for me. Take Care. Take Care is more classic, and I'll explain. I'll explain this, right? For a few reasons. One, Take Care is the album that successfully changed Drake's perception for the first time for a whole lot of people. When you start getting tracks like Hell Yeah, Fucking Right, Under the Underground Kings, you know, a lot of people who are looking at Drake as he ain't. As someone who should be pushed outside of the conversation, that one got him in it. 2, when I think about moments where I like really connected with stuff that Drake was talking about, Look What You've Done is still one of the shining jewels in his entire catalog. That song about his grandmother, that song about his mom, is just from production to vulnerability, is just on a whole nother level. 3, of all the Drake albums that came out, I went into that album so excited to hate. I couldn't wait to hate on that album. I was like, oh, we got another one. We had a great time hating on Thank Me Later. I'm not thanking you for shit. This is actually a pretty bullshit album to me. I couldn't wait to hate on Take Care. And then I started listening to it and I couldn't stop, right? From the fact that you got Andre 3000 on there, from, you know, the Marvin's Room side of things, Did The Weeknd do all of that album? Perhaps, but the conversation around Drake, which albums he did, is always there. I can't look at this album and saying this is more somebody else than any other Drake album. It just so happens that we know this person more than we might know who's behind the rest of them. He is clearly a collaborative writer, a collaborative community person who has done that his entire career. And so I can't look at which one, which project had more ghostwriters on it than another one. I think that's all the way up in the air. But I think when you look at how Drake's reputation was defined, I think this album right here really sets up Nothing Was the Same. And honestly, I don't get a lot of continuity in Drake's catalog when I think about projects back to back, right? I think we saw that with, he was a certified lover boy, Her Loss, Honestly Nevermind. I think that was trying to play continuity there, even though I think the continuity was more so in the branding than it was necessarily anything that I personally picked up in the music. But these two albums right here feel like brother-sister albums, because the Take Care album does a really good job of sort of separating the rapping from the singing, and I think Nothing Was the Same merges them together more often. But I think Nothing Was the Same, that whole album for me is my two favorite Drake songs are on it. Started From the Bottom and Worst Behavior. And the rest of that album to me, I feel like was doing things that I personally felt he sounded more earnest doing on Take Care. And that Jay-Z feature on there on Pound Cake, one of the worst Jay-Z features I ever heard in my life, in my opinion. I still think that to this day. What? Jay-Z rapping Pound Cake, cake, this cake, that cake. That to me is like, that's like Jay-Z walking in, writing his verse, and thinking about his verse in 12 minutes and walking out. You know, especially
Jay-Z shit. Can I get a tomato? That's some Jay-Z shit. And then I have another question.
Can he give himself a tomato?
I'm not doing that. I'm gonna give myself a 9-second applause.
He's
showing up his power.
He's the authoritarian now.
I have the board. Ha 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 ha.
Do you think Take Care has skips?
I think Take Care has, for me, way less skips than Nothing Was the Same.
Nothing Was the Same doesn't have skips.
Well, I mean, I understand you have a very powerful voice and a powerful opinion, and I love the way you flex it so effortlessly. I'm very, very entertained by your choice of framing here. But look, for real, I just went through this, right? I told you guys a couple of weeks ago, I went to the beach, had a staycation just to get away, and all I did was listen to Drake and Isaiah Rashad that weekend, because that's the weekend Isaiah Rashad came out. Fantastic album, definitely one of the top 3 albums that came out this year. 1 second applause to Isaiah Rashad. But I was going back through Drake and listening to all this stuff. And to me, Take Care, and If You're Reading It's Too Late, there's just a different echelon of Drake. Like, those two albums to me, especially if you're reading this, like, that dude came back with a vengeance. He had a lot to prove. And he did that in a bar-heavy fashion, which I really appreciate. But yeah. I also think that Nothing Was the Same exists because of Take Care and how much people love Take Care. I think Take Care primes the whole landscape for Nothing Was the Same. And in reverse, I don't think that Thank Me Later does that for Take Care. I think that after So Far Gone, people are like, yo, this cat's gonna be the next one. And then we get Thank Me Later, and it's like, who's this arrogant fuck from Canada? Right, and then you get Take Care, and he actually breaks convention, breaks people's stereotypes of him, and then he does a more condensed version of what he did on Take Care on Nothing Was the Same. So if we're talking about more classic, that's how I defined it. But it looks like it's a tie because
no, it's not. You broke our tie.
No, but the audience said Nothing Was the Same.
Woo, we back!
So y'all back. Y'all came back like Iceman. Iceman is back. And she speaks Farsi.
Hell no.
Second applause. we get Hitta wants to get in here. Hold a second. Look at this.
With party. Yeah. Well, hey man, I'm standing on my square, but it's great to hear y'all's opinion about it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I think a lot of the things that probably stray people away from supporting Drake the way that Drake supporters do is because of the personal jabs, the jabs that he's taking in his personal life. And I'm not saying no man is perfect. We've all sinned and fall short of the glory of God, you know. So who are we to judge, you know? But however,
kind of spirituality break on an album, that'd be amazing.
however, however, we're gonna talk about this music. Hey man, Iceman, great wordplay once again. Habidi, you know, that was a, you know, that could have very well been a hard drive dump, you know. And Maid of Honor, that's the classic. That's the one.
See, this is what I love about your hitters so much, because like, eventually, you get there, you know. And I love it. Thank you for getting there, because we started this conversation with the best album from the best artist, and it's the best ever. And now,
Drake is still,
we understand that Maid of Honor is really the one. That's the one.
Man, it is, but Drake is still the GOAT. He is still the greatest of all times.
The greatest one of all time.
The greatest rapper, musician, pop singer, all that. The greatest. That's the new king of pop. That's the new king of pop culture.
Your head's kind of
Is he not?
You're getting a little closer with the pop.
I mean, Kanye had it, but now all the talk is about Drake. Good, bad, ugly, whatever.
Hold on a second, Elle, let me finish. Hold on a second. Wait, say the one time, Hitta, and then Elle come in after he finishes talking, please.
I was saying he's the greatest rapper of all time. Whether it's pop, whether it's good press, bad press, you're talking about him. He's the topic of conversation. And it's all about Drake. Man, we at war. These folks just flew around the moon and all that stuff. And who we talking about right now? Drake. We won, baby. We won.
What you got, Elle? We're going to move on to the second show.
No comment.
Okay, word up. Thank you, guys. That's officially the end of the main discussion. Now, second applause. Word up. You tuned in live. This is Culture United. Hashtag See You Wednesdays every Wednesday right here. You can catch dynamic discussions with people who have strong feelings about artists that we all care about. That's what this platform is really about. Not everybody agrees, and I think that's one of the power of what we produce every week. So thank you guys for tuning in. We're now going to start the second show that is driven by all the emphatic things that this audience has to say every week. And there's some emphaticness in here. And there's a lot of people got a lot of things to say about you, Hitta. I will just say that up front. So don't get shocked if you see opinions.
All
Let's
right,
take applause to opinions. Oh, DJ Hard Hitta. We're going to start right here. This first one right here is from... You got the silk on.
Had to make sure I put on my Iceman outfit. You know,
Got you ready. What's second applause to the fit? All right.
you know, I had to make sure I put on my Iceman outfit. You know.
I feel you.
Your jacket purple leather?
You say what?
Nothing.
Nah, baby, we got the rollers, we got everything, baby. We looking good, baby.
I said it was the jacket purple label.
No, the jacket is just ice. This is ice. This is ice. It's just
Big shout out
ice.
to Cree4444 says, nah, I thought this guy was being sarcastic at first. Drake said Iceman was a nice man, now I'm cold. Tomato out of 10. Shout out to y'all for putting me on the Nick Grant album, though. Hashtag See You Wednesdays. Actually, you should check out Nick Grant album. It's super, it's fire. But I do hear a lot of people be talking about these bars, and I think there's a lot of bars in here that are...
Tomato.
My man said, check writing is my kink, pushing out ink. I feel like a squid.
Not a bar. Non-bar. Barless.
That's like my favorite line on the album because it's the corniest. It's Drake being. It's like when Kanye does something corny. It's like that's Like you go to them for like the corny stuff. Like I feel like a squid. I feel like a squid. There, I think there's no ghostwriter. I think you're right. I think he came up with that himself.
Thank you.
And he
That's
thought,
what I mean.
this is pretty tough right here. I think what does Chex write? Ink. Squid. I'm a squid.
Right.
Sure you
right.
are, Drake.
That baby bop bar the fuck out of here. Hell no.
It's better than it. It's better than that. Hey.
You out your got. You out your. That's
Hey,
Squid bar.
hey. Kendrick Lamar trying to be Fat Albert. Hey. It's better than that.
Well, I think it's a Bill Cosby reference as well, and I think that's probably not a person that Drake wants to be in the same conversation with. We'll move on to the next one, though. Big shout out.
I think he's trying to get you more super chats, Justin, because now he's insulting Kendrick more.
He's doing a good job.
Does well
I
for the
appreciate
channel.
Rage made it that crazy, bro.
Let's see what we got here.
That squid bar still ain't better than that part of Kendrick's song. Did you hear what he said? I'm staring at you. I know you can't tell because I'm looking at the other screen, but I'm staring at you, DJ Hard Hitter. Did you hear the bar, the squid ink? I'm a squid chick.
Hey man, we're not worried about that stuff right now. We're not gonna worry about that right now. We're gonna focus on the questions from the audience.
What's done is done. Let's be solution oriented. All right, this one is from You Know Who 97. Big shout out to You Know Who 97. 1 second applause. Flooding the space communicates a lack of seriousness in his approach to art and devaluing the fact that art is forever. It cannot be unpublished. If he cares so little for that, it doesn't make sense to expect others to care. Open floor. Any thoughts?
I don't know how to do that.
The flooding the zone thing felt like it felt so illustrative of the bloated slop we get in end-stage capitalism. Like it just where it's just too much and not enough, and you're overstimulated but desensitized, and it just felt really like indicative of like the era that we're in. But what I will say is for niggas like Playboy Max that had penguins and a snowmobile in his room in preparation for Iceman, for Bilu and Zias that had the ice fucking machine blowing and shit, like niggas was prepping for Iceman. Like, and so I just thought like from a marketing or like that's we always talk about here, just like PR or vision or strategic communication or whatever. I was just confused. It could have been about, you know, trying to beat Michael's record 1, 2, 3 on the Billboard. Like it was obviously a numbers thing, a chart thing, a bloat thing. But I just thought even from like a putting your best foot forward perspective, it felt like Iceman immediately got diluted when it was like, okay, 3 things are dropping tonight. You know, it's like it just immediately divides the attention.
Yes, I've actually been curious about this because Joe Coscarelli, the Popcast guy, wrote a book about Atlanta called Rap Capital. And in that, he said that it was Migos with Culture 2 that figured out the trick to releasing too many songs to get streams, that like they were the ones who invented that. And then it seems like obviously Drake just copies that. This feels to me like this is his innovation on that way, because if Migos had thought of it, they could have released Cultures 2 and 3 at the same time. You just, you know, like just keep doing it. It really just seems like he's trying to figure out some way to make sure that it's talked about, and that was one way to do it. But I mean, as the commenter says, like it does devalue the art, but I don't think he's worried about that. I think he's worried about the Billboard charts and the 14 out of 15. And
right,
damn you, Noah Khan.
Right, and I also think that, you know, from a positioning standpoint, Drake going into this release, you know, there are some parallels to him going into Scorpion. You know, he was wrapping up, as I understand it, he was, you know, wrapping up his Young Money, Cash Money deal and all that kind of stuff around that time. He was negotiating his deal with UMG. That's when they started advertising the LeBron size deal. He had just came off of Elle to Pusha T. People were questioning where he is, where he wasn't. He comes back with Scorpion, harder than ever. To me, the first half of Scorpion is phenomenal. Like it is crazy. And it also broke my heart when I heard the reference track for Mob Ties. And I'll just be straight up. I thought that was a whole different thing. But, you know, you kind of get used to that with Drake at different points in time. But my point is, that's what Iceman was. Iceman was like the first half of Scorpion, at least an attempt. right? And that project was a double disc. So what do you do when you're in a similar situation, i.e., trying to figure out what's happening with this contract once again, and we got $2 billion on the table, I guess, i.e., coming off of another L in the rap battle, trying to figure out how to come back. What am I going to do? All right, we're going to come back hard with the last time it worked when I did first half of Scorpion, so let me just go rap, and see how people like me pointing fingers at everybody and letting everybody know I'm still standing. And then we'll do the shock jock, which is the what you're describing, the shock drop rather, which what you're describing is like add some extra for the stream so that I can look extremely successful, because that's really one of the first things we heard from him. He just wants to be successful, and he's found a formula to do it. 1 second applause to You Know Who 97. This one right here is from Aubrey Jenkins. Says, need that L and BK logic check.
They must have been talking about DJ Hard Hitta. I was in the car trying to fly home listening to him. Come on, I can't wait to get to my seat. But it can't translate the same when I get here late. I bet I'll never do that again, guys.
Yo, Elle, my adrenaline was rushing.
So what?
Oh, so hold on a second. Hitta, what'd you say, BK?
No, my adrenaline was rushing, bro. I was like, okay, oh no, this is a bit. And then I was like, oh no, he dead ass. And then I was like, oh no,
dead ass serious. I saw you. I was looking at your face like this. I had my phone in. I'm like, bruh.
Yo, I'm like, I'm getting flustered in this bitch, because what am I hearing, bro?
I saw you.
You got anything?
I mean, I feel insulted. You know, I feel like, you know, I feel like my professional opinion isn't being respected here. You know, I understand that people don't like Drake. I understand you probably don't. You're probably very critical of him and his music. Well, guess what? I'm not. I like Drake. I jam Drake. I play Drake in the club. We listen to Drake. And everybody has for the last 15 years. That's why he's number one. That's why he has 13. That's why he has the most number one singles at 13. That's why he's about to break the record for number one albums. And for him to get out of his contract, I think it's the amount of streams. It's not just releasing the records. Are the projects successful that he released? And they have to stream a certain amount. But I personally think Drake got another one tucked. You know, if this don't get him over the hump, he's gonna drop another one. They're gonna do a whole nother rollout, and they're gonna push Kendrick Lamar's coffin deeper into the mud.
All right, bro. See, it's shit like this. But you do.
I hate to hear that you feel like your professional opinion was insulted, but I really think it's more about your agenda that we're speaking to, more so than your actual professional opinion. Because I would think as a professional, you know that some of those streams and numbers are inflated. If you work in the music industry, as I've heard you have, you know that a lot of that shit is inflated. So bringing up numbers and the amount of albums and the amount of streams, knowing that is piece of meal from putting together other people's songs and things, I would think that in your professional opinion, you know that there's a little bit of a thumb on the scale. Also, I think it's outside of your professional scope to know how I feel about Drake, because I too play Drake music and enjoy Drake and are not hypercritical of Drake. You see, we just talked about the 2 albums. So I don't think your professional opinion should be hit, because I don't think that's being included in this conversation. I think we're talking about your agenda and your assumptions about the people you just met.
Retweet my notes.
Imagine that. I mean, that was a very well put together piece you just gave us. You know how it.
You would know more about me. I'm so sorry. I was excited to meet you.
No, however, I'm standing on this business. No, come on, Doc. Don't be waving your hands and stuff like that.
That was good. Next.
Yeah.
All right, next.
Let's move on.
All right, next.
We'll move on. Yes, thank you, Professor Scott. That was good advice. We've got Timmy Cattell. I think I pronounced that correctly. Big shout out to Tim. Thank you very much. 1 second applause. He says Drake is.
Oh, sorry.
He says Drake is this famous because the superstar bar fell 10 years ago. Prince, Michael, DMX, others are mythical creatures whose arts are godlike. Drake is a cosplayer. His art does not feel like magic. You know, I think I do. Well, my initial reflex is that you're correct. And I think that is just the facts of it. Having to live off of physical exchanges to count anything is a very different marketplace. People had to go to the store and buy something. Now, labels would still inflate numbers. They'd buy their own catalog and run their own numbers up in certain situations, 100%. But even with that, the effort people had to go to get music just is at a higher level than turning on your favorite streaming site and just press and play on whatever you want to do, right? But at the same time, I do think that all things are relative, right? We know what it feels like when, Michael Jackson or Prince or DMX or Michael Jordan, we know what that felt like when those people were walking the earth. And I think this generation doesn't have that as a reference point. We are analog and digital. This generation is just digital. So their nature and their consideration of what a star is or a superstar is just from a different point of view. And they still feel that the people that they admire, that they look at the top, are still superstars. So you're 100% right. What it meant to be a superstar fell for about 10 years ago, I would say. But Drake, Taylor Swift, Beyonce, Kendrick Lamar, these guys are still godlike figures in this environment. You know what I mean? And I don't think that it means the same thing, but I don't think it means nothing either.
I think that's very fair.
Hold on, let me get you in here, Hitta. What do you say?
I personally don't think the bar fell. I think this is a natural life transition. You know what I'm saying? I think there were stars before Prince, Michael, DMX, and the rest of them. Like, there was Tupac and Biggie before DMX. There was, what's my man? Rick James before Prince. You know what I'm saying? It was,
Do you think it was easier to be a superstar with Prince and Rick James or Biggie and Tupac than it is to be a superstar now?
I think it's impossible for anybody to be Drake but Drake.
And
Drake is.
Before you.
I think it's.
I can see where your parachute ripcord, kicks in. Every time. Run down.
No, but I think
Drake is great. No, but for real, let's entertain the intellectual exercise.
Okay.
Because there's really good arguments to the contrary.
I think that it's harder to be a superstar today because none of the media is focused. It used to be. It used to be okay. So I've been working at Rap A Lot Records for I want to say 16, 17 years. And there was a time where we could make this one phone call, and we had MTV, we had BET, we had VH1. Now all of a sudden, everybody's streaming. It wasn't an age in YouTube. Physical copies, mixtapes. Our biggest battles was beating up the bootleggers. You know what I'm saying? Trying to steal our money. But so today and age, with everybody's attention span being so small and everybody's attention being stretched out to different places. You got people on Facebook who are not on TikTok. You got people on Instagram who are not on X or Threads. And then you got people who ain't on none of that. So you got some people who don't have the BET app. Some people don't watch MTV. So it's like how you can, the centralized promotion, the way that Drake was able to put this rollout together and get everybody's attention from everywhere, that by itself is historic. You know what I'm saying?
And that is the counter argument to this, the lack of monoculture. That is the other side of the argument. That's BK talks about that every week at some point. And that does make it more difficult to be a superstar if you've got to try to find millions of people at scattered times on multiple platforms, where before you could just put yourself on the Tonight Show every night and that was a sign that you arrived. There we go. See, I'm glad I pushed back. You know what I'm saying? Because that would have been a very flat answer if you just said Drake. You know what I mean? No, that's actually really dope. We got there. We dope. That's why I'm saying applause. Shout out to that. Scott, you have something you want to say?
No, I mean, I love DMX, but Prince Michael DMX is just kind of, anyways, we all lived through that time. I'm not saying DMX is as good of an artist. Well, maybe not as good an artist, but anyways, that was my only little note. How did DMX get in the conversation with Prince and Michael? Where was that?
Woodstock '99.
Yeah, no, I mean, he was great. I saw him at concert. I'm just saying, you know.
If you're like a kid in 2026 and you see
Yeah.
images of Michael Jackson at like Hungary or something, and you see DMX at Woodstock '99, you might not understand
Yeah.
the gravity of the difference.
Yeah.
I was just looking at this article that I think Fader or somebody just put out talking about how big of a moment that was. Like I don't think people really understand, you know, who weren't around at that time. Woodstock wasn't like a place that had a lot of rappers. Like it was not.
He's probably the first.
Yeah, he might have been, you know what I mean? And he got the way that crowd, a cappella, shut up down, open up, shut, like the a cappella going through Woodstock, New York with DMX looks like a Michael Jackson moment. If you weren't there in back then, in 2026, that's what it looks like. So maybe that's how DMX got in there.
Wouldn't you guys say it was harder to make a hit song then than it is now?
I personally would say so because there's so much algorithmic manipulation that can be taken advantage of right now. Now, you still have to pay a lot of people, but they were actually developing artists. You know what I mean? Like a lot of these labels now are acquiring songs.
Right.
Like they're catching them after they're on the rise and they put more money into them.
And all of that, you know, you have to actually go to the studios, especially if you push back further where they had actual live musicians and things like that. I think even creating the song is easier now, let alone getting attention to it.
Right. 100%. Word up. Thank you so much, Tim. 1 second pause. Let's move on to the next one. What's the next one we got over here? Let's see. Okay. All right. Let's move over to the yellow.
I think you were right that it was Tim Cattell. I don't know why.
Word.
I saw Tamika for a second.
Stefan No Urkel says, Hitta. Dot was playing when he said the hey, hey, hey line. Drake was dead serious when he said that squid line. And when he said he greater than everybody like some shredded cheese.
Yeah, whatever.
Second applause.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Whatever,
I've been
Stefan.
mispronouncing Urkel this whole time, Justin. Is it
Yeah.
Urkel or is it
Yeah.
Urkel?
Stefan Urkel. That's his.
Isn't
That's
that
what,
Got fine.
yeah,
Is
that's
that whole
what.
storyline?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
he
was.
had
That was
like a little machine. So he was
Yeah, but
her. He was
It's
trying to get
Urkel, right? Not
no,
Urkel.
but no.
But if
It
you
was,
think
it was
Stefan, then it's Urkel.
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
he was Steve Urkel, but Stefan
Urkel.
Urkel.
Okay.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Right. Yeah.
No
I was like, I don't. Justin wouldn't make that kind of mistake. I must be my memory. It was my memory. Thank you.
I
Yep.
remember when he went in the machine and he came out cool as hell.
Those are my
That's
favorite episodes, yo. I was like, oh, Stefan Urkel's back. Yo, I used to be the biggest fan of Jaleel White when I was a kid. I was like, man, Jaleel White. He's like Steve Urkel and Stefan Urkel. He could actually play basketball. He was in one of my favorite like little teen movies called Camp Cucamonga or whatever. Cucamonga. Oh yeah, Camp Cucamonga. I used to love Stefan Urkel. Then I moved to LA and played basketball with him, and I was like, yo, I'm about to get him. Then he crossed me up, and I realized that he could really, he's a real deal. So big shout out to Jaleel White. 1 second applause. If you haven't seen Who Made the Potato Salad, punch yourself in the face.
I'm glad I circled back. That is some great Justin lore right there.
Yeah, oh, he got me. I think Stat was probably there that day. Who's there? Stat, pretty sure Stat was there. Mike B. Jordan was there. Yeah, he got me. Yeah. You know, it was okay. And this is before I tore my Achilles. He didn't help me. He didn't tear my Achilles. But I was in good shape. You know what I'm saying? I was actually running. Now I'm swimming, you know.
Did you win the game in the end?
I mean, I got him back, you know what I'm saying, out in the crossover, but I definitely scored on him, yes. But I got embarrassed at half court. It was open court and I got crossed as bad. Nobody's exempt. Big shout out to 9D1X. As a Drake disliker, I went into this project that I would get some 444 growth from Drake. The first track had me fooled, and this man just had to Drake. Glad his fans enjoying it, I guess. Ultimately, I kind of feel like that too. Open floor.
I feel like I got what I asked for a little bit. Maybe I didn't like what it was. It's almost like walking in somebody's restaurant and being like, give me your best dish. And then they give it to you and be like, nigga, ranks and names.
What did you ask for?
I asked for vulnerability. and I wanted an update on like how he was feeling, where he was. He could have felt like, fuck it, I'm over the beef, or he could, still be stuck in the beef. Pause. I think reverse pause. But I didn't
reverse pause is crazy. What's that?
I don't like the fact that he's still stuck there. But then I think about it like, I don't know, niggas dragged me like a month ago and I'm still kind of mad about it. So if the whole world dragged you, stomped your ears together, Super Bowl, all of that, maybe you can still be mad 2 years later. If you kind of put a human aspect on it. If you've ever gone viral and the whole world is just kicking your back, or what feels like the whole world is kicking your back in, I can see how that leaves a long-term sting. So I feel like I kind of got what I wanted, where I was able to hear a little bit of where he is. It's like, damn, for it to be like, fuck all these niggas, we sliding again 2 years later, it's like, duh. Okay.
Man, they called that man a pedophile. The whole world was calling this man a certified pedophile.
How did we get there? Hitta? How did that happen?
Because they like
what
to bring...
series of events took place for that quote?
Hey,
Hold tight, Elle, give me a second. Break it down, Hitta. How did that happen? I would love to hear your take on how that happened.
The man is not a pedophile.
We understand that, but hey, can we
okay, when they called Jay-Z a pedophile, you saw what he did.
Okay, that's too many in a row. I got to put you on mute now. That's too many in a row. We're on YouTube. I can't be jeopardizing the you got to say PDF. You got to edit yourself. I know it was unintentional. I'm gonna bring you back in right now. They can't be dropping that many in a row with that hard. You coming in. You're coming in with a lot of energy. And it'd be great if you can answer the question. If you can't, we can move on. I understand this. I understand the pivot. It's very difficult. Look, if I was in the OVO community, I'd have a hard time describing that too. How did we get here? I wouldn't want to talk about that either. I've read the lawsuit. I've read the legal filings. Drake's team did everything they could to separate that song from the context around it because, it's not really that favorable. It's not really that favorable.
And I would like to enter into the record that Shane Gillis was in the Dust music video. And he made a very, what I thought was like just inappropriate joke. Like, oh, those kids were cool. I gotta hang with those kids. And then he's like, oh shit, there's cameras in here. Like, playing into the fact that the PDF label was put on Drake. And he's like, and whatever. I thought that was weird. It's like a weird thing to play into, kind of like being like the Epstein shit was that angle. I would expected it, bro. But I'm too famous for that shit. But I bring up Shane Gillis because a couple years ago, and actually it went re-viral in 2024 of Shane Gillis being like, yo, Drizzy Drake, he's on that Kells tip. He likes him young. And this is a white guy saying this to a white guy on a Canadian podcast years ago. And it's like, look, bro, I love Drizzy Drake, but that he likes, we know it, word on the street is, and people on the ground in Toronto, like so it's like people act like the label was put on there, it's stuck, and oh my God, Kendrick, you put that label on him. But then when the label's put on it, and then we see the video, we be like, how old are you? 17. Oh, love your breasts. Or Millie Bobby Brown's like, we talk about boy stuff and I'm 13. And not saying, I'm not putting, and then people being like, wait, actually, it's not pedophile, it's an ephebophile. And look, when we get to drawing the damn lines and shit like that, and there's so many stories coming out, and it's Yana just turned 18 and first follow she gets at midnight is Drake. A lot of the questionable behaviors start to follow that. And I think Kendrick was masterful in that, in the beef, whether it was little tendrils of truth or just things that we kind of just openly believe about him. That's why I feel like that stuck. And I feel like that context is always taken away. It's just like Dot gave him the label. Once you got the label, okay, well, Drake labeled Dot a woman beater. That didn't stick because there wasn't like all this swarm of evidence to corroborate that claim. So that's all I'll say on that.
And then why did Drake put Shane Gillis in his music video as a cop watching his kid? Like, that's just I'm like, that's not like a smoking gun. That's just like the thing I've been saying about Drake since I started really paying attention to his music. He's just a really weird guy. Like a guy who called you a word I'm not going to say because Justin's going to get mad at me. And like, then you put him as a cop with your kid riding around. It's just like weird, man. It's weird. That Habibti stuff. It's weird. It's all weird. Why'd you put your mom on the cover? Why is everything so weird, man? Ugh.
You got anything you want to add?
I mean, that's how you feel. I mean, like really, that's how you. I've never heard this. I've never heard this kind of commentary from anybody about Drake, about Drake's music, except for from Justin.
I'm part of a thinking population. You know, we like the bars, we like the lyrics, we listen to what people are saying.
You know, I don't know where the allegations came from, but I really don't think that he'd be walking around here free if there was any truth to that.
I agree. You know what? I want to quote Drake, and we can move on to the next super chat. You know, he's way too famous for that. So there you go. Moving on to the next one. It's our part 6, man. Yeah, I can't wait for the deep dives and the studies and the books that come out about that song. Woo! I believe he wrote that one too.
I really think it's a cop-out when Drake fans try to bring that up as if it was a red flag on the play. This is a rap battle. In a rap battle, people pull at whatever they want to pull at. It's no holds bar. That's why he's talking about who the father of his children are, calling him all sorts of women beaters and things like that. I think it's very unfair to be like, this one thing is off limits because it's the worst thing you can say. I think it's another narrative to say it's a rap battle. Like, you can say whatever you want in a rap battle.
And ignore all the things that were said that led up to that moment. You know what I mean? And like that is the legal strategy.
As soon as he gets on the stage with a 17-year-old, I don't know what I can or can't say, but that video of him with that 17-year-old removes any possibility of you being able to say you can't say it. What it is a semantics argument. That actual PDF word is about prepubescent people, and maybe these people are just underage. That semantics argument to me does not hold weight when we're talking about a rap battle.
And also, he told him to tell him that he likes young girls as a gift to me. Heard on the Button podcast. It's got to be true. I'm sorry. I love that one. That's what's always so funny. I understand. I'd be upset too, man. If I was a Drake super fan, I'd be very upset. I'd be like, God damn, I can't believe I'm following somebody so stupid. I'd have to like reframe every day. Every day I'd be like, oh, it can't be him, because if it's him, then it's me, so it's got to be them. They did it. Let's go to court.
I'm upset. Put a PDF around my neck. I'm upset.
That's great.
Oh, wow.
That's how I'd be like, if it's him, it's me. Because that's how super fandom works. And we know that we see ourselves in the people that we love, admire, post about every day, make our profile pics and avatars. I mean, you get it. Look, I have been like that. Who have I been like that with? Let me give a real answer with someone. Bone Thugs and Harmony. I was like that with Bone Thugs and Harmony. Like, you couldn't tell me nothing about Bone Thugs after East 99 came out. Nothing. Like, they were the most greatest group in the world, right? And then The Art of War came out. I made myself like love that album. I made myself do it, but in my heart I knew something had changed, right? Then I started hearing about other stories that was happening with them off record. I started hearing about Busy Bone was on Unsolved Mysteries or something like that. You know, you start hearing about tension and friction within the crew. You start hearing about other dynamics that started to affect their work. You know what I mean? And that was like a shock for me, because I thought these were the 4 brothers from Cleveland. They were making it big and they were doing everything right. And then you get to some of the backstory and some of the other things that is around their story. It was a shock to me. And I never talked about this on social media. It didn't exist, but I talked about it on Black Planet. I'll tell you that. I was like, what's going on with it? They came out with Resurrection, a lot of stuff after that. So I get it. Now, the things I'm describing with them are very different than what we're talking about here with Drake in this case. But I think people in general connect with who it is that they look at into the world. We see this on a presidential level. If you look at the polls right now, 37% of the people still riding all day for this administration. Like every measurement of their life that they ever said they cared about in going into this election has fallen off a cliff, and yet they still ride. You know what I mean? And I would do the same too if I looked around. I would do the same too if I, looked at the series of events that's happened, with, the reigning international king of rap in America.
Not me. I would have been like, damn, he said what? That's crazy.
No, we are in a point in history where conspiracy flies faster than anything. And it makes sense. Like, we are a country founded by religious freaks who didn't want to pay taxes. Like, we are very open to conspiracy just as a population in general.
And criminals.
100%, yeah.
I was so mad I was here when Stat started talking about them aliens. Or was I here? I was mad I couldn't talk when he said the alien shit.
Bonafide MC said, big shout out to Bonafide MC, 1 second applause. I think I just followed you on Twitter today. If that's not you, let me know, and then I'll follow you and unfollow this other person. But I think it's you. He said, perfect segue to influence. Do MCs influence people, or do people pick their influence? Is influence and gravity the same? Is there a Pied Piper effect in hip hop? I was never influenced by Drake, exclamation point. He made that clear. But I think it's a fantastic question. Open floor.
Do MCs influence people, or do people pick their but you could pick your influence and then still be influenced by the person? So I don't know if I'm overthinking it. I already know what y'all gonna say. I can pick you.
I don't understand this question. Where did Justin go? Help me.
I'm trying to help him ask his question, because I think he's saying, are you an active or passive participant in being influenced?
Right.
I think this is the same thing as the nature versus nurture question, and I think it's a blend of the two. I think you can pick it. Like, sometimes you'll hear people talk about free will and saying that you have so many other things that happen for you to be here that affects your free will. So even if you pick it, that could not actually be your pick. You could be picking somebody who reminds you of an uncle, a father, a mother, other people that impacted you in your life, and that's why you pick them. So I think it's a blend, like nature and nurture.
Yeah, but I do think it's like what you hear and then you identify with it. Like, I try to think about things that, like, whatever. The first time I heard Biz Markie, I'm like, whoever this is what I like about rap music. Like, I was completely drawn to that, the humor, the creativity, all that stuff. And like, the first time I heard Drake, I was like, I don't like, why is he singing? What is this? Like, I was just like initially rejected. So like, maybe there is like, it can be overcome, but yeah, maybe I think if that's like what's the direction of influence? Yeah, I do think you have to like see yourself in somebody, or see something aspirational, or have something that draws you to them to be influenced by them, if that's the question.
You said you didn't like Drake the first time you heard him. What year was this?
Well, so the Professor Skylore is, I just basically I just gave up on all new music for like when I had my kids. I have 2 sets of kids, so my first set of kids. So like, I just wasn't paying that much attention to new music. So my students said Drake is the best, and I like listened, and then I was like, this is fine, but it was just too much singing for me. So I just I just didn't really like it that much, which is why I've like come. That's why I can like look at the debate we had earlier about which one is more classic from this really neutral place, because I was, whatever the opposite of outside was, I was the most inside you could possibly be.
I do also to the second part, there is a Pied Piper effect with Drake specifically. And I think what we talk about post beef is, everyone talks about like curtains being stripped down, veils being lifted, this kind of reshift, this palate cleanser, this waking people up from this kind of coma, this Drake-induced coma. Like, he's got the formula, he's got the melodies, he puts it together. It sounds good, so you tap your toe. I think, and it draws you in. But I think there's definitely been a shift, which is why like it doesn't feel like a cult classic like other Drake drops have felt like. Basically every other one has. Maybe not for the past 5 years, but like for the I think that Pied Piper of like, I know exactly what's gonna get y'all out. I know it's exactly what you want to hear. I know exactly, come on out. Like, look past all my flaws and my right-wing adjacency and my gambling shit and crypto shilling. Come on, you like this shit. You like this hook. You like that. He is the king of that shit right now.
What does the Pied Piper effect mean?
The guy whistle, it gets the whole town to follow him around. So, someone who can lead the masses to different places, usually not a positive place. I don't even know what to say usually not a positive place, but I hear that reference used a lot. And I think that there's a lot of artists who fall into that. I think Kendrick's another artist who has a Pied Piper effect. I'm not necessarily where he's taking them, but like it's very difficult to ignore, the impact that conversations he started during that battle or even had on the album, GNX, or even going back to Mr. Morale and Big Steppers, like just the number of artists that are talking about therapy openly. You know what I mean? Like that was not a cool thing when Mr. Morale dropped. You know what I mean? And you can definitely see people who are, willing to follow Kendrick wherever he goes. So I think there's a number of artists who can fit that description. You got something to hit up on a second. There you go.
I mean, I think TDE artists are just weird in general. I'm gonna just put that out there anyway. But
in general, it's crazy.
In general, I think all of them weird. But anyways,
what do you mean by weird?
Hey, weird.
Is that like a Houston word for talented, or?
Nah, it's not.
Team worker, loyal.
I sit back and I compare West Coast music, and I see that everybody wants to continue to make the comparison between Kendrick Lamar and Drake. But I think that if like the comparison, besides the beef, if we're talking about body of work and music, the comparison probably should be against somebody like Tyler, the Creator. You know what I'm saying? Who puts out quality projects all the time. You know what I'm saying? So
I mean, look, Tyler is a lot of things, and I love Tyler. I love where he is musically, especially right now. But I'd argue that Tyler's strongest Tiger dropped his first classic like on his 3-album run was like started with his 4th or 5th and 6th album. Like those first few Tyler albums did not hit with the expectation that people who love Yonkers thought. It's when you get to Flower Boy, it's when you get to Igor, it's when you get to Call Me If You Get Lost, it's when you get to Chromacopia that his stock elevates. But Goblin, Wolf, Cherry Bomb, like I wouldn't necessarily say that those fall into the same category as his later work. And I think that's probably the inverse of Drake. You know what I'm saying? I think you can start with the beginning of Drake and say that, maybe that Tyler the Creator comparison does hold up.
Yeah,
but I wouldn't compare it to Kendrick because whether we like his music or not, he hasn't missed.
Okay, I'll give you another prime example, like Nas. Like Nas had a couple of subpar albums. Nostradamus especially was kind of subpar. You know what I'm saying? However, we still consider him as one of the greatest rappers who ever picked up the microphone because of classics like Illmatic and Stillmatic. You know what I'm saying? So
I think if we're comparing Nas, it's a flat comparison. I agree with you. He's missed a few times on an album standpoint, but that's not what people listen to Nas for. Like no one became a Nas fan because of his chart success. He's never described himself that way. People like Nas's intricate storytelling, and from a pen standpoint, might have the most dynamic pen arguably ever. And he definitely set the stage for all kinds of different ways to tell stories. Tell a story backwards, tell a third-person story, tell a first-person story. He does like 9 different things lyrically. And so while I imagine that most people would look at some of his down albums as duds commercially, particularly coming after it was written, which showed that he could be a blockbuster artist. I don't think Nas fans listen to Nas for the hit records at all. I think if there's an argument for an artist whose fans really love them more so for the B-sides, it's Nas.
True. I'll go with that. I'll go with that. I'll accept that particular argument.
What's your applause? All right, moving on to the next one. Big shout out to, did we do this one? No, we didn't. All right, so big shout out to Timmy Cattell again. As a former writer, I have listened to Drake the same since I found out I haven't listened to Drake the same since I found out he had writers. Rap is a superpower genre. Your mind is your superpower as far as rap is concerned. So Elle is correct. Excuse me, 1 second, applause.
I would imagine you don't want us to go back to how are the TDE artists weird, right?
I mean, do you want to have that debate? I don't know if there's much of a debate. It would just be, you know what? Let's entertain it. Let's see where this goes. I'll sit back for a second.
I think it's kind of hypocritical to say that they consistently consistently trying to connect Kendrick to Drake, and we were talking about Drake, and then you just came out the blue and was like, "Well, the TDE artists are weird." So, do you think that people on the Drake side are also guilty of consistently trying to bring up Kendrick when people are talking about Drake? You on mute. And then also after you answer that, I muted him. I know. And then also after you answer that, could you also like weird how? Like I think that's kind of crazy to say, oh, the TDE artists are weird. Like what is the purpose of that?
Hold on, wait. In my DMX voice, I don't like the way they talk. I don't like the way they walk. I don't like, you know what I'm saying? No, I'm just, you know.
Do you like the West Coast Drake song?
I like West Coast artists, you know. Me and Nip, we was pretty cool, you know. The Game, I think The Game has phenomenal flow. I think he's like the most probably underrated rapper on the West Coast. He had it at one point, but I think he's very underrated. And people always leave him out of the lyrical conversation when it comes to West Coast artists.
That's not true.
I
think he actually defined it, and I don't think he ever left it. I think no one gets mad at a Game for not being lyrical. We get mad at Game for making bloated albums.
Okay, but where's his flowers for being as lyrical as he is? You see what I'm saying?
I think that defines him. I don't think that's ever in question. I mean, not Drake. Game held down the West Coast for the 2000s by himself, and I think that's very loud in his reputation.
Right. Okay.
I see what you're trying to do here. You're trying to like, you said something fun, I think. now you're looking for the connective tissue. We haven't got there yet.
Yeah. But why is that fun? I think that's what I'm trying to. I know you don't know me. I'm inquisitive. I'm going to ask a bunch of questions because I'm just naturally curious. I just don't see why that's fun. I feel like you just came off of saying, "Hey, they shouldn't have been saying this about Drake," and then you turn around and kind of do a similar thing. So I think this is what confuses me about the
Drake. Because we're on the defense now. We're being attacked. We're being the people who support Drake on that particular side of beef, we're being attacked because he decided to release 3 albums. Like we're the whole.
I think he's probably being attacked for the lawsuit.
Yes, and I would say y'all are on the offense now because a month or 2 months ago, y'all definitely wasn't going around talking about people who's weird and going out and saying shit because y'all was still in a losing season.
I was saying TDE was weird,
but not publicly, I would guess. But I also think that this is also very MAGA coded. Like I spoke earlier, that sometimes Drake comes off very MAGA coded, where it's like now you're the victim. You know, it's like because I meant to say this earlier, like how he made that diss, like you always rapping like you're trying to get the slaves free. But then now on this album, he's talking about trying to be free and talking about how I'm not fighting them. I'm fighting the man, not suing a rapper. And so it really gives like what 50 did to Ja Rule, where he's like, all that singing ass shit, get the fuck out of here, and try to negate what somebody else has that's valuable. And then as soon as they push out the way, you try to redo it. And this is another example of MAGA coded. They kept saying we're anti-woke, but now we hear them saying, oh, there's a lot of anti-white racism going on. So it's almost like they push a person out of the seat by saying this seat is not valid, and instead of getting rid of the chair, they sit down in the seat and say, actually, this seat is valid now that I'm sitting in it. And I think that's a similar thing. So the question that I have, sorry if you thought that was the question. The question that I have is, what are your thoughts about him disrespectfully saying that Kendrick is rapping like he's trying to get the slaves free, as if that would be bad? Anyway. And then now kind of presenting this idea of him being like, fighting for justice, like he's trying to get somebody free. Do you find that to be hypocritical?
No, I don't. I don't find it to be hypocritical because I don't think that you're posing these particular things in the right context.
Okay.
I think in his rap song, it was probably just meant to be a bar. I don't think it was anything intentional or emotional behind the bar. So, and then slavery's been abolished since like the 1800s. So
They try and change
Unless
that.
you're guilty of a crime.
I mean, you're right. Correct.
And the criminal justice system is
So now when he's saying that he want to be free, when he's saying he want to be free from his label, I don't think that's the same thing as him being a slave. You know what I'm saying? To his label. I don't think that he ever came off saying that he was a slave. And I don't think he's actually taking the victim role. I think he's taking the adversary role at this particular point, especially with what he's saying on Iceman, especially with the wordplay in the bars he's coming. You're right, he's on full offense, but I don't get the victim from him. I get the victim when he's sued. Now, when he's sued, that's a whole different thing. You know what I'm saying? But now, as far as you said what?
Are you against a lawsuit? I'm sorry for cutting you off. I thought you were.
I have no stance on that. That ain't my business. I'm not for it or against it. I don't know the full context of it because it's plenty more in there that we're not seeing. You know, that could sway you either way. So I don't have no opinion on that. You know.
But I want to like jump in. The idea that the rapping, like getting the free and everything, was like just a bar. I think almost as egregious, and I say this because I'm a white guy. So when he implies that Kendrick only makes music for white guilt, if you actually follow that logic, what that means is political rap, any rap that is political, only serves a white audience, and that it doesn't have any place. Like it is an explicitly anti-politically engaged rap line. It's mocking and making fun of any amount of political content in rap music. And you say, why is it MAGA coded? Because Drake is the rapper for people who say it's not that deep. And when you're saying it's not that deep, it's because people above you are stripping rights and pocketing money and scamming you, and they want you to think it's not that deep. And Drake is telling you rap shouldn't be deep, rap shouldn't be political. He is explicitly saying that it only anyway. So my wife's waiting for me. I gotta go upstairs and go to bed. So I'm gonna leave with that. I'm gonna say one funny thing before I go. I told my 3-year-old, I said, I'm gonna have to make a video with my friends. And she says, who are your friends? I said, well, Justin, Elle, and BK. And she said, why do all your friends, are they just letters? I was like, no, it's ELLE. Anyways.
Justin L.
Thank you.
There's my little cute thing. So thank you so much for having me back on again.
Professor Sky.
Sorry to have to go. I will listen to the second half while I take my shower.
Bro.
But
My brother,
good night,
Professor Sky,
everybody.
9 second applause.
And so y'all just gonna defend Kendrick Lamar like he's just perfect. Like this is the same dude walking around with a crown of thorn on his head, getting beat up in Africa.
I want to say this. I want to say this. What I see here is perspectives from the superfan wars that have been going on, right? Whether or not, you know, Hitta, you're being sincere about what you're saying. I actually think you are, because we've had these conversations on record. There's a lot of people that are pro OVO or pro Drake that also have that perspective. You know what I mean? Like that is the trope that people like to throw at TDE and the Kendrick fans, right? Oh, they out here trying to get chicks to twerk on the dictionary. Oh, they out here, you know, they just do this weird rap and this kind of stuff, right? And, you know, there's been a lot of comments or commentary on this show tonight specifically, but it's pretty consistent. Talking about all the weird stuff Drake says, right? So if weird goes one way, it can go the other way. The only difference is, Hitta, I'm not sure you're doing the best job of giving examples of what you mean by weird. And I think
I don't want to.
all right, we're gonna move on. 1 second applause.
Oh, I'm gonna ask a follow-up question if you say something. So let's just orient ourselves to that.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm probably gonna. I was probably gonna go somewhere I'm not supposed to go. So let's just keep it going.
Yeah, no, that's good. I appreciate it. Save the stream. You know what I'm saying? Everybody drop hashtag save the stream in the chat for us one time right here. Thank you very much. 1 second applause to you all. Big shout out to Nigel, LLM Nigel. We love LL. Why are my friends named after letters? It's so funny. LLM Nigel. For the panel, what's a project that got away from you, and what did you learn from that experience? I'm not even sure what that means. Like from
One more
listening.
thing with the letters. What's hilarious about it is I wonder did the 3-year-old process it as just in
I think so.
L and BK. But anyway.
That's how I took it. Like, oh, who are your friends? Oh, it's just Justin, L, and BK.
Yeah.
Justin, L, and BK.
That was funny. Okay, what's a project that got away from you? A project that got away from me. And what did you learn from that experience? Nigel, tell us what this means.
We'll come back to you. Let us know in the chat what that means.
Because I had an idea on a project that got away from me, but I don't see how I could have learned anything. Oh, my homie.
Big shout out to K-Way for real. Says the amount of ocular and auditory proof of Drake's creepy behavior and allegations towards women, especially young women, that gets drowned out because of the music is weird. Time after time, we ignore what's blatantly in our faces. And I am somebody, like, just straight up, man, like, it is insane to me. Insane, particularly this week. Insane, particularly with Drake, because this happens a lot with Drake. They told me years ago I wasn't supposed to be thinking about him saying whip and chain you like American slaves, right? But that's a different point. Why in the world am I, when I was talking about people I'm willing to listen to, like their opinions on, I don't listen to nobody that's telling me don't pay attention to what the artist is saying. That is the craziest thing. And that shit plagues Drake. Like, I don't even say plagues Drake, but it plagues Drake fans. Drake fans will get up so fast and tell you, don't pay attention to what he's actually saying. And that's not even unique to Drake fans. That is, in my opinion, one of the biggest scourge that's happened with music, and particularly hip hop and rap music discourse, which I care about, over the past 10 or 15 years. And I personally agree with Jay-Z. I think that there are other forces that have entered just the broad macro cultural space and has been using wedge issues to carry the conversation. The fact that people feel like it's okay, or the fact that people feel as if people are not supposed to listen to what a rapper or anybody is saying in their bars, like, oh, just ignore what he's saying.
Right.
That is crazy to me, and it echoes a lot of things I have to see on a macro level. Like, they told me forever, don't pay attention to Trump. He's not being real. He's not really going to do that. Project 2025 ain't a real thing. Don't even do that, right? And I'm not even, like, people want to talk to me about making this stuff political. My man is sitting here saying all kinds of stuff. And we're not supposed to talk about it because I guess it's uncomfortable. And that's just not going to happen with me in general. But that happens a lot.
Oh, yeah. You know, that plagued, I always say this plagued the birthday blizzard, the fall off era. When niggas was literally like, y'all listening too close. I was like, what are we saying at this point? We're listening too close to a wordsmith? What, like, no, I think you don't want us to see or find what's there. And interestingly enough, I gotta ask Sky who that YouTuber he mentioned earlier about how they like lay out the misogyny, kind of the soft boy misogyny to the more explicit misogyny in Drake's music, and kind of the creepy things and the substances and all that. I remember Houston, Atlanta, Vegas, even back then, and the whole sequence where he's like, you know, you get so fucked up, carry you inside, undress you, you wake up, you don't know how or who or when. I'm like, wait a minute. We're supposed to just ignore that because it's Houston, Atlanta, Vegas, that shit goes so hard. Nah, he's getting away with borderline criminal admissions, in my opinion, in his music, and we're just supposed to like vibe out. It's
and honestly, a lot of rappers, a lot of artists, not even just Drake on that tip. You know what I'm saying? Like, I still think about, I wouldn't call it a criminal admission, but DMX has a song called, I can't remember what it's called, but he's got one of the most darkest, I can't even say the bar. I think anybody who knows DMX's catalog, anybody who knows his darkest and hell is hot, people know exactly how much DMX hated this one person or whoever he was rapping about. And there's a lot of lines like that just across the space. Like, I can't even put misogyny just on Drake. I can't, you know. Like, that's not even something that I think is fair to do.
He's just the biggest. And that's what I was thinking about when Stat said that. Like, okay, don't act like he's the only one. He's not. I think same with the Jay-Z billionaire conversation. It's like whoever's the most visible, that's who we're going to kind of make the avatar of that. But then I think Drake takes it a step further and like revels in the shit. And
Nah, it started with NWA. MC Ren. She's only 16. She's only 15, but she's the preacher's daughter. You know what I'm saying? It started right there. They was playing that on the radio. Like,
I mean,
come on.
Yeah, and they've done this in other genres. Hair metal bands used to say some crazy stuff.
True.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they used to, like, just generally speaking, you know, you can find all kinds of crazy stuff in movies and TV shows. It's wild watching Hulu or Tubi or whatever, watching shows I grew up with and how they present them now. You know what I'm saying? Like, just how culture changes and evolves. I'm not justifying it, but I do think that, you know, to the playing in our faces point that K-Way makes right here, I think there's a lot of that. I think that, again, the most interesting thing to me about this Drake MAGA discussion isn't whether Drake co-signs what the White House is saying. You know, I think that the manosphere victimhood rap is strong with Drake for a very long time, and I think it's very obvious. But what's fascinating to me isn't whether I'm right or wrong. Like, what's fascinating isn't whether he is or isn't. It's the nature of the discussion. And people fight so hard against that idea, and one of their most effective tools, or the tool they go to more than anything else, is don't listen to what he's saying. Stop paying attention to the bars. Like they're telling me this is Drake's most bar-tastic album. They're telling me all over the place, yo, the bars are crazy. Listen to him. Look at all the punchlines. He's doing it. Hitta came on here right now and said he's rapping. We get up here and listen, point out the raps. Man, y'all listening too much, man. Just ignore the bars, man. Just listen to the song.
Nah, I ain't never said that.
No, not you, but I'm just saying, you know, I'm putting you in the collective because, you know, I think you're representing that voice right now here on the panel. No disrespect, one way or the other. But
it's all good.
It is what Professor Sky called the cognitive dissonance of a gaslighter. And I think that has spread to super fandom in a lot of different ways. And that, to me, goes back to what, I'm not sure if it was Bonafide MC or the comment before it, but, you know, some of the dangers that can come with the Pied Piper effect. Where are the people that you're following actually taking you?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that Drake is leading people in dark directions, but I definitely think that people who might have a contrary opinion of what Drake means when he says stuff, I have a valid point too, because all this stuff is based on the text.
This is another thing This is another thing I've surveyed, because I've been like, what the fuck do y'all mean y'all don't want to really listen to the words? Like, what the hell is going on? And what my summary report would say is that a lot of people don't look at it like the media that you are consuming is subconsciously seeking into your mind and it's affecting the decisions that you make on a day-to-day. It's teaching you about hierarchies, about who is of value and who is not of value. And then you're going to act that out in your real life, where you're going to try to chase something of value and try to destroy something of not value. They don't want to think about it that hard. They're tired, they go to work, they do whatever, and they want to feel pleasure. They feel pleasure by putting on an outfit of a baller, a sex symbol, a person that is powerful, a person that can get you unalive. It is like a drug to put it on and just have fun. And so people like us, I would say, who are like, hey, did you hear that? That makes sense. That's not cool. What is all of that? To them, we're like party poopers. Like, hey, man, just let your hair down and relax and have a good time and get into this vibe of I'm a big shot. And that's it's escapism.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Word up. What's that applause? That was a great question. Big shout out to Chauffeur. I think she left already, but Chauffeur says, great panel as always, but I can't talk about this cheese and gravy nigga no more. See you next week. Well, 1 second applause to Chauffeur. Thank you for coming through. Chauffeur be dropping truth bombs in the comment section.
Shout out to Chauffeur.
All right, big shout out to Terry Hordes. My first time catching y'all live. I'll have to watch the replay because I'm at the Armory waiting for Keem to come out. Oh, that's dope. I enjoy the show every week. My Thursdays at work always go faster. Thank you so much for supporting us. 1 second applause.
I love when people say that.
Yeah, I love all the people that are like, you got me through my 9 to 5. Man. 7 hours.
Those are some of my favorite comments every Thursday when I'm looking at it. Like, 7 hours, my whole shift? It's all happening. I love that. 1 second applause. Divine Eternally. Big shout out to Divine Eternally. 1 second applause to her. She says, also, why has no one, Young Money or Mob Ties, rallied around Supac this whole time? If any camp would have it, should have been either side. That speaks volume. Question about that, yeah. Question about that, Hitta, for real. Like, you know, do you feel like people, do you feel like this comment is valid? Do you feel like Mob Ties?
I don't, because due to the fact that, you know, you got people who independently load up to DSPs, you know, all of the time, you're basically saying that somebody needed to fund her career. And fund that person's career. And that person has to put themselves in a position, which means they got to put themselves in debt. Somebody's going to put up all of this money that you got to pay back. And if there's no way to pay the money back because music isn't really making no money, and you haven't already put yourself in a position to go on tours, sell merchandise, and do shows, which makes the real money in the entertainment industry right now, then who would put up the money? Who would? We can show you all the moral support you want, but if you need that money for that look, then it all got to make sense. This is business.
Do you feel like Young Money, Cash Money, or Mob Ties and Mob, everybody around the Princes, you guys feel like y'all showed Drake support during the battle?
Yeah, I never waver. None of us ever waver.
Do you think that people would feel like there was public support coming from y'all's camps?
I mean, we wasn't playing that. We wasn't playing Kendrick Lamar down here. We was not playing Not Like Us in the clubs.
Which is different than public support. Like public rallying around, which I feel like Divine Eternally is talking about, is different than, like, I thought about this because he shot out all of these, what I deem to be like just industry friends or industry relationships. Like, why didn't y'all stand up for me? But it's like Wayne, Baby, Nicki, the people you spent your whole, like, you know, first part of your career with, like, where was them niggas at? Like, what, you know, or even just tweeting or try. It didn't feel like it was public. Maybe
you couldn't get no publicity out. Universal paid all of the publicists. TDE, they paid everybody. I mean, whoever was over Drake's campaign. Hold on, I'm not saying that. My bad. I almost.
Okay, I'm gonna say, wait a second.
Whoever was over Kendrick Lamar's campaign, they made sure they paid all of the publicists. It was all about Kendrick. Every report, every story, everything.
You do realize that Drake's publicist is in the middle, or was in the middle of a very high-profile lawsuit by I can't think of her name. I think I believe it's Daredevil's, not Daredevil. It's Deadpool's wife. I can't think of her name. Her.
Blake Lively?
Yeah, Blake. What's Blake? No, somebody. I can't think who it was. But there was a very high-profile case where a PR firm was being accused of manipulating the media and sending out a bunch of aggressive, fake campaigns to hate on an actor in this case, and that was Drake's label or PR company. Are you familiar with this case?
Not at all.
Because the idea that, and I see what you're saying, right? You're talking from a PR campaign standpoint, but that's not what I hear when I hear Drake talk about all the people that he had to diss on this album. Like, I don't think that he is dissing DJ Khaled because there wasn't a press release that went out. I think he's dissing DJ Khaled because he was silent. And Khaled is interesting because Khaled didn't go public talking shit about Drake at all. Khaled was in a tough situation because Khaled was friends with Ross and them longer. You know,
he played both sides. Played both.
So, do you like? I'm gonna ask one more time. I don't want to put you in a tough situation either, but I think a lot of people looked at this situation and said, Where's Wayne? Where's Nicki? Where are these people?
Right.
How come none of them are jumping up? And truthfully, we didn't really hear nothing from none of them until Doc got the Super Bowl. And then when they get the Super Bowl, all of a sudden now everything is like, it spills over in a different way. And I would say that's more so in support of Wayne. But did you pay attention to that, or do you?
I did. I did. I paid attention to it. Like I said, we never stopped. Nobody ever stopped supporting him. Like he was still doing shows. He was still coming through. Like nobody ever not supported him. Like I think that the public perception that was displayed by the media and promoted by the media would have you thinking that nobody's saying nothing. And these are the stories and narratives that were being spun. However, none of us was jumping up publicly supporting Kendrick Lamar. You didn't see us crip walking at the Super Bowl.
Houston, yeah, truthfully, you're right about that. Houston, I think, has been very clear as a stronghold. Which side of this they fell on. From a community standpoint, culture standpoint.
Yeah, I can't speak about Nicki Minaj or Lil Wayne as to that aspect, but I can speak about us. We never stopped it. Like fuck Kendrick Lamar, you know what I'm saying? And it was like
how y'all
that.
were. Yeah, y'all really were like that. And look, that's another reason why I wanted your perspective on tonight's panel. I thought it'd be really interesting because, one, we haven't had anybody from Houston, not Houston media, Houston DJs on the panel at all. You know what I'm saying? And Houston is just one of the most important cities in America, culturally and economically, without question. And it's also always has been, and I would say still is, a stronghold for Drake to the point where he even bought land down there and shot half of his rollout, in Texas itself.
That's right.
I mean? So I don't think that I've ever had a question on whether or not where Houston fell when it came to this conversation. You know what I mean? But it's really interesting listening to all these people that Drake is mad at for not supporting him. And my point of view on that, I'm not saying these are facts, is that, he was coming from a public support standpoint. He wanted more public support around certain things. And I know Houston's always been a stronghold around it. I'm not even really sure what artists or who would we expect from Houston to jump in this, right? It's not like Sauce Market is going to come out like,
right.
I got your back, Drake. Sauce Market go do that. And I'm not sure anybody else is.
I think they happen to get back cool during that time.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. I did see it. They were in the club.
I
saw them in the club. Yeah. Afterwards, I saw them in the club.
I was there. I think they got back cool right then, and they hashed it out.
Right.
Wow,
that is right. So after the battle, yep. And then we saw him with 50 Cent not long after that.
And I supported, Sauce Walker. That's my little brother. Even during the beef with Drake, it was like, hey man, that's still my brother, but this my fam too. Right. You know what I'm saying? But I'm glad they got to patch it up.
Right.
So it's it'd be different aspects on how we look at it, but as being one of the people who services all of the DJs in Houston, yeah, you can't play not like us. You just couldn't. We wasn't having that. We don't care if you come from out of town. You finna get some of this Houston music, and you finna get some more of this old Drake till we get some new Drake.
That's what you were you were telling me that when the battle was actually happening. I was like, no, I know y'all gotta be going crazy if it's not like us in Houston. You're like, nope, not gonna happen. And what's actually happening now, which is why I think it'll be very interesting to see in the long run how these Drake songs actually hold up. Because from what I've seen so far this week, there is no West Coast love. Radio cast, if you listen to the radio out here, it's crazy. They have oh, what you think about the new Drake? Everybody's calling up, fuck Drake. I heard this many times since the battle, or at least since the Super Bowl. Not like us is going up crazy. There's these videos of people outside at the function having a great time. Everything is awesome over here, jamming, whatever. Then they drop Janice STFU, dance floor cleared. You know what I mean? This is a huge market now. You're talking the second biggest market. This state got 50 million people. Does Drake really have this Oakland show? Where's he performing?
Hey man, that's some LA talk right there, man. And man, You
Well,
know,
no, it's
shout
not LA talk. Hold on.
Shout out to my brothers, the LA leakers.
Don't do that. Don't do
Shout out to my boys, the LA leakers. But I'm mad with y'all. I'm mad with them, man.
Don't do that. Don't do that. You sat here and told us that, you know, it wasn't not like us in Houston. And now
yeah, we're not gonna sit up here and let you lie on our boy. You sit up there telling them lies in them songs. You said the man had a daughter. He ain't got no daughter. You said the man had a bunch of.
How do we get there? How do we get there, Hitta? How do we get there?
I'm just saying. Okay.
How do we get there?
We're coming back.
It's a circular conversation. It really is. Because I agree with you, and I think that a lot of LA media and a lot of people on the ground in LA agree with you too. They don't want to support someone who's lying on their boy. You can't be doing it. So it's a conversation. Hey, look at Divine Eternally sparking debate. 1 second applause.
You right.
I can't believe you activated my West Coast. Like you know what's funny about this? Sorry, I'm about to go on a rant. I came on here with some positive things to say about Drake as well as some negatives. And if I'm being honest, you've made it worse. I'm really starting to feel like fuck Drake. Like I'm starting to feel it now. Like this whole we gangsters and we held down Houston to make sure niggas wasn't playing not like us.
Ain't nobody said that we was gangsters. Who said that?
Okay, that's fair. I don't want to miss.
There we go. That's good.
Stop lying on me.
That was hard about.
All the TDE artists and weirdos. You talking about a nigga with bobos in his head and fucking hair clips trying to cosplay everything.
I don't want to do that. Let's not get into that who's weirder thing. That's something that both people be using as ammo. Let's not go there.
I'm just expressing how I feel. Y'all know how I get down. You made me like Drake less. And so I just wanted to share that with you.
You hate the way that I like Drake. That's what made you like him less.
That's what you got out of what I said.
I mean,
there's a theory to it. I always say like the worst nigga. Okay, don't take this personally. I'm just saying what I be saying about Drake, and I've said this for the last like 5-6 years. The worst nigga you know. Talk about some goddamn Iceman season. The worst nigga you know right now got ice cubes in his bio right now. The worst nigga you know is like, shut the fuck up about all that shit, all the isms and shit. It's Iceman season, big Drake nigga. It's like it just so happens to be the crowd in which he gathers to support his music tend to press certain buttons that it's like, yo, you tend to get into a conspiratorial, you tend to just be like, fuck the facts. I like Drake. It's very easy to dump. It's very easy. It's just, I mean, this is just the trends I be seeing, like the incel raps and all that shit. I don't know. That's how it be. It's just
like I feel like Iceman is playing in your headphones right now. Like it's almost like y'all gas yourselves up to say whatever, and I don't like that. I feel like it's kind of anti-intellectual in a way. It's like you'll say something.
Real quick before you go ahead, I just want to let you know your TV turned off in the background. I always got to refresh mine too because it turns this other fire.
Oh, okay.
This fire as much as the other fire, so I'm gonna go back to the other fire.
Okay. All right. So yeah, it is kind of.
My sugar is too good. I'll be turning it off because it should be putting on my feel like.
Yeah, we'll do Venice. All right, so check it. So this is where I'm at with it.
Somebody turned your TV off?
Nuh-uh. It just went off. All right.
That
was actually a bar.
I get it.
I know y'all don't play the music in Houston, but it was very
all right,
everywhere else.
So look. I actually like to turn the TV off. I actually like to do something.
Clapper. Go ahead.
All right. So when we have this debate, let's talk about who has the better career. Okay, so Drake has 13 #1 hits on the Billboard Top 100s. You know what I'm saying? That total makes him the top dog. And guess what the songs were? You gotta think, man. Has Kendrick Lamar had made songs like What's My Name with Rihanna? Work, the remix with Rihanna, One Dance featuring Wizkid, God's Plan, Nice or What, In My Feelings, Sicko Mode, Tootsie Slide, What's Next, Way Too Sexy, Wait For You, Jimmy Cooks, and last but not least, First Person Shooter. So we know Kendrick was supposed to be on there, but he wasn't. Go
Oh,
ahead.
I'm sorry. No, I don't want to interrupt. Yeah, let you finish.
All right. So then when we base the career, we talk about how he released, before these three, he released 9 studio albums. How many albums has Kendrick Lamar released?
Okay,
What?
I want to ask 2 questions real quick, because I think you did have 2 questions. One, is it fair to say that Rihanna gave Drake his first number 1? His first and second number 1. Is that fair to say?
It's more of a collaboration.
Whose album is work on?
Okay. You're right.
Okay, 2.
But it's a collaboration.
I'm with it. You know, I think about all the Future's number 1s. I think about those are collaborations too. You know, I think there's collaborations with a lot of these people that Drake says he gave them their number 1s. So, you know, just try to be consistent. And then 2, you know, is there something to be said for hit rate and impact? I would agree with you that Drake has put out more albums than Kendrick. Has Kendrick been more successful with the albums that he's put out than with a smaller? I mean, we're talking they're all number 1. We're talking Pulitzer Prizes. We're talking debut 600,000 for Damn. We're talking Humble's a 20 million, or it's sold 20 million records alone. Humble, a song called Humble. He's got It's All Right, which is a straight up protest anthem. How often do those come around this century? How many protest anthems do we get in anything in this century period, any genre of music? Is there something to be said that, like, yeah, I took 100 shots and I hit 67 of them, or I took 20 shots and I hit 19 of them? Which one do you want to be?
Man, we're talking about the greatest body of work by any rapper. There is no rapper you can line this resume up with. I mean, he's got the record for the number 1s. He's about to break Jay-Z's record for having the most number 1 albums. We're talking about body of work. You line his resume up to any rapper you want to. Just line it up. We're not despite the battle. Let's just say Kendrick Lamar, he wins the battle. Who had the better career?
Kendrick Lamar.
Drake. Who has the better career? Drake. Drake got the numbers, the plaques. He got everything. Kendrick Lamar.
Except for the Grammys.
The Grammys.
Yeah,
That's it.
And the Pulitzer.
I don't even count the Pulitzer.
And the Super Bowl.
How do you not?
I don't count the. Well, we know
He
why.
also doesn't have the stadium tour.
Hey man, who has the better?
He also doesn't have a protest anthem.
Who made more money as a person and for their record labels?
Who made more
for all their labels? I mean, this is a person who started out with one of the worst rap contracts in music history. This man had a 4-way split. The reason why I like Take Care so much is because this is when Drake started to get some money. That's why I like Take Care. Because after that album, and you get into the next one, when you see Started From the Bottom, Now We Here, that's when he started getting money.
Now, this is something I do agree with you on. And I think that this is severely underplayed. I understand that, you know, we look at the music industry as just this nefarious bodies that are only created to hamper creativity and manipulate people's creations. I understand that. But if you look at it another way, right, these are institutions that people can get money out of without fucking up their credit score, right?
Right.
It's just a different thing already. And I do think that it is an art and a talent and also something that even the best of the artists that we love and champion, something that TDE and Kendrick are amazing at doing, is taking that opportunity, taking that revenue, taking that investment from record labels and flipping it and turning it into their vision as they want to see it. There's ways to get money out of this industry while maintaining your artistic and creative integrity, right? I don't listen to Drake's music and hear a bunch of stuff that Drake don't want to put out. I think Drake's music matches his wardrobe, and I don't think he does either of those with someone at someone else's direction, right? I look at this again. He is amazing. Like the fact that he has been able to meet the covenants of so many deals, like that is insane.
He started out with four people took money.
At one time, he was owned by like
before he could get some.
Sprite, Nike, Young Money, Cash Money, J Prince, fucking Republic, Universal, Sprite, Nike. Like the whole world had a piece of this.
He had a five label split on his first deal.
Right.
He toughed it out through all of that. Paid everybody where he's at because he endured to the end. He's been enduring to the end. It don't matter what paperwork. He signed the paperwork. He's fulfilled every contractual obligation without crying about it.
Well, I don't know about without crying. Maybe not crying about the money.
Well, this last...
You've been crying.
Oh, yeah, whatever, man.
But I'm not going to say, look, I say that all in jest, but I do think that's Drake's greatest superpower. And I'm willing to give him props for just a lot of longevity awards.
And he got the same friends. Anybody who never crossed him, all the people who never crossed, because you cross him, he gonna cut you off. But you gotta think, he's still down with Jazz. He's still down with Big J Prince. He's still cool with Baby. He's still shouting out Lil Wayne. He's never forgot who helped him get to where he was. He's just.
Who was your favorite rapper before? Who was your favorite rapper 25 years ago?
Scarface.
I knew you was gonna say Scarface. I knew you was gonna say Scarface.
Scarface.
How do you go from Scarface, somebody who talked about political issues, somebody who gave so much depth, so much heart,
because it is right here. This Rap-A-Lot Records chain right here. That's why.
You don't know what my question is though.
Huh?
What do you think my question is?
No, you said why? How was I able to switch? Because this was in the camp within my job I was working.
Yeah, but I'm not asking about your job. I'm asking about your opinion based on like you thinking about things and what you know. I'm not asking for you to be a rep for your label to tell you.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
I know you don't know me like that, but I'm kind of anti-capitalist. So I think that's why I kind of roll my eyes and start talking about, oh, well, we made all the money. We got all the money. We did the contracts. We got the money. So what did y'all do with the money? Like, y'all bought a whole bunch of shit from a whole bunch of corporations who went and stole fucking election and oppressed fucking black people. Like,
now you know we didn't do that. Now you know we didn't do that.
I don't know what y'all did.
You know we didn't do that. We know we didn't do that though.
You don't gotta really answer that.
No comment.
Yeah, no comment. No, not right. Talk about it later. But I think what annoys me is like, one, I definitely believe the numbers are inflated. I definitely like, and this is true in many industries. Like even when people are talking about marketing in different industries, people are saying now if you're not using bots and things like that, you're not really marketing anything. So we know that a lot of these numbers are inflated. You could pick a person, build them up, and boost them into success, especially when you have so many people invested, especially when you don't have the chip on your shoulder where you want to write your own shit, where you like, oh, we'll go taste styles from around the country and then present it as if it's us. So when I hear y'all using this idea of look at all our number ones, look at all the charts, I feel like that's such an empty stat because it's like what does it benefit the man? What is that saying? What does it benefit the man to gain the whole world but lose his soul? Like, is it cool with you? Like, if we diluted the rap game so much that one nigga can make it to the top and nobody else can?
I don't think that happened. Who was just at the?
When I was still in the car.
Who was just at the top? Kendrick Lamar was just at the top. Kendrick Lamar just did the Super Bowl and everything. Then you had the Clips come out with albums. J. Cole just dropped the album called The Fall Off. He's been dominating Sirius XM radio for like the last, 2-3 months with them folk songs. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, let's just keep it 100. It's Drake's time right now. And then it's gonna be somebody else's. And then it's gonna be somebody else's. And then it's gonna come back and be Drake time again. You know what I'm saying?
I wanna ask this question, and then I want to get right back to Elle. How long would you say Drake's been on top?
I want to say, I would like to say 15 years, but I want to say 10 for sure.
Okay, so to Elle's point, at least as I understand what sounds like Elle is saying, if Drake's been on top for 10 years, why should we support or respect a system that allows one person to be on top? Is that fair to say? I don't want to speak for you, Elle. I know
that's kind of it's kind of it, but it's not. It's a very sensitive thing because it's like you can sound like a hater, like, oh, you got all these number ones. And that's supposed to be the thing that make me say, oh, you must be the man because you have all these number ones. But if we zoom into how the cake is made, if we zoom into the factory seems to be you go and find a style that's trending, you take that style, you connect with that person, and you commercialize it into a pop version of it, and then it blows, right? Yeah, okay, I see you agreeing. But to me, I feel like, how can you say, like, Scarface would have never did no shit like that. So I feel like where we come from, like, and I mean hip hop, where hip hop comes from, that's supposed to be against the rules in a way. So it's like, hey, we came in and changed the rules and said, fuck that, we are gonna steal. I mean, and I know it's not stealing because you paying for it or whatever. Fuck that, we are gonna reinterpolate what other people are doing. I know y'all wasn't doing that, but we are gonna do it. And we made a factory that made us hit hella number ones. Like, we supposed to ignore how we got there and just look at the number ones? That's that capitalist shit. Like, it don't matter how we made the money, we made the money. It don't matter if we put the stadium there and displaced people from their fucking houses and now grandma don't have nowhere to live. We got the stadium deal done. We won. Like that, and I think that's what frustrates me about it. And I swear to God, I know you want to say something, but I gotta get this all out. I swear to God, I was like, I'm about to come in here and I have a lot of positive things to say about Drake, and everybody's gonna kick my back in. I really want to communicate how you have siphoned all of the positive shit that I was gonna say just right out of my body. Like, it just, you pulled it out of my body, because I am actually starting to see through you why so many of the Kendrick side is like, these niggas not cool. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Real quick, Hitta, then we're gonna move on to the next super chat.
Okay, so let's equate this like this right here. Okay. So back in the day, marijuana was illegal, right? But today you can smoke it openly in California. Shit changes. The same shit changes. The goal, hey, whether you move the goalpost or they move the goalpost, that goalpost ain't gonna be the same place it was 20 years ago.
Fair.
You know what I'm saying? So you can't say back in the day. This man has changed with the times. He has been the soundtrack of our life for like the last 15 years. He's been a part of that. Dance crazes, TikTok frenzies, Instagram challenges. Shit, he was the first one for all of that with his songs. So it doesn't matter. He's the first one you seen drop a big old block of ice and get the whole tower froze up. I mean, he got a lot of number ones. You see what I'm saying? But the thing about it is don't look at the glass like it's half empty. Look at it like it's half full. You know what I'm saying? Don't look at the project for what you can find wrong with it, or look at him for what you can find wrong with him. What did you find right about it? You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. And then you weigh that out.
I understand what you're saying, and I like your glass analogy, and I would like to raise you a glass analogy. It's not about it being half empty or half full. I lean more towards Paracon's glass analogy. He talks about a clean glass and a dirty glass. And he says, you don't have to tell a person that the glass is dirty. You just have to put a clean glass next to it. And what I think is, we have seen clean glasses so long that y'all now want us to ignore what we see as a dirty glass. With clean glasses all by it. And it's like, instead of just being like, well, this one's a little dirty. Don't drink out of it. It's for everybody else or whatever. Y'all trying to convince us that it's not a dirty glass, and that should be offensive because we don't have. There's a certain section of us that don't have the ability to turn off our brains and not notice that some of this shit is inflated. The reason why Drake was able to sue like that is because he understands how the factory works, and they're inflating his fucking numbers. He understands that they're using bots. And I know you have to disagree publicly, but I'm really trying to have an actual conversation because I'm sure you do have a lot of knowledge, and I'm trying to figure out what I can pull out of you that we can all learn from. Drake sued that way because he know that's what they was doing for them, which is snitching, first of all. But I guess 20 years ago that was a problem, and it's not a problem now. But it just seems like y'all want us to turn our brains off and not see that the way he's getting those hits is through what would have been previously a perverted manner. And y'all want us to ignore that and just give him all the props for it. And when we don't do that, y'all just say we haters. And I think that's unfair. And I came to give Drake props. I want you to know that. Go ahead, Justin.
We're gonna move on to the next super chat.
All right.
Spirited discussion, though. 2-second applause. Okay. Shout out to The Buzz right here. It says, Hitta, you're not going to say this is Aubrey's worst album. So I am. This is his worst album to date. 18 songs full of whining and victim raps and taking no accountability for his own actions. Trash.
And I like the album. So before y'all keep complimenting me, I like the album.
I mean, it's not as Habiti is his worst album. He got. Hey, Bob. Hey, at first listen, when y'all say at first listen, I think that this is not it. I'm not gonna call it trash because it's some real work on there, but I didn't like it as much as I like his other work. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, we made it there. We made it there again. Because in the beginning, you're like, it's the best album. I'm not going to say it's the worst album, but, you know, Habibti.
Iceman.
Is Iceman better than So Far Gone?
Nah.
Is it better than Thank Me Later?
Nah.
Is it better than Take Care?
Nah.
Is it better than Nothing Was the Same?
Nah.
Is it better than What a Time to Be Alive?
It's better than For All the Dogs.
Okay, so we're getting to, is it better than Certified Lover Boy?
Yeah, kinda, yeah.
Okay, is it better than Her Loss?
That's with him in Future, nah.
No, Her Loss is him in 21.
Oh, him in 21? Nah, that Jimmy Cooks was cooking. They was cooking on that bad boy.
Song, or you just saying
the album. Okay. The album. They cooked. Like his collaboration albums, like the one with Future, the one with 21 Savage. I think the worst one of his collaboration albums was with Party. And it sounds like a souped up, a better Habiti. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. It is. I think that's
I
fair.
agree with that.
All right, word up. Well, 1 second applause. Let's move on to the next super chats. This one comes from Dia Pia. Why you acting like a Dia Pia? Shout out to Dia Pia. 1 second applause. I love that. I can't help it. Every time I see Dia Pia's name pulled, I'm like, why you acting like a Dia Pia? That's your. If I had known you in the early 2000s, every time I see you, I'd be like, why you acting like a Dia Pia? I'm sorry, I love that joke. Dia Pia says, Elle, the difference here is that we know Dot is for the culture, Drake. Dot has enough good deeds done towards good, the not that help in weird situations like the White House post.
I agree, but that's why I said I was hella fake, because I was starting to agree with like, damn, why he ain't gonna say nothing? And then as soon as I heard, because it was a list, I did use AI to pull it up, but I did click through it to source it. And it was a list of people who had been used and hadn't spoke out. And then because the list, to me, I gave those people the benefit of the doubt. I was like, well, fuck it, maybe it's something I'm missing. Which I think is a little phony, but I do agree with what you're saying, that I do give benefit of the doubt, for sure.
Yeah, I had more like goodwill and more, like, I think the theme we were bringing up with Drake was that, like, outside of the White House mention, we can point to like plenty of stuff in real life and on wax. that kind of hit to that alignment, and him not speaking out about that kind of just like, I think without the other context of him being right leaning, maybe that was a harder debate to have of like, should he push back or not? But I think all the alignments behind him is like, I don't know. It kind of
Yeah, and I noticed people in the chat are still saying this is not true. It was during the Biden administration. I was shocked to see it too. I looked it up.
Go ahead and pull it up for people and share the screen.
It is a reinterpretation. Hold on. First of all, let me find that. Let me pull it up. But you can keep reading the thing while I pull it up.
Okay.
Maybe y'all can find it because it's on the White House account. It's not on Trump's account. It's on the White House's account.
Yeah, just pull it up. Once you find it, then we can look at it. But shout out to Timmy Cattell 8363 says many Drake supporters would help Massa recapture Toby. Let that marinate.
Jesus.
I think that's a fair assessment, sadly. But we're going to keep moving. I know Hitta. Okay, Hitta, go ahead. I'm not going to let that one linger. I'm not going to let you.
That's some real bull. You know, can I cuss? I can finish saying the rest of it?
Yeah, you can cuss that. Yeah, just don't be dropping PDFs and C's.
Yeah, okay, my bad.
Yeah, no,
my bad. Yeah, that's some bullshit. Ain't nobody trying to help Massa recapture no goddamn Toby.
I mean, Drake literally said, "Why you rapping like you're trying to get the slaves freed?"
Okay, like it's some slaves. Like, think about it in context. You rapping like you trying to get the slave free, but slavery don't exist.
In jail it does, and also they would like to repeal.
Okay, so
we have the Confederate. They got rid of the Voting Rights Act. Let's not act like these ideas are outside of possibility. Okay, it is 100% clear that everybody up here
not a lifetime.
Everybody
not in our lifetime.
It's happening in our lifetime. I'm gonna put you on mute right here before you talk over this. It's a very real point. It's a very real point. I know people don't want to talk about things that actually happen in the real world. I know we don't want to start listening to what the rappers say and then connecting it to things that are happening in the broader political landscape. But we just lost it. The Voting Rights Act was just gutted. The House member in Alabama said he can't wait for them to repeal the 14th Amendment. We still have the 13th Amendment in prison. They've gotten rid of thousands of black books, AP African-American history. They built concentration camps. They're abducting people left and right. Hey, let me know how seriously I'm supposed to take whip and chain you like American slaves.
Thank you for bringing that up, Justin, because people like to rapping like you're trying to get the slaves free is one thing, but that was a diss towards Dot, and it was a poor diss. But the whipped and chained you like American slave, and he's singing this shit. And I guess that's supposed to like seduce the lady because I guess she has a bondage kink or whatever. But why did you have to go with whip and chain you? You're fantasizing about that. Are we supposed to just overlook that shit? That's disgusting. He's always invoking slavery. It's disgusting.
It's crazy. It's crazy that your mind works that way. I think that it's like very critical. I think you look at.
We critical thinkers over here at Culture United. That's true. That's actually a compliment. 1 second applause. I'll take that all day.
Got me there.
I think it's very critical the way you look at this situation, but it's overcritical. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're fishing. It's like I'm reaching.
You know what I find?
I'm trying to put this together with this. We're gonna take this from 5 years ago, this from 2, this from this, and we're just gonna say boom, boom, boom.
Yeah,
and I mean,
it's crazy how trend lines work. It's wild. I do want to say this real fast. I'll move on to the next super check because I don't want to get stuck here. But that is legitimately what everybody's been saying about Trump since 2016. Don't believe him. He's not going to do it. He lies all the time. It's never going to happen. You're thinking too much. It's overly critical. There's nothing really there. It's not that deep, bro. And we are now in 2026. Trump literally has said, what do you have to lose? Well, Voting Rights Act. We lost that.
Well,
this goes on. I don't need to reiterate it. I'm just saying, in general, I hear where you're coming from, Hitta. I think that frame of mind works a lot better in 2016 than it does in 2026.
Well, I didn't vote for Trump. I'm
not saying you are. I'm not saying you are.
But check this out. We got a Gulf for America. We got some more oil. We got Greenland. We got all that. But I ain't vote for him, but we got all of that, right?
Why are you saying we?
Because we,
You don't have no more
the people of the United States.
I'll tell you, I'm calling a timeout here. We're going to move forward. We're going to move forward to the next one. I know it can become a circular conversation at a certain point. I do want to move through this. There's a lot of amazing people in here. We got 1,600 people in here who drop super chats to get their point across. They want to let us know how they feel, and so we want to get to what they got to say. All right, 1 second applause to all y'all. All right, so here we go. Right here, we got Chef OG Raw. Big shout out to Chef OG Raw. 1 second applause. Always coming with the insight. Says, what behind the scenes got to do with anything? We judge what we see here, not what we're oblivious to. Stat just got his cape out the cleaners, starched up and smelling like summer mink. I can't remember what this is about. Do you remember? Elle's usually pretty good at keeping up with these things, but this might have happened before you got here.
What behind the scenes got to do with anything? We judge what we see here, not what we're oblivious to. Stat just got his cape out the cleaner. So it must be something Stat said about y'all don't know what's going on. I think this is talking about the women when he said, well, we know what's going on behind the scenes where he's basically smelling up under all his homies' girl skirts.
Yeah.
That's what it's about. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, well, I'll take a screenshot, send it to Stat, see what he's talking about.
I would like to say that I
Jimmy, 1 second applause.
No, 1 second applause. I sent the article that came up in the AI search to our group chat. That highlights the date of it was the first TikTok the White House ever made. So that highlights the date of that thing. The only reason why I'm going out of my way to prove it, and I don't like that y'all keep asking me this, because I'm gonna tell you what it looks like. It looks like I'm trying to say Kendrick did this too, but really I'm triggered by y'all keep saying that I'm wrong, because I don't be wanting to be wrong about the shit that I'm saying. So just to point that out for everybody, be like, I can't wait to show it. I don't know how y'all Googling it and it's not coming up. I really don't understand what's going on.
I mean, truthfully, I tried this earlier, because I heard people say that this happened. And when I looked online earlier this week, not even today, but when I looked online, I couldn't find it. And then I asked Claude, and Claude said no. And actually Gemini said no. So I think whatever's happening with other people, it's happening. It happened to me as well. But here's what the article says. This is Petapixel. White House joins TikTok, the social network Trump once promised to ban. And this is August 20th, 2025. The White House has launched its official TikTok account 6 months after the app was supposed to be sold or banned in the United States. I am your voice, President Trump said in the first video, which was posted yesterday. But Trump's official presence on the app is a turnaround since he vowed to ban TikTok back in 2020. Reuters reports that Trump has personally softened toward the platform as he credits it with him winning the November 2024 election when he defeated Kamala Harris. However, many in Washington continue to worry that the personal data belonging to U.S. citizens could be accessed by Chinese government. Stop the cap! Okay, here we go. So far, the account has published 5 videos. The third one, a montage of Trump at his most combative, showing clips of him telling Ukrainian President Zelensky that you don't have the cards right now and complaining to Elon Musk that everything is a computer while sitting in a Tesla Model S on the White House lawn. The White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt confirmed the account's legitimacy, saying that the Trump administration is committed to communicating the historic successes President Trump has delivered to the American people with as many audiences and platforms as possible. President Trump's message dominated TikTok during his presidential campaign, and we're excited to build on those successes and communicate in a way no other administration has before.
It's a long ass article.
The divert or ban law was supposed to take effect the day before Trump's inauguration on January 20th, but Trump has extended the deadline 3 times, and most recently said a group of very wealthy people will buy the app. TikTok
I would just
reaction.
like to let you know that it's on the last sentence of the whole article. Oh, here it goes.
So the first video that the White House posted is a remake of a viral Snowfall edit that has been popular on TikTok. Snowfall is just the latest TV show to get a TikTok hype edit that has also included Breaking Bad and Creed. The video features moody and dramatic edits of popular shows set to a remix of Kendrick Lamar's song. So it's a remix of shows. So let's see if there's a link here.
I think it's that Creed edit.
I want to go get my food.
Okay, that's a different video. So a remix. Okay.
What popped up, by the way?
You say what?
We didn't see what popped up. By the way, we heard music, but we didn't see what popped up. They still saying I'm wrong. Oh, that ain't it.
That's not it. So
I'm hella mad.
it's not.
Yeah.
Whatever this says, it doesn't take us to. I get to close this. That's ugly. Whatever this says, it's not taking us to that actual page. So,
Okay. Do you guys think that the article is enough proof?
I think that the article shows
know.
that. No, I'm going to answer this honestly. I think the article shows that the White House used Kendrick Lamar song in this article. I don't think that the article has an active link that takes us to that work, so we haven't seen it. And the way they describe it is a mashup of TV shows that uses a Kendrick Lamar song, right? And so, yes, on a flat level, it looks like the same thing. They use a Kendrick song, they use a Drake song. But looking at this article again, and I will share this tab one more time so everyone can read this paragraph. This paragraph right here says, where's this at? Add, share screen. This article, it says the first video that the White House posted is a remake of a viral Snowfall edit that has been popular on TikTok. Snowfall is just the latest TV show to get a TikTok hype edit that also included Breaking Bad and Creed. The video features moody and dramatic edits of popular shows set to a remix of Kendrick Lamar. Right. So if I'm looking at this, let's say if I'm TDE or if I'm Kendrick or whatever, and I see this, it looks like the White House just put up a video of moody and dramatic edits of popular TV shows set to a remix of Kendrick Lamar. Like, yes, the White House posted it, but there is not a political connection, as it's described here, to what has been posted. Whereas with people talking about what's happening with Drake or a number of other artists, and most of them are all the artists that submitted cease and desists, they were using those artists' work to convey a political message, right? They were conveying, in this case, ICE is awesome, so we're going to use Drake, or whatever they're trying to show in different capacities. This reads like that's not the case. So yes, they use both artists, but based on your source, it doesn't connect to me that they're using the artist's music in the same way at all. Like, this sounds like actually an apolitical thing. And given the fact that this is probably one of the first, it says it's one of the first, or perhaps the first video that they put up, they were probably testing out what this is like. Like, that actually seems like a test run to me.
Agree. I'm just saying, the reason why I brought this up was to say that I felt phony myself, because as much as I did not like the White House usage of Drake and felt like it was Drake's responsibility to call for a cease and desist, in a similar situation, because it's more than just Kendrick, where there's other people who shit was used and it doesn't seem like they call for a cease and desist, I give them the benefit of the doubt. So I was really just telling on myself, but I don't know. I guess we can move on because everybody's just like I'm on some bullshit, but whatever.
Well, I don't think it's an apples to apples comparison. I think trying to make it apples to apples comparison.
I don't think it's an apples to apples comparison. But I'm saying, even if you just use my song, I still would feel that way, even though using the song is different from making a political statement with my song. I agree that those two things are different, but I'm saying even on the lower end, I'm still mad. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel.
I want to go get my
applause. We figured out the difference, and the audience can tell. Let us know which one they think. If it's the same thing or otherwise. 1 second, plus. Let's see. Let's go over here. Man, you guys, first of all, man, I got to say thank y'all so much, man. Everybody in this community, everybody in this panel, but this community is really showing up for us tonight, y'all. They are showing up for us. They're sticking around. They're engaged in the conversation, and you guys are priceless. Priceless. I say it a lot because I mean it. I tend to repeat phrases for emphasis for two reasons. One, I want people to understand that what I mean is what I mean. And two, I understand that a lot of times we're just in an era now where you have to write differently to connect with an audience to make sure that they're understanding what's happening. Netflix shows will reiterate the plot 3-4 times in the first 15 minutes so people understand what's going on. And when I say y'all are priceless, I really, really mean it. I just want to tell you guys thank you so much for all your contributions, all the super chats, all the donations, and to everyone that's on this panel. So 9-second applause to you all. And I want to say this real fast. Big shout out to NPC John Smith. He says, when I was like 22, I had a realization. Everyone around me was a drug addict. And I asked myself, why is that? The answer was, oh, fuck, I'm becoming a drug addict. You cannot convince me that Drake at 40 has not realized he's surrounded by MAGA and made a choice.
That's a good one. Do you have something to say?
Yeah, I got something to say. That's BS. And you know what, man?
Wait. Real quick. It's which part is BS? That Drake realizes, understands that he's surrounded by MAGA or not?
We all surrounded by MAGA, aren't we?
Okay.
I live in Texas.
No.
I'm surrounded by MAGA.
Right. But I will say this. Are you live streaming with Aiden Ross?
No, I'm not. But I believe this too. And I'm just say this. And I have these conversations with my mother. Politics, like the news, when you watch the news, this puts us all in a emotional shock and awe frenzy, to where it's like if they tell you, oh, we need all these COVID shots, you know, everybody's rushing out to get it because that's what the news said to do, right? So when we get to the part where is he surrounded by MAGA? Is he being influenced by MAGA? I just really believe that, man, MAGA is influencing everything that has to do with entertainment. And if they can't, they're trying to put their twist on it or get their hand involved in it. Whether it's an actor, whether it's a singer or an athlete. It's like they're doing everything they can to reach in. So you can't, I mean, come on, man. That's like APEC giving all the money to senators and stuff like that.
You're with us. Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, yeah. So
yes.
So that's
and that's why I think a lot of people are saying when they see certain things, they're like, "Oh, I'm not with that." But not everybody's doing that. Kid Rock ain't complaining. Kid Rock loves every time he gets posted. Kid Rock will do a show for his 12 friends, and that's how it be. You know what I'm saying? And so I think where a lot of people's perspective is coming from is who is not drawing that line, and why is that the case? And the reason why I do think that is significant, I don't want to belabor this conversation because I feel like, you know, we're starting to run into the same themes over and over again. But two things have been very clear. One, that side, the Confederates, they drew a line in the sand a long time ago. Like, I'm talking like the late 90s, 2000s, their media complex, all this kind of stuff, all this stuff you and I talk about all the time. Hitta. They drew that line in the sand. The other side, the blue team, they never drew that line in the sand. They constantly shift that line to go and try to get more people who are on the Confederate side, right? What's happening now is I think there's so many people who are impacted directly by things that are happening in a macro space right now, whether that is ICE stuff, whether that is whatever, right? That now you have a lot more people who are also drawing a line on the other side. And we are firmly entrenched in a lot of ways, or at least society is. I'm not saying, you know, this panel or us, even though I think we are very much progressive conversations and very critical of capital over here. I will not run away from that. And that's one of the things I'm most proud of about this platform, because there's not a lot of places like this you can find in general. But generally speaking, when we see people, we got a whole album from Drake being very mad at people for trying to play both sides. You just said yourself, Drake was mad at Khaled for trying to play both sides. So Khaled had to get it. Well, a lot of people are looking at Drake as if he's doing the same thing. They're looking at Drake saying, okay, you're going to take all this MAGA-coded stuff. You're going to call your name album Iceman, whether all that stuff is real or not. It's like that song, Janice, Shut the Fuck Up, right? That song, Janice, whenever I see that title, regardless of how good or bad the song is, when I see that title, that to me, every time in my head I hear Kendrick saying, I hate the way you sneak this, right? Because who's Janice? Janice is someone who works for UMG, or maybe not. Janice is someone from the movie Wanted, or maybe not. Janice isn't even a real person, it's just representing a sentiment, or maybe not. Regardless of what it is, Janice is also Baby Keem's mom's name. It's also that. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm not saying that's what he meant. I'm saying is people also hear this. They, like Molly Santana, I think that's one of the coolest stories of the year. Drake gave Molly Santana $500,000 to be on that song. That's incredible. You're like, oh man, look at Drake helping out all these people. But then you dig into it, Molly Santana was signed to Victor Victor, and that didn't work out. And Victor Victor was Pusha T's manager. And the song is going to be a big song because it's him and Future. So he is kind of flexing on Victor Victor. Now, I love the fact that Drake said "Free Palestine" on this album, but he's only doing that to get at Khaled. I love God's Plan, but that's an XXXTentacion diss, right? It's very. The only other reference that I had for the longest time of Drake even taking a political position on anything was on Charged Up, when he said, "Cops out here shooting people with their arms up, and you want to harm us." I just don't have an example of certain things happening without it being tied to some bullshit when it comes to Drake. And I think a lot of people, like this comment from John Smith, are really pointing out is that it's very difficult for a large, I'd argue a growing section of the population, to look at these data points that have stretched for a very long time and not be like, and then now see the MAGA post and then the other MAGA post and not see XQC and Aiden Ross, not see all these things and come to this conclusion. And I'm not even saying Drake is doing it. My issue is, if Drake isn't doing it, he is very clearly playing the middle at a time where people are doing a whole lot less of that. And Drake don't like when people do that either, and we heard it. That's why he got at Khaled in the first place on Iceman.
Yeah. Well, shoot, hey, Justin, hey, my fellow panel, man, I gotta go, man. It's 11:46 where I'm at.
My brother DJ Hard Hitter, thank you for coming through, man. You're a brave person. You took it.
No,
this is not always the most friendly room, and I appreciate you so much, man.
Hey, man, I want to shout out to everybody in the chat, whether you said something good or bad about me. Hey, God loves you, and I still love you too. You know what I'm saying? Even though we disagree even though we have musical differences. Oh yeah, and Drake is still the GOAT. And Iceman, and I'm still gonna jam that Iceman, and we'll have this conversation later. I love y'all. Peace. I'm out.
DJ Hardhead, 9-second applause.
Yes, sir.
That's my brother DJ Hardhitter, man. Like, you know, one of my favorite things is like debating people who have point of views that are 180 degrees away from mine. And whether I lose or win, I love the back and forth because you get a chance to see how passionate people can really be around these conversations. And, you know, me and Hitta have been we've been having this debate for a long time. Hitta was saying something before the show started when we were backstage, and he was like, "Man, I don't know if you know this about Justin, but Justin been hating on Drake for the past 8 years. It must have been about 8 years we was driving through Beverly Hills and Justin was hating on Drake." And I was like, I understand that. By comparison, that must be like Drake hate. Like, if you love somebody that much, you think somebody is that great, and someone has a lot of data points they like to point out that lead to the opposite, yeah, it's probably got to feel like hate. You know what I mean? And so I accept that. 1 second applause to DJ Hardhead again.
I think that was a rough intro for me. I should have been.
You said what?
I know, like, who is this lady and why does she keep complaining about everything I'm saying? That was kind of a rough intro for me.
You've had a hype day today.
I've had
Let's go ahead. Can we talk about that, or do you want to not talk about that? I'm down to not talk about it.
No, we could talk about it. I mean, I need to go do something for a second for like 10 minutes, but we could talk about it. I've had a rough damn day today. I've been on edge. Me and MzHummus had a little tussle. I hope she in here. We talked though. Me and MzHummus talked on the phone. I saw y'all in the chat trying to turn me and MzHummus against each other because y'all didn't like that I screamed. I would like to point out that the same person that didn't like that I had an elevated tone, y'all didn't have shit to say when Glasses cussed me out. Nobody said, why is Glasses screaming or whatever. Everybody understood the passion. I do think it's a little misogynistic that when you guys heard me being passionate, all of a sudden it was like I was ghetto, I was a problem, I was this, I was that. I did notice that. But me and MzHummus talked. It was really cool. I'm going to go on her stream. That's my girl. Y'all not going to turn me and MzHummus against each other. And the fact that we can argue, like what they say, barbershop talk, we can argue and get passionate and still be cool. I think that's dope. Like, I think what's going on is like, the commentary part of YouTube, I think, is maybe hella frail. But I don't know if y'all noticed, but in real life, we're arguing loud. Like all of us, when we're tussling over things, we're screaming, we're hollering, we're arguing, and we're still cool. So I did think it was a little weird how sensitive everybody got about my tone. But just know, you can't tear me and MzHummus apart. How about that?
Well, second applause. Shout out to MzHummus. MzHummus now. MzHummus conversations are traveling far now. I've been noticing.
Yeah.
I see MzHummus. People bringing up MzHummus not around. People be talking about what MzHummus said the other week. I be in real life walking around. I was like, yo, I caught the live stream the other day. Yo, what MzHummus was saying about game is so true.
Let's go.
I love it, man. It's a big shout out to MzHummus.
Yeah, I'm proud of MzHummus. I need to follow her. As a matter of fact, I keep trying to log into this chat, but we need to drop her link in the chat.
Yeah, if you could do that. Well, maybe one of the moderators can too. I think if you guys are still around, if you could do that too. Either one of y'all, just as long as we share that. I want to do a quick update. Big shout out to Chillin' with Modi. She just texted me on the side. She says, here's the TikTok video. This is the one about Trump posting Kendrick. She sent me a link to the TikTok video. And she said the article misrepresents that Kendrick is a part of that song. His voice is not in the video, just the beat. I'm not going to play it because I like the stream. But that's according to Chill with Moni. And Moni research is tight. I can't remember if she's a journalism major or an accountant major. I can't remember what it is, but she be in the details. And that's why everybody should follow her Twitter account. She just started Chilling with Moni HQ, and I personally really like it because it's a clip channel, it's a news channel that debunks a lot of stuff. Like one of the things that happened, let me bring it up on the screen real quick. One of the things that happened today is that, people have been out here trying to say that Kendrick is over here breaking down in the studio over Future and Drake song being together, which is one of the craziest things I think I could ever imagine. Can you imagine Kendrick Lamar being in the studio crying over Drake and Future? I can't even see it. I can't even see it in my brain, you know what I mean? So like clearly that's Oppo research, you know what I'm saying? Or like, it's crazy stuff. But here is Chillin' with Moni, CW Moni HQ. Everybody make sure you follow it. Says the allegation that Kendrick Lamar trashed the recording studio after finding out Future was on someone's album is 100% fabricated and another example of individuals manipulating people through engagement farming. Why would he care? It's a great question. Like, just on principle, right? Let's see if we just extrapolate this. Why would Kendrick care that Drake and Future are collaborating?
No, Drake makes the nigga look like a prophet.
That's what I'm saying.
Like this nigga, you just did what the fuck he said you be doing. Like
the song is called "Ran to Atlanta." Why would that be the case?
Like when I saw that, I just kind of glanced at it and looked away. Like, what? Like, why would Kendrick give a fuck? And I think it's crazy that this story got more traction. She's right about engagement farming, and I'm gonna get into that too. How these little narratives get pushed. All of a sudden, somebody become the bad guy. They're the bad guy for the week. And now all of a sudden, all these blog pages is putting up all these negative, misleading ass fucking stories. I'm going to research about that too. But I think there should be more conversation about why the fuck is Future on this album? The way we skipped over that. And now we're supposed to be at some fake recording studio where Kendrick supposedly tore up a recording studio. Anybody who believes this is crazy.
Insane.
It makes no sense.
Because the conversation should be, wait a minute, bro. You made a whole tour around We Don't Trust You. You are the one who kicked this off. I would guess that Future came and got Kendrick, not Kendrick came and got Future. I would guess. I would bet my life on it. You came and got him to diss this dude. And now you're on his album. The fact that that is not a huge conversation, like that should be a huge chunk of the conversation. But we're supposed to skip over that and go to some made up trashed studio. Not me. Not on the intellectual side.
Yeah, I mean, and then, anytime I think about Future and Drake on this song, I immediately think about Drake giving Young Thug $1 million after he got out of jail. That's immediately where my mind goes. You know, I immediately go to the online discourse after Young Thug got out of jail, everything that was happening around Gunna, everything that was happening around all the snitch videos that was coming out, quote unquote snitch videos that were coming out, all that stuff, right? And I definitely look at, you know, an Atlanta that, at least right now with those particular artists, hasn't had the same chart success that people expect. You know, Gunna's probably the most successful one right now. I'm listening to 21 Savage talk about Streets are Dead. You know what I mean? And I'm looking at, and truthfully, I feel like, and I'm watching all these big bank interviews, and it feels like the mojo is off. And here is, you know, a guy giving out $1 million bags who's gonna have one of the most anticipated albums of the decade. That's gonna come with additional bags on its own. I'm not sure we should be surprised by any of this. And here's another reason why I say that. You know, since we've been live, you know, 4 hours ago, right? We were already on live for an hour. We got Metro Boomin posting, some bridges are better left burnt. Fuck them.
Oh.
Metro Boomin ain't jump on, he's still over somewhere else. Now, who is he talking about? He ain't say nobody's name, plausible deniability, I'm sure. But this, to me, lets me know that not everybody is happy about this situation.
Understand. I mean, I think Metro's was more personal than Future. You know, if all of the talk is true, but I don't know. I think Future and Drake like to make money, and that's what happened with the.
I think so too.
And it played right into Kendrick's angle against Drake, and he knew that, and was like, "Yeah, I'm finna do exactly what you said I do." You know what I mean?
That's why I always listen to that song, and I'm like, who's standing 10 toes on Quicksand? Are y'all talking to each other? Y'all rapping at each other right now? Because that's what I see when I look at both of y'all.
On the Run to Atlanta song, you feel like
Run to Atlanta song. I'm like, are y'all talking to each other about who's not standing 10 toes down? Because both of y'all, to me, fit the description. And I'm not even saying that as a slight. I'm saying one of them put out a double disc about how much nobody trusts you. The other one is talking about, I'm out in Tokyo because I'm big in Japan.
Or you know what? I think that was a parody account. It might have been.
Oh, it might have been? Okay. Oh, good. Is this a parody account? Really? Let's see. That's good. Well, I hope so. I hope that's the case. Because I was getting tagged on that. Well, good. If it's a parody account, we take it all back.
I wonder what Future and Kendrick's relationship is now. Like, did they even have a relationship, or was it like, I don't really know you like that, but I want to put you on this song? Like, were y'all already cool? Are y'all now not cool anymore because you then turned around and went back to Drake? Like, I wonder what that story is. But you know why we not gonna know that story? Because K-Dot don't be talking hella much. K-Dot been so silent. He been watching niggas melt, seethe, burn, crash out. Kendrick ain't talked since you was mad at him. Future, I don't think we heard Kendrick say shit since y'all was beefing. Y'all done beef, made up, and made a video together. We still ain't heard Kendrick say nothing.
Right.
That is one of my favorite parts of this whole thing. The way he like.
Right. 1 second pause.
Niggas don't know how to do that no more.
We got super chat here from TM Cabrew. TM Cabrew or Mickabrew, T Mickabrew. Kendrick did the GNX concert in Houston and it was sold out, so somebody was playing Kendrick. Ooh. Wish Hitta was here for that one. Crazy. Wish Hitta was here for that.
Shout out my partner Miko in Houston. That nigga's a huge Kendrick fan. Ain't no way they wasn't playing Kendrick. It's crazy. I was just out of energy.
I mean, and at the same time, Houston's a big city. It's
there might have been some
like,
Whatever.
I get, I get the silo effect, you know what I'm saying? People in different silos, you never know. The supporter 248 says, what's hilariously ironic is that I bet Sauce didn't fully rock with Drake's poor sentiments on song, aside from stunt talk. Sauce actually expresses depth and intellect in his music, albeit explicitly. Sauce Walker is nice, man. He is a problem. To me, he was the best part of A$AP Rocky's album this year. You know what I mean? Which,
Yeah, I like
you
that
know,
song.
like that, like I've got nothing but positive things to say about Sauce Walker. Ooh-wee! 1 second, applause.
If this is correct me if I'm wrong, but no, never mind. I ain't gonna say it. Next.
No,
Okay, wait for real says, Hitta, how many times you played All Right at the Juneteenth celebration in Galveston? You know the city about 45, 50 minutes from Houston. Where the holiday originated?
Damn, that would have been a good ask.
Let me ask him right now.
Let's go, K-Way, my intelligent brother.
We're gonna screenshot this and send it to him right now.
That was good.
Hitta.
Oh, it's 10 o'clock. Okay, I'll be right back.
Cool. Let's see. Here we go right here. Big shout out to DM7561 says, Hitta literally saying the propaganda narratives all night, anti-woke, anti-intellectualism, billboard, soundtrack to our lives. Bro, you 50 plus, grow up. Just where's FD? This man is not in reality. Gen X rollout.
Justin, you gagged alive with the GNX surprise. Like you're like, wait a minute. We actually didn't have any anticipation because we didn't know that album was
coming.
It dropped on like a Tuesday. It was like a midweek drop. Yeah.
It was a weird day. Weird day to drop it. And everything stopped.
Yes.
Whatever I planned to do that day didn't happen.
Yeah, yes. I remember where I was. I really do.
Yeah. They didn't do no rollout. Big shout out to you, DM. 1 second plus. The supporter's back. He says, if Drizzy's the soundtrack of our last decade or so, what does that say about the current state of crooked affairs?
Yeah.
You know?
It's true. I mean, it's basically Kendrick's whole thesis for the beef. Like, so many layers deep was just kind of like, okay, guys, we've been hypnotized to a level where we are letting slop just go by. And gaming and cheat. I mean, we get the music industry is dirty and all that, but like it has gone too far. Right. And like that's why I said I feel like the major drop is so late stage capitalist coded. Like I'm like, of course Drake fucking drops 3 albums. Right. It's like it's the era we're in.
That's what we're in. Big shout out to you, supporter again. 1 second plus. We got this one right here from Stefan No Urkel. Almost every GOAT has these in common: classic albums, sales, classic performances, awards, classics, hits, and deep cuts. Excuse me, classic music vids. Drake has only 2 of these over Dot, hits and sales.
I do feel like some part of the conversation did start leaning very heavy on like sales. And I do think that I'm glad that more people are having the conversation about like, what is the sales conversation in the streaming era what does a stream mean and what does a sell mean? And like when we're not just selling just vinyls and then putting asses in seats, like there's so much that could be manipulated with it. Not to say that it wasn't manipulated before, but you get what I mean. Like it's just kind of, let's talk about the substance of it all. If in the streaming era, I don't know what you think about that, but.
Well, I think Blue Dot Fever is exposing a whole bunch of this. All these empty seats at these concerts.
Yeah.
That lets you know how fragile these numbers really are.
True.
These guys have been blowing up streams for a long time. Post Malone got to cancel shows.
Right. That did shock me. But also too, it was like tomato. Yes. Immediate. It was the way I almost felt like happy that people almost immediately clocked like, whoa, are you just like going for Michael Jackson's record and dropping 3 and like are you literally just, you know what I mean? And or just like, is this just a pure record? I broke this record. I sold this. I streamed this. Like it can't just boil down to that shit, bro.
Well, I think that is part of what it means to come back from this battle from Drake's side of things.
Okay, yeah.
The one thing that he really had to dispel was this idea that he had fallen off and he wasn't going to be able to sell anymore.
Right.
And so he put himself in a position to where it'd be very difficult, like it's almost impossible for someone with his audience and, you know, truthfully his understanding of how to put out albums into a marketplace to not make it look record shattering and impressive in the biggest ways when history looks back in this moment. At some point, someone's going to break Drake's record for going 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so that works. Again, like I said earlier, if I'm a Drake, if I'm a Drake fan, the two things I want are him to come back firing at everybody and him to remain on top sales-wise. Because at the core of it, that is Drake's lasting legacy, in my opinion. I'm not saying this in general, but this is what I hear from that community more than anything else. Look at the hit records. Look at the big albums. And I've been hearing that for 16 years. You know, since So Far Gone at least. Yeah. So that is what has to happen. He has to reapply that veneer, stick it up in there, so he can start smiling again. That's what's got to happen. So
yeah. So like the Ice Cube and the Bio niggas can be like, he had 1, 2, and 3 after the battle. You said it was dead. Like that's definitely gonna be an angle and an argument point into the
right. Yeah. These things are so predictable from a mile away. That's literally where my frustration with the OVO community largely is. Right. I feel like the things they champion loudest about Drake are statistics. And if you're going to debate someone about something and you can predict what they're going to say all the time, how fun is that? Is that fun?
Right.
You know, like sometimes I think that a lot of times we do, like the communities we cultivate a lot of times mimic who we are. I'm not sure Drake got a lot of imagination because I know his community doesn't. I'll be listening to what they say and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. 13 #1 songs, breaking Michael Jackson's record, 3 albums in one day. How much do you like the album? How great's his career been? Best thing he's done since Views. Okay, because the last time you said the last album was the greatest, and the one before that was the greatest, and the one before that was the greatest, and the one before that was the greatest. But now it's like, no, but for real. And I can see where they're coming from because he's rapping, you know, with his heart in it. For the first 6 songs. You know, but like, you know, I think that, like, Jay-Z is a great example, right? In contrast, Jay-Z has a record for most #1s right now. Jay-Z debates do not begin and end with his record-breaking #1s, the #1s he has. That's not the beginning and the end of Jay-Z conversations. Like, he's not solely. And you could argue that was in the beginning because he sounded like a Money Hoes Clothes rapper primarily up until the Blueprint, right? There was a large section of people who felt that way. But Jay-Z conversations do not begin and end with the #1 songs or number of hit records he has. As much as Jay-Z wants to tell us, he's still got song cries in his catalog. He's still got Hell Yeah remix in his catalog, you know what I'm saying? He's still, you know, New York, he's got a bunch of different types of music. He's got Meet the Parents, you know, out the window, looking at rapping in third person about ISIS and whatever that was happening in that story. You know, he's got a 444 in his catalog, you know, like he's always pushing the conversation in a different place. And so just because someone has a record-breaking number of hits or sits on top of the pile for most #1 albums doesn't mean that has to define their conversation around their legacy. And with Drake, I find myself in conversations with OVO fans or Drake fans where that is, at least in 2026, that is the nature of the conversation.
Yep.
And so if I'm Drake, that's the first thing I gotta fix. I gotta get that veneer back. Let's make it look great in future history. You know what I'm saying? So 1 second pause. Big shout out to K-Way for real again. Says Pulitzer, 27 Grammys, 2 Emmys, 8 Diamond Songs, 53 BET Awards, Super Bowl, World Stadium Tour, highest grossing tour ever. Hitta, why do you hate free black men that standing for integrity and righteousness? Is white ice cooler? Wow. 1 second, K-Way for real. He'd be correct, poignant.
Oh.
He's efficient.
And I put you there.
You know what I'm saying? 1 second, pause. I wouldn't mind seeing all that written on the back of a T-shirt.
Man, he really pack it in there.
He really does.
Does not waste a word.
Big shout out to Ro Mangu says, I'm so heated, I got to make another comment. LMAO, nah, I'm convinced he was given a script knowing he was going to the den. 1 second applause. Thank you for that one right there. Let's see what this one is. 504 Roller, LMAO, he not the same not this homie, put it up with the pop stars, the streets don't agree. LMAO, he not this homie, put it up with the pop stars, the streets don't agree. Yeah, 1 second applause. I appreciate it. I don't think the streets agree either. Grimes Space says, Drake is the definition of a studio gangster. Like E40 says in his song, he got a mirror in his pocket and be practice looking hard, duck lips and all. That was one of my favorite parts of the Iceman live stream, watching the music videos, you know. There was all the duck lip scenes.
Yeah. Yes.
I love that.
What did you think about some of the music videos literally just being like slow-mo explosions for like the whole song? Or like, I felt like there was a lot of incongruence with what I was seeing whenever he released, not the stream, but when he released them as separate videos. Like I would be hearing, I think like the Shebang video, it's just the slow-mo explosion. Like, what did you think about there not being much going on in some of the music videos he dropped?
Look, Drake fans told me I'm not supposed to be thinking this deep. Okay. They tell me I'm not supposed to be thinking about the stuff that comes out. So, you know, I'm not sure if opinion about the art and the product is supposed to be part of the conversation. I think, BK, you should ask yourself, and maybe you can ask me again, how many streams did it do? Did it put up a whole bunch of numbers? I count the explosion. It was a lot, and they were big. So I think it was effective.
Yeah.
A lot of big explosions. It was so big it just take up all the space and oxygen in the conversation.
God.
I think that's what, that's what I would say. What do you think about how big and awesome and captivating the explosions were? They take up all the oxygen in the conversation.
Pretty lights, a lot of views.
I just don't think we should be out here thinking that deep. They tell me not to be thinking about what he's saying. All right. You don't want me to think.
Right.
I guess that's where we're at. I don't know. I mean, I would like to think that it was big. Did you see all the fire? It was a lot.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. You're not supposed to be thinking over here. We got, I didn't mean to deflect, but that's how I feel. Yeah, it was big. Look, he does big spectacle well. One second applause to spectacle. Shout out to Tua Man the Great. That's cap, because before Kendrick dropped anything, every podcast, media outlet, or streamer was talking as if Kendrick had already lost him, and no matter what, he was going to drop it, would have been too late. Exactly.
Yes.
I think that's the case.
No, shout out to this super chat. People forget that, like, there was a big movement of like, y'all wanted Drake to lose from the beginning. I'm like, yo, no, that was not the narrative. But anyway, we saw how that played out.
They were counting down how long it took Kendrick to respond. And then when he responded, they said, too many words, boo.
Right. Can't play this in the club. Yeah.
That's what they said. They said it was too many words. I watched Gilly from Gilly and Wallace sit there and say, I don't know, man. It's all right. It's cool. It feels like it's too lyrical. It's a paraphrase. That's not a quote, but I couldn't believe it. I'm like, this dude spent so much time in his career letting everybody know that he was writing Wayne's raps. So much time. This is before he was even doing like the diamond testers on the watches and stuff. Like he was straight up like, I wrote Wayne's raps. I'm the nice. He came to Hip Hop DX office, sat down for a conversation. I wrote Wayne. Everybody needs to know. I'm the one with the bars. And then the battle comes around and the bars come out. Yeah, it's okay. So many bars. It was interesting. That was an interesting time. 1 second applause to Gilly Kid, though. I do really, really, really respect what him and Wallow do on their podcast. I think it's really dope. Yo, Prof, Y9Z, whenever we praise the bars on Iceman, can we at least mention the abundance of corny bars on the same album? Young Money never left him. Plus, why is he asking SBF to free Gaza guys up on Dust? I don't even think I caught that bar. I just need to go check out that last part. But, see, Young Prof, your problem is that you are actually listening. You're not supposed to be listening to what Drake says, okay? It's a vibe, okay? We're supposed to just get the feeling and the impression that everything is up and big and successful and streams a whole lot, okay? We start digging into it, you run into the problem that's always presented with the cognitive dissonance of a gaslighter. Shout out to Professor Scott. 1 second applause. You guys have anything you want to add to this?
Nope.
Retweet.
Even though I don't know who SBF is.
Yeah, me either.
All right, let's see what we got next. What we got here? K-Way for real. Hitta, you put on a sugarcane white suit for another man and you play Drake's music at a club while men pour Casamigos in each other and share hookah sticks. Irony of weirdness. Hey, man. That honestly was my favorite part of the Iceman stream, though. Oh my God, what's the saying? Where's she at? Where's she at? When they're up in the club and they take a shot to Casamigos and pour it down. It looks like they're like, where's she at? Where's she at?
Oh
but
God.
in retrospect, it is a very small room with a lot of men in it dancing together. So,
You know,
there's that.
when I first saw it, when we were reacting, I think, yeah, when we were watching your stream, I was like, okay, this is energy. This looks like a natural moment that we kind of just peeked in. And then you look at it a little bit longer and you're just like, this is about Rihanna, right? And it's like, everyone, I don't know. It's too many niggas too closely together doing shots talking about another nigga baby mama. It's just corny to me.
Nobody told me. Did Drake baby mama post this song?
Hell no.
You know she didn't.
There's so many lines like that. Stand at 10 toes on quicksand. Where your baby mama at?
But then also too, there were so many, Navy went crazy and was like, no, she carried around the Don't Be Dumb vinyl. She was all up in his being like, no, she definitely supported his project. Like, what are we talking about?
Word up, word up, word up. Big shout out to 504 Roller. What's this say right here? The Owls have to hold Drake accountable for his actions. It says a lot about weird. Richard Fitzenwell is an alias for someone. Go down that rabbit hole, break the name down. First weird, LMAO de Nerve. I don't want to get into this right now, but I know exactly what you're talking about. All right, and the reason I don't want to get into this is because I feel like that's a separate conversation. And I think that is something that people really should do on their own if they feel the need to. But I know exactly what you're talking about. And for me personally, these aren't the things that I report on, outside, or I report on in my commentary because it's not solid enough for me to do it. And I'd like to keep things to what is publicly known and focus on the art and the music. But I feel where you're coming from, 504 Roller. 1 second applause. Okay, we got that one. Okay. So then we should be back up here then, and then we can come down again. All right. Okay, so we did that one. We did this one. So I'll go by color, just so you guys know. So I got to scroll through the colors. Okay, here we go. Long-winded short story. 1 second applause. I'm always happy when I see that one. I feel like that describes Elle a lot of times. Elle be having fantastic, engaging, immersive, long-winded short stories.
Yes.
They'd be great. Shout out to Elle. 1 second applause. Long-winded short story says, Drake will get numbers and he'll hang his Pharrell chains, Pox rings, and MJ glove on that. He'll get so many SKUs. He's so unbothered that he emoted all over his project and ran back to 2016 for hits.
This is a great super chat.
That's a fantastic summary right there. That summary is something special.
Long-winded short story. It's one of my favorite names.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, we did this one because that was Dia Pia. Dia Pia. Why you acting like a Dia Pia? That's a great name. Dia Pia, can you let me know, is that your real name or is that just what your online name? Because I think that is fantastic. Big shout out to Dia Pia. 1 second applause.
We did.
Or Dia Pia's parents if it's a real name. 1 second applause. Big shout out to you know who flooding the space communicates a lot. Oh, we did this one, right? Did we do this? Lacks of seriousness and we did this, right? Okay.
Yes.
See, this is fucked up. This is fucked up right here. Shout out to his own fanfic. This is really messed up. Question to DJ Sunken Place.
Oh.
What do these 3 albums mean for where Drake is at in this late stage of his career? Is this growth normal or just about Kendrick? Now, I'm not going to send it to him, but I'll ask him on the phone. I think one thing I hope everyone realizes and understands, and I hope the moderators understand this too. We definitely going to have a lot of different ideas and points of view on here, but it's imperative we treat everybody with respect. And that line can get blurred online, you know, and there's a lot of quippy things people can say about each other. But I know Hitta personally for a very long time, and I know what he's about. And I think even on this conversation, he said very cleanly and distinctly, y'all set me up, I'm not with the MAGA stuff, right? Like, he is someone who I wouldn't describe as being in a sunken place in his life, even though I understand where this comment comes from in the framing of this conversation. But let's treat each other with respect, and particularly treat our guests, people on this panel, with respect. And if not, then, you know, the moderators will have to put you on timeout. But Hitta ain't here. So shout out to his own fanfic. This is a question I'll ask him, but I won't send this to him. 1 second plus. All right, what's this one say? Chef OG Rod, did we do this? What's behind the scenes? Yeah, we did this one. Stat hasn't got back to us, by the way. Here we go, V Sorceress. If 96% of hip hop artists are doing it, then perhaps you insiders have become desensitized to it. So to you, it's business as usual. Many female dominant consumers won't let it slide, many men too. And I agree with this, I'm 100% in support of this. But literally, I think everyone needs to remember that the music industry is an industry that was created and started by literal, actual gangsters. So we may not be able to reference all of the shady, fugazi ways that these contracts are structured, or how labels have always been buying their own product to run the numbers up and using it as marketing, or payola, and how that had to become an actual law. That they had to create a law against payola because it was so prominent for people to just pay people to play the record. You know what I mean? I think it's more built into the DNA than we like to admit and consider. But what I love about this time right now is that I think people are becoming more educated in today's form of manipulation. And there's interconnected conversations around this in ways that there just wasn't before. And so when Spotify got to put up stuff on the screen that looks like this, when they got to put this on the screen right here, where they said, the initial streams review process was completed manually, resulting in streams from 2 different album tracks being combined. Drake continues to hold the record for the most streamed artist and album in a single day in 2026. We apologize for the error and have implemented update review procedures to prevent similar issues in the future. That raises all kinds of questions like, what does this manually mean right here?
Yeah.
Manually. Now, look, there could be a very easy answer to this. It could be a very complicated answer to this. But the point is, Spotify's quote did not answer that question. So it's raising, I think, legitimate concerns about what's really happening here. Satin DJ, every episode of Third Verse to some degree, I don't want to say it's a redundant show, but it comes up a lot because it's the medium that we're in. And they remind me all the time, people will find a way to hit whatever number they need to hit. And nobody asked none of these artists how much a stream should be worth, you know? And so I think that is closer to the forefront of people's minds. And I'm happy to see that being the case. Also, I want to say this, big shout out to Big Pooh. Big Pooh was tweeting this week and he was like, why do fans care so much about charts and sales? And my answer was gamification. They like to feel, it's another way for them to feel like they're part of winning and losing. And everything in life is gamification. We've got gambling going everywhere, but the sheer fact that social media has the number of followers, how many followers you have and how many followers you don't have up there. That's gamification. You know, I've had people I've gone outside and had people treat me differently, treat me better because of the number of followers I had. And I've had go outside the next day and people treat me worse because of the number of followers I had. You know what I'm saying? But that gamification of it is another way to keep interest in what's happening. Fascinating story in, I think I am getting to train of thought levels today. I had a very early morning, by the way, guys. So sometimes I be getting giddy. I haven't drank in years, but sometimes I be feeling drunk this time of night. Nevertheless, fascinating story today I read on Trapital. The Trapital email. Trapital email is so necessary. Big shout out to Trapital. I love that. 1 second applause. They did a podcast interview with 2 of the prominent people in K-pop who really blew up BTS in a number of different bands. And what they were showing, and let me just pull this. I think I have this. Let me pull this up real quick. Because this is also, I think, it's very much connected to the Super Chat. I'm not on a diatribe. I'm not on a rant.
I love a Justin diatribe and rant.
Why you acting like a Dia? So this is what this says. Let me get this print. Finish that right here. Okay, let me do it this way. All right. Yeah, this is actually pretty
Listen, we got the oil.
We got the Gulf of America.
Lord.
Did it change or Galveston cleaner? What's up?
Justin, you've been doing such a great production job trying to trigger me and BK too.
What do you mean? What'd I say? What'd he say?
No, what'd he say? Just a guess. Just a guess. Just a guess. Producer
right,
of the year here.
I'm trying to step my game up. Got the shortcut keys up here. You know what I'm saying? Screenshot and screen sharing. But I did find this actually fascinating. So this is actually related to this super chat here. 96% of artists are doing it. Then perhaps the inside desensitized. Okay, well maybe it's not the super chat, but I had a point. And the point I think I was making is the emphasis that's happened on super fandom. And I found this fascinating because I did not know this. In terms of the BTS K-pop or the K-pop audience. Why BTS fans aren't K-pop fans? In a recent report from Will Page and Jongbom JB Kim, Chief Data Officer at Korean-backed Creators Network, they shared that the top 5 acts in K-pop, Blackpink, BTS, K-pop Demon Hunter, Stray Kids, and Twice, captured 45% of the genre's total global audio streams in 2025. People need to understand how insane this actually is, right? These are the top 5 bands or boy bands in K-pop. And this is everybody else, right? This is everybody else, right? And so the copy continues, it says, it's a compelling stat, but music is inherently top heavy. So I asked Will, how does this compare to other genres, right? And so we're gonna share this tab instead, make sure you guys can see it. Yes, you can, so we come back. And he says, he and JB compiled data to compare which makes K-pop's concentration stand out even more. Country, top 5 acts are Morgan Wallen, Ilya Gross, Zach Bryan, Luke Combs, Jelly Roll, and Chris Stapleton, which account for 19.9% of global audio streams in 2025. Rock, top 5 are Coldplay, Linkin Park, Imagine Dragons, Mrs. Green Apple, and Arctic Monkeys, which account for 6.1% of global audio streams. Latin, the top 5 are Bad Bunny, Fuerza Regida, Karol G, Junior H, and Tito Double P, which accounts for 6% of demand. This is Will's take on the dynamic that he shared in our episode. Bernie Cho nailed it when he says, you're a fan of BTS, you're not a fan of K-pop. You're a fan of Stray Kids, you're not a fan of K-pop. K-pop is a brand in the mainstream conversation, but the way that you associate with bands is you're not looking around, right? This is what's happening in K-pop. K-pop is literally right now a genre where the top 5 bands occupy 45% of the entire marketplace. That's insane.
Wow, that
5
is crazy.
bands occupy 4. Now, let's put this in a macro context, how it affects us and what we talk about here. We've talked about the media's or the industry's push towards a super fan environment, a super fan market. They want to heavily invest in artists that have an audience that have an artist that they'll buy, spend money on them in 7 or more different ways, right? Or 5 or more different ways, whatever it is, 7 more different ways. That's the model that they're going for. That's what they're pushing for, right? They want to take the K-pop market or the K-pop model. All of that is based off the K-pop model, by the way, and apply it to other genres of music. And so what is now happening is I think you're going to see a whole lot more of that, right? This is why people care about streams. One other reason why people care about streams and sales so much. This is chart positions so much because these are statistics, talking points, debate points, championships, medals, rings when it comes to the next time you got to go to war with someone who's a member of another super fandom. And this is how K-pop is thriving, with 5 bands dominating 45% of the market share. It sounds like America. You know what I'm saying? You only got like 3, 4 real banks. How many companies can you really get cable from?
True.
You know what I'm saying? How many auto companies are there really? You know what I'm saying? So now we're seeing that top-heavy move and approach taking place in music in a different way, and the numbers are coming in and backing it up in K-pop. And the K-pop fanaticism is the benchmark for what's happening in other genres. So, well, I can applause myself since nobody said anything. All right, moving on.
I will say the BTS super fans gagged alive with Spotify. Spotify happened to be like, oops, we're sorry. I'm like, oh yeah, you definitely don't want to play with no BTS person and be wrong about no damn numbers. Them people will, they literally have a whole concept called saucing where like the person, it's like a rogue stand that like was doing, it gets, just look it up on your own. But that fandom, that type of where they will pass out, they will stand in lines, they will hunker down for your ass no matter what you do, even whatever, no matter what the product sound like. That's some crazy shit. That's bleak shit for
That's
like
bleak.
In my opinion.
It's Memphis bleak. All right, we got big shout out to DJ Nazla. The amount of grown men that are defending this non-evolved, emotionally immature, red pill-based victim rap is insane. Dude got all the smoke for everyone but Future, as if like that doesn't exist.
I don't understand it. I don't see how that ain't the main conversation.
Right. LBK, can one of you guys go to the super chat tab? I think you can get super. Do you have super chats on yours? Either you can get it on the back end or maybe it's on the front end where the super chats are, and just go back to like go all the way down to the most recent one, and then you can start reading. I got to step away for a second.
Most recent one? Can we put them on stage?
Can you see it?
Say scroll all the way down to the most recent ones.
Yeah, and just work up from the bottom. And
all right, so we have K-Way. Thank you for the $2. He called it Spot a Lie.
Let me take it off the screen real quick. Okay, there you go.
All right, K-Way, $2. Spot a Lie. I agree with that. Shout out to Frank PSR1. Thank you for the $2. He says Vince Staples dropped. I got to check that out immediately. I love Vince Staples.
I think he also put it on his website, which is great. It's like we got to go to the website to see it, which I love it.
Oh, interesting. Shout out to Concept with the SEK. Where is that at? With the SEK 65 something of the others. Appreciate you. It says, on that note, how can someone with the cognitive dissonance of a gaslighter, one contradictory bar after another, have Easter eggs? The bar is in hell.
Yo, that's also, it is Swedish currency. And I agree. I was thinking Easter eggs. I don't know. And also, do I want to even open them spoiled ass eggs if that's the case? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that I would go so far as to say Easter eggs, but it was some bars on there.
For sure.
Shout out to NPC John Smith with the $10. Y'all really made me look forward to the worst 2 days of the week. I catch the second show after work and listen to the first show at work. So I get community tonight and commentary tomorrow. Shout out to you, NPC John Smith. That's tight. All right. Next we have Timmy Cattell. Thank you for the $5. He said, to be fair, it was the thinking slaves that freed the slaves. Shout outs to the revolutionists. Then again, I'm probably thinking too much. Laughing emoji. That part. Shout out to Romango with the $5. Laughing my ass off. Why you thinking listening so much is about to be the new running joke? That's a fact. Shout out to Brown Girl L318, mama of the panel. To tell a panel of critical thinkers not to think so much or to be critical is ludicrous. I agree. Like, I take offense to when people be like, oh, you overthinking it. Oh, so I'm supposed to be a fucking idiot? Oh, no, not this one. Shout out to Romango with the $5. Hitta is heaven sent. Every time y'all bring that even you heaven sent, I could be smiling, laughing, whatever. And it just reminds me like that. Damn LaRussell.
Yo, even Hitta.
Why would he do that? BK, I still don't understand. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Purple Haze with the $5. BK, please keep speaking on Drake's light skin privilege. Why is the bar set so low? Janice, shut the fuck up, goes #1, attacking Keem's mother while suing?
Oh, I guess Janice, Justin was saying Janice was a, I think like a UMG person, but I guess that's Janice is Keem's mom's name. Oh, I hope that wasn't an attack on Keem's mom. But yeah, I do think people just see him as more benevolent because he's light skinned. I mean, that's just like the concept of colorism. So I agree with that, but that's just my take.
You know, I was having that conversation with Justin earlier because the way that I don't forgive Kanye, but I don't have Drake as far gone as so far gone. You see what I did there? I don't have Drake as far gone as Kanye, and a lot of people be like, "No, he's in the same place as him." But to me, it's just Kanye has no benefit of the doubt, room for anything. Like I have imagery of you smiling at Trump's desk with a hat on, and you with Aiden, not Aiden Ross, you with Nick Fuentes, and him telling stories like it was me and Kanye. Like, so to me, he's off the cliff. But I do think it's fair how some people are like, but Drake's not off the cliff. Is this a light skin, dark skin thing? I think it's interesting. I love that you brought that up. All right, thank you for the $10, Rory Batson. They say just to bring some good thoughts to this session, check out Pat Jr. from North Carolina, super dope MC and fantastic sonics. Nothing to Lose is a fantastic introduction to his great catalog. And again, that was Pat Jr. from North Carolina. I have to remember to check them out, Pat Jr. I wanted this bars. Y'all know what I want. I want bars. I want technique and bars.
Period.
Shout out to K-Way for real, my favorite. Thank you for the $5. Future is hip hop's lady of the night. I won't be explaining any further.
I love that.
K-Way is wild funny. He even put another comment in here talking about Gilly looked like an Ethiopian soccer teacher. He is fucking hilarious.
It's the specificity
It
and
is
the
like
social observation. You know,
he's an anthropologist for real.
Yes.
Shout out to Tua Man the Great. Thank you for the $5. This has my name in it. Elle, I watched that live and I didn't think that about you. You sounded just like a female Glasses Malone when the tones were elevated. Thank you. Glasses screamed at me. I didn't throw a fit. I didn't feel away. But when I raised my phone, I literally got like DMs like that was wrong. You was ghetto. That was crazy. Shout out to you. Want to take over, Justin, or you want me to keep going? Because I'm rolling.
You rolling? Hey, keep rolling.
I'm rolling. Shout out to Devil's Advocate Productions. Thank you for the $2. Iceman was my first Drake album listen reaction. I always find that to be very interesting.
I'm so sorry.
Shout out to CED Dweller who put MzHummus's link in the chat. Can't read the link. Shout out to High Level Tales. Thank you for the $5. Elle, don't scare us like that. I hopped on the live earlier and you weren't there. Glad to have you in the panel as well. I'm so sorry. Today, I don't even want to get into it. Today was crazy. And you see my fit? I had the little mint for us. It was meant to be. Like I was ready.
And that's bars. No second plus.
You look good.
But not ready. So thank you for that, High Level Tales. Shout out to The Great 980. Thank you for the $5. Listening to this DJ dude has me feeling like my brain is leaking out my ears and not sound. But I hate the sound of his pompous laugh. I wouldn't say that he was pompous. But thank you for the $5. Shout out to Now. He just gave us $1. He didn't say anything. Shout out to you. Shout out to TMCA Brew 46. Thank you for the $10. Kendrick did the GNX concert in Houston and it was sold out. So somebody was playing Kendrick. I think we did that one already. You want me to keep going or?
Yeah, let me take over for right now for a second.
Okay.
But keep a marker where you are.
Okay.
So we don't double up on things like that. All right. So this one right here, big shout out to Jarv from Rap Roundtable. 1 second applause. If DJ Hitta wasn't from the South, Stat wouldn't be talking out both sides of his mouth right now.
Wasn't from the South? Oh shit. Stat was having Southern connection with his Southern brother?
I think it was more so a connection between both of them being inside very powerful camps. So you got, Rap A Lot record, all that stuff that Hitta's a part of, and Stat and the Dr. Dre family tree. And so they understand what each other means when they say that they're riding for, their team, for their family. I think that's what that was. Leonardo Thomas, big shout out to Leonardo Thomas. Leonardo Thomas says, Stat Quo, you say this is how the business is. Look who followed the rules and who stayed away from the terms and conditions of the BS. Where the nuts at, bruh? I'm not sure what this is about. I guess they're talking about, you think this is Kendrick related, saying he followed the rules and Drake didn't follow the rules? I don't know. I don't think that Kendrick or even, TDE necessarily, for example, is like pushing a button or using bots. I don't think that Drake or OVO, for example, is pushing buttons and using bots, but the labels certainly do. The labels do. We know that, right? Joe Cat, big shout out to Joe Cat, 1 second applause. He had an interesting video that he dropped after that Spotify thing happened. Joe Cat, if you're not aware, he's actually the first person to file an amicus brief in conjunction with Drake's lawsuit, defamation lawsuit. I think this was like a year ago, maybe like March 2025 or something like that. And he put out a video when he saw that Spotify announcement. And he was like, he was basically saying, people have been arrested and gone to jail for using bots, which has happened. Like one of my favorite stories this year, which is insane, is the guy who created created a bunch of AI artists, right? And then he ran bots on all of his AI artists. And then he made like $9 million. Right. But he's in jail for using bots. That was crazy. Right. I think it was fraud or whatever. I think that's ultimately what the charge was. But labels use bots all the time, and they're not punished.
They don't go to jail.
They also own significant percentages of the streaming platforms. So one of the things that one of his most recent lawsuits he's filed against Spotify is for that, right? It's for the fact that these companies never get in trouble, but the individual does. That's not fair. You know what I'm saying? So appreciate you, Leonardo Thomas. 1 second, boss. Let's see, who we got. What'd he say? William, shout out to William. I meant to say that I listened to you all to get through my 11-hour days, and I'm excited to hear this episode tomorrow. Professor Scott's breakdown of Iceman was absolutely on point. BK the GOAT, mini FD.
Ooh, fire.
That's weighty. That's a weighty compliment right there. Do you have anything you would like to say in response to that?
I'm humbled. Thank you.
1 second, applause. For humility. All right, we got, next we got Cree-fo-fo-fo-fo-fo. Nah, we did this one. I think we did this one. Yeah, we did this one already. Okay,
yeah, tomato out of 10 was hilarious.
Tomato out of 10 is great. I'm going to have to use that.
Never forget that.
I'm definitely going to use that. Shout out to William for the super chat. 1 second, applause to you. All right. Okay. I think that's all the yellows.
Oh.
I think we might be through all the yellows unless there's some more in here. Did you guys do Zig-U already?
I don't remember hearing
that does not sound familiar.
Zig-U says, never miss an episode. I listened for my whole shift. Thanks for a promotion. This felt like a season finale of the panel. Held it down. Can't believe Hitta. He kept trying to squeeze in ridiculous points too. 1 second, applause.
We held it down amongst like bad faith argument. This is not about him personally, but just the camp he's in and like, right? Like I think you said agenda, it's not about like the personal opinion, but that, and then like a little bit of rage baiting, which I thought was funny. And of course adds a little spice to the conversation or whatever. But somebody said that we had held reserve or like restraint, but also cooked. It was compared it to the Big Jaw barbecuing. Or somebody was like, Big Jaw got cooked and this thing got barbecued. I don't know. I think it was an entertaining show, though. We can agree.
That was funny, man. Hitta's my man, dog. He's such a good person. Such a good person. Like the number of people, we talk about help. I know we talk about Drake helps a lot of people. I know a lot of people help a lot of people, but legitimately, like his career is based off of helping independent artists, helping, organizations grow, helping. Truthfully, the number of young journalists that he builds relationships with to help them get information that can be beneficial to their careers, I'm one of them. He's a really great guy. You know what I mean? 1 second, applause to hard hitter. NPC John Smith, you guys get this one?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right.
I was really going to I was trying to have so much respect for your friend. Because I know people say I come off as disrespectful sometimes, but I'm really like a hood prosecutor.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It may be even just a prosecutor.
No.
I don't even know if you need the hood.
I need the hood.
Okay, well, the hood prosecutor.
Yeah.
That's a good series you should have on your YouTube channel.
Hood prosecutor?
Elle Janelle be getting recognized out in these streets, y'all. I saw Elle Janelle at the Lupe show. And she had some good news. You want to break it
Hold
down?
on, let me turn my real lights on so I can tell y'all what happened to me. Good callback, Justin. I forgot about this. Y'all, guess what happened to me for the first time? I don't even know how to change this little stupid ass light. Hold on, let me see. Let's turn on the real lights. Guess what happened to me, y'all? I experienced my first person recognizing me in the streets. BK, it felt like Olivia Benson from SVU walked up to me and was like, "Elle Janelle, come this way." I was fucking scared. I did not know what was going on. So I'm at Sold Out Lupe Fiasco Food and Liquor Tour. Of course, you already know where I'm there. I'm doing my thing. I'm working. I was looking good too. I ain't trying to say it like that, but can't just be outside.
1 second plus.
Thank you. Justin saw me. Justin was there. Shout out to Justin for pulling up. I was so happy that you made it. And so we had this like accent wall that's like, the Sold Out tour or whatever, that everybody was taking pictures, and I'm taking pictures, content for the page or whatever. And this guy, shout out to Drew. I hope Drew is listening. I took his picture with his beautiful daughter, and he walked up to me and was like, "Are you Elle Janelle?" And I was like, "Yes." He was like, "From Culture United?" And I was like, "Yes." He was like, "Oh, I love the show. I watch you every week. You're so dope. Keep doing your thing." That literally, BK, was so crazy. I was so thrown off. I didn't know what to say because I'm holding my phone, taking a picture. So I'm like, thank you so much. And so it's been running in my mind. And I tried to remember him. I was like, Drew. So I'm always going to remember his name to be able to go back to Drew. The first person that ever in the world was just like, "You're Elle Janelle from Culture United." Wow. And I hope I lived up to whoever he expected me to be, but it was so cool. And speaking of, let me show off while we're talking about the tour. And I got my
represent. Oh, I got mine too. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, go get yours. My fire hoodie.
Props.
At the tour. The show was so good. We had so much fun. So BK, you need to practice for this because you do not want to look crazy like me. I literally looked crazy. I know my eyes was buck as hell. I know my shit was buck.
How do you even approach that? Like, I don't know. I feel like people will not see me in Lil Old Dallas, but I'm gonna keep that in the back of my mind just in case.
Have a prep for what you're going to say. I did not know what the fuck to say. Now, if I could do it again, I would have said, "Oh my God, thank you so much. Let's take a picture." Okay. Right? Doesn't that make sense? Let's take a picture and tag me, and then I'll
tag. Yeah.
Like my come on. I saved my memories. Yeah. Let's go, Justin. Me and Justin was in that thing. Turn.
Yeah, for real. And listening to all the stories he was telling, I did not realize that Sunshine was, quote unquote, a bootleg Pharrell song.
That was so.
That was crazy when he said that.
He said he couldn't afford the Neptunes, so he told somebody to make like a Neptunes like beat, and he tried to sing like Pharrell on the Sunshine song. So then when he re-sung it, I heard it. Did you hear it? Like,
yeah, I did. I was like, okay.
Sound like Pharrell.
Right.
That was fucking hilarious. That was hilarious.
That's dope. Congratulations to you. It's all happening. 9 second applause.
Thank you. You know me. What do you say?
Divine Eternally. I left for a bit, but just asking, were any of my super chats read? Yes, all of them were.
Yes.
We got all your super chats. Thank you so much. 1 second applause. Let's see. So you did Spot a Lie with K-Way? You did that one?
Yes.
Yes, that was hilarious. Spot a Lie.
What's the last one that you guys did?
So I started I rolled all the way to the bottom, like you said, but mine is not organized by color.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I'm going back.
So I made it all the way to. Okay.
Well, I'll start from the other direction.
The last one you read was TMC approved.
Let's go get the early super chats. Anthony Apex, new member. 1 second applause. Thank you for the support. Unc Ditto, W Stat, let's go. Most honest man in the biz. 1 second applause.
I do appreciate his behind the curtain takes. I think somebody had mentioned that of like, well, as the audience, like we're only working on what we can see and hear. But I personally find value in, especially like the conversations had on Third Verse and the conversations had here when Stat's here, that he can kind of do a little bit of debunking or a little bit of like demystifying. And that to me adds context that's necessary. Because I'm not just going to run with the theory if like you're telling me, no, these niggas actually piece it up behind us. You know what I mean? Like that context is helpful, I think. So I appreciate it.
1 second applause.
Wait, can I comment on this too? I know we're trying to hurry up, but fuck it.
No,
Somebody say in the chat, Doomer, my homie Doomer, he said, L's earning fans while Lupe curses his fans out. That was some bullshit how they did my man's Lupe Fiasco. He was joking. He is funny. He's going to crack jokes. Everybody was laughing. So since it's the 20th anniversary for the Food and Liquor Tour, he's playing with the idea of, because I don't know if you guys know that, but a couple of months before Food and Liquor came out, it was leaked through like Napster and things like that, which he feels it was very detrimental to his career because they had to restructure the album and people had already heard it. So of course, if I already have a copy, I'm not going to go buy it or whatever. So since his 20th anniversary, he's just using it as banter to like kind of talk shit and be like, you little 12-year-olds had to have my album for free and y'all fucked this all up. We could have been in stadiums. We could have been doing it. You know, he's joking. And like, so I'm there. So I can see that the people in the crowd are cracking up because it's like you breaking the fourth wall for him to just turn around and be like, and you. Yeah. And so everybody is laughing or joking or whatever. And all the blogs picked it up like, because, you know, they always present him like he's so moody and he's so mean and he's so bitter. And it's annoying because he's really not like that. And so he was not cussing his fans out. He was just fucking with them. Like he said in his little freestyle, the banter is a part of the pack. It's part of the show, guys. It's all fun. So I thought that was funny.
I thought it was funny too because, you know, that was a huge thing. Lupe is really early on certain things. I'm not gonna say he's early on leaks, but you know, he was one of the first like MySpace breakout artists. You know, it's like, you know, he's really early on certain fashion trends that became real popular towards the middle and the end of the aughts. But just think about what the world might look like if that leak didn't happen. Like that leak, we're talking prime time, file share locker, LimeWire, like piracy was going crazy everywhere. Thanks. Everywhere, right? He didn't have the budget to make a real Pharrell song before the leak happened. The leak happens, he actually changes the album. Yep. So you get I Gotcha. I Gotcha comes along after the leak, which is actually produced by Pharrell. You know what I'm saying? So he actually got a real Pharrell song because of the leak, as a byproduct of the leak. But I think he still did like 83,000 or something like that first week. But it had been downloaded over 1 million times.
Yes.
And there's a huge portion of his fan base that loves a lot of the songs that were initially on the original version of Food and Liquor that leaked. The music to a drive-by, I think, was made a bonus track later, but that was one of the best songs. To me, still, that's one of the best songs Lupe's ever made. He got Spaz Out, which has been re-released as Crash Out recently. The past month, I think it came out. Absolutely. You know what I mean? But it could have been a very different situation.
That's
you know
true.
what I mean? And so the things that Lupe has, that's what I be saying. Like when people be like, Lupe ain't no GOAT, whatever it is. Lupe has made a career, sold 20 million records, genre-defining classic albums by his peers. This is what his peers say. With one arm tied behind his back. His label hated him. His manager was in prison, kept the same manager. His debut album leaked something crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, Anonymous has to bail out one album. Anonymous, the internet's Batman, had to show up and rescue this man. Like, you want to talk about influence? At a point in time where everybody was saying, there's too many words. Everybody was saying, that's too deep. Like, the things this man's accomplished with one hand tied behind his back and a leg in a walking boot.
Facts.
I don't know how many artists would have been able to do that. Like, I look at other artists who got in a fight with their manager or never was able to come to an agreement with their label. and we never really heard from them. Or their careers didn't even get a tenth of the way down the road as this man. And people want to sit here and say, Lupe ain't got no mid-range. What? People want to say Lupe is not in a GOAT conversation. Nobody thinks, you crazy? He has the most difficult style. He is layering everything with double, triple, quadruple entendres. His entire label is over here trying to they freaking tried to take his career hostage and force him to sign a contract he never signed in the first place. They tried to make this man sign a 360 deal and said, if you don't sign this, we're never going to promote you again. like all of this stuff happened, and we still got all the album that was one of the albums of the year that year could have easily done 500,000 in a very, very aggressively craptastic music environment. At least, you know what I'm saying? He could still accomplish all these things. Like, that's how I compare Lupe to other people. Who do I think could have still put together the exact career Lupe Fiasco put together if they had to go through, if they had to weather the same things at that point in time? Like, no.
Not many people, if any. And I see somebody's in the chat still saying, no, he was not joking. He forgot his lyrics. He did say he forgot his lyrics. He was like, I forgot the verse, which first of all was fucking hilarious. That if you watch the video and recognize that he's joking, it's fucking hilarious that he forgot it. Because one thing about Lupe is he's rapping all of the words to difficult verses over the track high level. So it is
in a band. It's live percussion out
in
there
a band
on this tour.
So it is funny to see him forget his shit because he didn't forget it, but it's not like he completely forgot it. He really missed the cue because when he started it over and was like, let's do it again, he rapped the whole verse. Right. So this was Kick Push 2, which that song was also featured on. What was that Marvel show with the black girl from Chicago that went to MIT? Damn, that Kick Push was on that Marvel show. So it's not really.
You're talking about Riri.
Yeah.
What's the name? Riri. Riri
What's the
Williams.
name of the actual show?
Ironheart.
Ironheart. So that song was on Ironheart, by the way. Shout out to the people over at Marvel for including Kick Push 2. But he don't perform that song that much. So he did fuck up the cue twice. But then when he got it right, he did the whole verse. And this was the first show from the tour. So I feel like people really did give him a lot of flack. And I don't know why people don't just.
That wasn't the LA show, though, was it?
No, this was the first show, SAC. This was the first.
See, this is, and I want to add this to it because just for broader context, we went to I was at the LA show. We were at the LA show. Right. Lupe did the same thing with the audience there. Talked about how 12-year-old soul.
Yes.
Download the album, right? So it's a part of the tour. Now, this video, he just happened to forget the words, and so it looks different to the audience, the online audience. But he's done that at multiple stops.
I thought the shit was hilarious. I think it was like, I forgot the word. So he was just bantering, guys. Let's not be so quick to attack our goats.
All right. So we got Lil Figurative. I feel like there's a great album in there somewhere. Lil Figurative says, disagree with Hard Hitter, but love the hat. I'll let him know. 1 second applause. That's funny. We got the Nice and Healthy says, we need Charles for this. That could have been an interesting back and forth. I think it might have been a lot. I think it might have been a lot.
Yes.
I think it might have been a lot.
Don't let up.
I think it would have been a lot. Charles, man, we have 2 videos on the Clips channel right now where it's basically Charles with his incendiary comments. One has a Drake thumbnail on it, says, did he win? Or I'm not even sure what it says on there. But or still dissing is what it says. And that video did, I think it did 11,000 views, right? Which is a lot on the Clips channel. The Clips channel is the fastest growing channel, right? At least in the properties I have. And, but it's just Charles Brown doing Charles Brown things, right? Incredible. And then, shout out to Quarter Lab, 1 second applause. That's my MCN. And so they put together a weekly wrap up of Culture United every Friday. So they go through these live streams and they pick out like 30 minutes of it to try to give a summary of what happens in these discussions. And they put Charles Brown on the thumbnail. And the headline is, Charles Brown is done with Drake. And that video did 13,000. You know what I'm saying? Charles Brown is a draw.
For sure.
You can put Charles Brown name and in a headline and on a thumbnail, and people gonna show up. One second, pause, Charles Brown. I rock with that.
Charles.
You can't do that with everybody.
I don't.
Some people you try to put on a thumbnail, and it's like, who? You know what I mean? But Charles Brown, big fan. Thunder7344 says, what timeline is this where Sky has taken the OVO mantle from Stat? Speaking of timelines, did anyone catch Lil Bill's What If Tupac Never Died video? I haven't seen that video yet. But I think, look, I saw Joe Budden make a similar point. He genuinely said he likes the album, and people are beating him up because he feels like they're accusing him of taking money, the OVO checks or whatever. And I guess because he got dissed, he felt like they expected him to be more critical of the project. And the same thing with Professor Sky. When we were putting together this panel for today, I was telling Elle, like, yo, what I loved about Professor Sky's video was that he was actually more complimentary than I expected him to be about the album. You know, just given as I know how he feels about, you know, Drake from a macro level. But this project, he was actually really complimentary of, because I knew that Hitta was going to be Hitta when he got here, right? Hitta's a different type of personality. We haven't had a personality like Hitta that way on Culture United that I can think of, and we also haven't had anybody from Houston at the same way, and so we're trying to figure out like the balance of conversation. Now, I'm not sure if we hit the mark one way or the other. I know this is a fun conversation. I had a great time here today, but what I didn't want to do with this one particular is have a panel that was hating on this project or these projects to a certain point, because I wanted this conversation to focus more on at least some of the things that are happening within the music, right? This, to me, wasn't necessarily the conversation that I wanted to have a more music-focused conversation, as close as we can get to it. And Sky is just one of the best in business, if not the best in the business, at coming up with inspiring fucking ways to approach any piece of music. Yeah. And I also didn't want to come across as we're hating on the music without listening to it. And there's a handful of voices I would love to have here today that are actively, you know, choosing not to listen to the music. And so to be fair for this show, given that the music came out, this is the episode after the album's actually dropped, excuse me, it's getting that time of night, I think, almost there. And so I didn't want to have people who weren't familiar with what's actually happening on the albums and was talking about Drake from a macro level. But next week's episode, that's the numbers. Next week's episode is when the numbers come out. And we get to see what is and what isn't with the impact this project has made. And that, to me, is a broader cultural conversation. That one isn't necessarily about whether the music's good or bad. That is like, this is what happened with the music, right? And so there's a different approach coming next week. Next week it's like, okay, let's go see what this is and what it ain't. Let's see how he really got there. Let's see what he really talking about.
Thanks.
You know what I'm saying? So that's a insight into how I was thinking about this, you know. And there's nobody that, when it comes to, from my point of view, the way that Sky is able to synthesize what's happening in music, connected to historical, you know, trend lines, or, you know, classic pieces of work, or Star Wars metaphors, right, and make it relatable to anybody, is a true gift, and it is a beautiful thing to see. And he did that with his Iceman review. I haven't watched the Maid of Honor review yet, but I wanted to see him in the contrast between him and Hitta, because I'm not sure Hitta or Professor Sky will ever find themselves in the same conversation. I can't think of the next time I can see that ever happening. And so I'm always trying to think about things that way whenever we're producing these panel discussions and producing or figuring out which panelists on which days. Like, we did the whole VRA conversation, right? That one in my mind was like, I had in my mind like a few weeks ahead, like how, or at least a week ahead, how I wanted that to look. A couple of weeks ago, we did a whole episode with super lyricists. You got Stackcore, you got Mickey Fax, you got Simba sitting on there. I wanted to have a real lyricism conversation.
You got Elle Janelle on there.
Man, we got Elle Janelle on there. You know what I'm saying? So I wanted that to be what that conversation is made of. And this one I wanted to be closer to what was happening in the music and the text, while also representing, at least have someone from, I'd argue, Drake's strongest American stronghold, and where his advocates come from, and just sort of be able to capture that energy in a way that we haven't done so yet with Culture United. But next week, it doesn't necessarily matter to me if you've heard the music or not, because that conversation is going to be driven by what happened on the charts. And right now, he looks like he about to go 1, 2, and 3, or 1, 2, and 4. He about to have 14 out of 15 in the Billboard Hot 100, or at least the majority of the top 10. And that conversation is going to take on a whole nother path, and we'll see where it goes. But it's going to be fun next week.
I agree.
One second.
Once I saw Sky said, yeah, I listened to it for my whole 8-hour road trip, and I have all this nuance. And is he going to hypnotize me into like forgetting that he's this horrible person? I was like, oh yeah, he's perfect for this.
Yeah.
Trying to keep it steady.
That's what happens, right? And it's I think we all feel that with our favorite artists. My only problem is when people tell me not to pay attention to what they're saying.
Facts.
Yo, this is amazing if you just ignore what he's talking about.
With the words, like really listen to these words without actually listening.
Right.
The word. That's what I want.
Like they sound good, but don't think about it.
I'll be hating on those numbers next week. I just want
You say what?
I'm be hating on the numbers next week. I'm kind of tired of the numbers.
I mean, well, Spotify said they manually made a mistake. So
Spot a lie.
Spot a lie. 1 second applause. Spotify. Aaron Anders says, interesting question. Can y'all do a lineup of first time all Glazers for Team Drake versus Team Kendrick? I don't know if that's 2 shows or 1, but I've had that request for a while. It's like, can we just have a show that's like me debating Drake Glazers or whatever? And it's like, I mean, I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be a fun exercise. I don't know if Culture United is necessarily a place for that, you know? Maybe it's like another live stream that we put together or something, but like, I also kind of feel like a lot of that is very 2024. I don't really see the value in debating Kendrick versus Drake, debating Drake fans in 2026. I mean, perhaps now that the albums have dropped, maybe there's, additional utility outside of virality. But I know that these are the 2 biggest artists in the space. But Culture United, at this point, we've proven we're able to talk about way more than just what's happening between these 2 artists. And so I don't know if I'd want to use an entire Culture United stream and make that the centerpiece of it in 2026. Like, I think I probably should have done that, you know what I'm saying, in early 2025 or something like that. But we'll see. But it's not a bad idea. I just don't know if this is the actual platform to do it on.
Yeah, I think the content's a good idea, but I don't think it's a culture.
Yeah. 1 second pause. I remember reading this one. Lamontosaurus. So my middle name is Lewis. And my best friends, Sean and Marcus in college, they always call me Lamont. Because of Sanford and Son. And then they would say, "You big dummy. Look at Lamont, the big dummy over there."
Oh my God.
That's what they would say.
Used to laugh at this.
So either way. Company man, I get having a good balance of bias on the panel, but come on, man, get a Drake fan that's honest, because DJ Hard Hitta bugging, the bar is in hell. I think he became very honest as the conversation went on. I will say that.
Yeah, moments.
I can't necessarily say that Iceman is his worst album. I think Habibti's way down there. And I do think Iceman is probably the best album he's put out since the first half of Scorpion. I think about, honestly, Nevermind and Maid of Honor is just a different thing.
Yeah.
But I do think we got there, Lamontosaurus. So 1 second applause to us. This is if we took a picture of this super chat at the beginning of the conversation, and then we pulled it out now, I'm not sure this holds up. I'm not sure it holds up over time. I think it's no longer valid. I think I'd say that. Let us know in the comment section if I'm bugging. Maybe I'm bugging. I feel like he came around.
Bad.
Okay, well, at least Elle and BK disagree up top, so maybe I am bugging. So, okay.
Tomato.
He come
All right, big
somewhat
shout.
around. Somewhat
what?
around. He did come somewhat around, like 5 degrees of a circle.
He admitted that at least one of these projects is the worst.
Like,
And
if
he
you
said
go-
that this, and he said that this is better than her loss. You know what I'm saying? So that's something. No, I think he said her loss. I think he said her loss is better. Actually,
He did, because
I
he was
think he
like,
said her loss is better
Jimmy Cooks. Yeah.
because of one song.
I agree with all of his ratings. I thought I wasn't going to agree, but when he kept saying, "Is this better?" and he's like, "No."
Right.
Yes. No. I actually agree with every single one of those. Trap said, "When you bringing somebody from Queens on here."
Have you had somebody from Queens on?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure he's talking about it.
Who's from New York? Mec's been here. Is Mec from Brooklyn? Head Cracks from Bronx. Mickey's from the Bronx. Wayno's from Uptown. Good question. I will be on the lookout. Might have already been. Will Thompson Fargo says, Iceman came and went. I'm on to better things like Baby Keem concert I'm walking into right now. I look forward to watching the conversation on TiVo. 1 second pause to Will Thompson.
Yo,
I
I
didn't
think
know TiVo was still a thing. Go ahead, I'm listening.
me either. But I think 2 people were going to the Keem concert tonight.
Yeah.
2 chats about that.
Dang, I hope you guys see each other. Take a picture and share it with us next time.
It was a great show.
Yeah.
Yeah, unlike I did with me and my fan Drew. Hey Drew, hope you're watching.
Shout out to William for the super chat. 1 second applause. Brown Girl L318 says, not too much on BK, old man. I was thinking the same thing and actually hit him on the side, just to let you know.
Moni also, shout out Moni too. She always hold it down, but I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, I hit him on the side about that, and so he saw it, but
Cool.
I don't think he didn't mean anything by it. He just comes in aggressive, and I didn't appreciate that, to be straight up. But I know it wasn't intentional. So I agree with Brown Girl L. 1 second applause.
This is the worst late I've ever been, and I've missed flights. And this is worse than that because we could have got aggressive together.
Right.
It would have been like Big John was like the first part of the show.
Just on his like moderator like shit, Sky was like being amicable. Stat was giving him a little bail. I was like, yo, nigga, I got a little stress sweat going on, bro. I got a little adrenaline, a little cortisol mix right now, a little cocktail going on in my brain right now. But you know, I enjoyed it. I didn't take it as like, whoa, so.
Yeah. It was on the line. I would say it was right on the line.
Yeah.
It was right on the line. You know what I mean? So, and he didn't mean to come across that.
We straight.
Yeah, because I'm not sensitive, so that's why I like the little. Oh, you want to have a rough conversation? Let's go.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna hold it against you. We're still gonna laugh and joke and everything later, So
Right.
Just a combo.
Lamonosaurus says, I'm not surprised DJ Sassy Hitta is a fan of Aubrey.
Guys, all this name calling.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes. They get ruthless in the chat though.
Yeah, they do.
Yes, I know. They have stomped my ears together a couple of times.
I am not a capitalist. I need y'all to stop telling me I'm a capitalist because I like AI. That's actually the first rant we put up on the Clips channel. You should go check it out. It's a blast from the past. It's a video of Elle Janelle, and the thumbnail says, "Don't call me a capitalist.
I'll be no fucking capitalist."
I have been out here in these streets. I have called myself a reformed revolutionary. I am not a capitalist, but to think that you guys go ignore this AI wave, I'm trying to help you out. It's actually one of the more poignant rants that we've had because there are bigger things that are at stake than just how we feel about the artists that are, doing things in this space. We have to make a choice. How far do we want to take certain boycotts? And if we want to boycott AI, I understand. But I don't think that's going to be in your long-term best interest. And probably a good idea to figure out how to use AI to, get rid of AI. How about that?
Yes.
You don't like AI? Use AI to figure out get rid of AI.
God.
Like with the thing I thought was really interesting about the conversation Elle and MzHummus was having today is like, I understand people who are boycotting because of this lawsuit and all this kind of stuff, or they feel like we need to hold Drake accountable because he's suing hip hop for defamation. And the question came up as to, okay, well, what do we do next? Like, what does that even look like? And I think about Joe Cat, right? Joe Cat has filed several amicus briefs about things that they want judges to consider in certain cases. And at a ground level, let's say all of us who decided, let's say all of us actually said we're going to boycott the sound, we're going to support it, right? What do we do with that energy? I think one thing a tangible thing people can do, we could literally write our own amicus brief. There's lawyers in the community, I know that for a fact. We can have a conversation, put together amicus briefs, and share that with the judge and also to everyone else, right? It puts us in a different level of conversation. We're not just out here sharing our opinions, because if people don't realize this, more than anything else, when you get to righteousness, when you're very righteous, you're very, very locked in on something, you have to remember that righteousness without power is an opinion. And this would be an opportunity to take this polarizing thing that we're righteous about and take it to the next step. People have been covering the amicus briefs, have been dropping all over this. We can make our own. You know what I mean? I'm very much like, what's done is done, let's be solution oriented. And if you don't like AI, maybe you should use Claude to figure out how to get rid of AI.
That's a fact.
That's if it'll tell you the truth. It'd be lying. It'd be hallucinating and lying.
Claude started telling me when it don't know stuff. Does it do that for y'all?
It has once or twice.
Claude be like, yo, I don't even know, man. I don't want to lead you the wrong way.
Oh, God.
I respect that.
Yeah.
ChatGPT never did that.
Nah.
Not one time.
Nah.
Yeah, it does hallucinate. You do have to double check it. But the shit that I built just so far with the limited amount of time I have is crazy. It would have took me years. Yeah. And so if that, I don't like the idea that power is in other people's hands, but not ours. I don't like that. That power needs to be in our hands, our creativity, the problems that we need to solve. But I do think people are right when they say, well, I don't like it for art. I think that's very fair. Like, I don't want you to make music out of it. That's very fair. But make some shit that'll help you organize whatever issue you're trying to solve or whatever, because you're doing it anyway. Like, when you AI something, when you Google something, you're AI in it.
Right.
And also too, I think Culture United is such a great place because, like, we can talk about ethical uses, which we briefly talked about like months ago, just the ethical use of AI in your personal life, and also separating the individual consumerism from like what the tech oligarchy is doing with data centers and shit, and like we can hold all those conversations together, and like this is just the perfect place to flesh that stuff out, which I appreciate.
Me too.
Right. So one thing that really grinds my gears. You ever, what was that, Family Guy? I think that's Family Guy. You know what really grinds my gears? Are doing timestamps. I can't after Culture United. I have this really exhilarating. I feel exhilarated. Like these conversations really do uplift me. And I was having a bad day the week the VRA was gutted, and Culture United helped me through it. But after every episode, I got to sit down and go through the timestamps. So what I started doing was started keeping timestamps while the conversation's going.
Hey.
You know what I'm saying?
Fire.
To me.
Ew.
What's done is done. Let's be solution oriented. All right, moving on. We've got Golden Nimbus. Drake not going to marry you, Hitta.
Jesus.
We got Nor Thompson. New member. Hey, thank you. 1 second applause. That's beautiful. Okay, we got that one. Independent Pie. She says, BK NBA Youngboy is also MAGA, but Cole is not and is cool with Obama. Why is Cole in the same convo as Drake?
Much like, well, I didn't bring up Cole, but much like, and I have my own issues with Cole, but much like I call out Drake for the MAGA shit, I've called out Youngboy for the MAGA shit. And if you watch the video that really put me on the map, Hip Hop is Red Pilled, it was anchored in critiquing NBA YoungBoy, and it was anchored in critiquing Yachty's George Floyd bar. I do reserve a little space for problematic faves, and I will concede and have conceded that NBA YoungBoy is one of those for me. I do think the MAGA support is transactional due to the pardon, but he might have conservative or like right-leaning views. I don't put it past most of these guys, especially during Trump 2.0. But I like you'll never see me whacking Drake and not someone else. Like I universally apply the pow pow. And fuck Obama. I don't give a shit. Obama is not coded as positive for me in my worldview. He's a part of the imperialist establishment. I feel like he fucked the progressive movement in a lot of ways. So like being cool with Obama, that means nothing to me. And so why is Cole in the same combo as Drake? Ask Cole. Cole put himself in a lot of conversation with Drake. He made half of his fall off press run about Drake and about Iceman. And I hope Iceman go crazy, and didn't take a second to talk about Drake suing hip hop and how he felt about that, and how Drake played into the bots and the wars and the, Dirty Mac and all that shit. So a couple conversations in this comment, but you will never find a situation where I'm not dishing out the pow equally for the Trump shit. Even to this day, in any reaction I do to YoungBoy, I'm like, we don't fuck with the Trump shit. And if the Trump shit is enough for you to like throw him in the can, I'm cool with that. Like I'm cool with that. So yeah, I guess that's my take on that.
I love the honesty there.
J. Cole told everybody he felt like Del Curry, y'all.
Tomato.
But 1 second,
Learning that live on camera was crazy. I was like,
man,
Del Curry, nigga, of all people.
I've been thinking about this. The only way I could describe it, when he said that, I've been thinking about this. The only way I can describe it.
Listen, playing that live for me when I'm expressive, like it's like my face fell off my face. I could not believe that he said Del Curry.
Del Curry.
Wait, sorry. Somebody said that was unnecessary and disrespectful, BK. What was I disrespectful? I think my tongue was a bit sharp, but I don't think I was disrespectful.
I don't even think your tongue was sharp.
Wait, who are you disrespectful to?
Obama, maybe Obama.
Who
maybe Obama. About? Oh, you were disrespectful to Obama. The Boulet's coming for you.
Look at that squint.
I'm guessing.
She's giving the squint. That's what she was doing when she was when her and Mogo reacted to Iceman.
Yo, watch reaction for a generational crash out about people comparing Drake to Michael Jackson.
Right.
Yo,
I'm gonna crash out about that too. I'm telling y'all, I'm on the edge. Y'all gotta stop Drake, Michael Jackson. Y'all, I am going to crash.
Niggas is getting too loosey goosey. They getting too loosey goosey, and I'm very much can't sing. He tries. He can't dance. He tries. Show can't perform and entertain the masses in the way to that. I feel like the back third of we were just like crossfaded and pissed.
You can't even beatbox.
That'd be fun dying. Y'all gotta watch that reaction. It's great. 1 second applause to Andy Pandy.
Hey, Andy.
This one. Also, Andy Pandy. You DM me. I responded. You DM me. Said very nice things. Said happy. How you doing? Happy day. Or good morning, whatever time it was. I said, hey, how's it going? And you didn't respond. You didn't even respond, Andy Pandy. You left me on red. I just want to let you know that I see you. All right, so we got
Andy.
Overlord 6815 says this era where grown-ass man fan out over Drake is beyond me. You motherfuckers ought to be ashamed. Get glasses on the phone. The DJ has spun himself silly. You guys listen to this. Like, y'all are
I definitely don't like the Pokemonization of hip hop, where it's like my set of Pokemon versus your set of Pokemon. Tired of that shit.
Well, it's not going anywhere. Anyway,
I know.
We just saw the K-pop numbers, guys. This is what the new model is. Let's move away from industry or genre and let's get into super fandom. I mean, think about companies like Even. You know, that's basically what this is. Top Fan, Patreon.
Yeah.
You know, the super chat feature, memberships on these channels is really building your own community. And then your community gets large enough or active enough or engaged enough, and then they inject additional capital into it and they take their pieces out of it. Genreless world, people. Genreless world. That's why certain disses I don't think work. Like, people like us and Screwface and Rob and whoever, like, we like hip hop.
Yeah.
It's hard to have a hip hop conversation with a super fan of one artist.
True.
It's actually a totally different thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, we have to pick and choose when we want to engage and how we want to engage. DJ Rockman 48. That's why I have no problem with the block button. Like right after the battle, when people say crazy stuff to me, I wouldn't even block them. I just mute them and just like move on with the day. Yeah. After a while, I was like, these people might not even be real. I don't like their attitude. Let me just block them. I don't care. Let me control my environment more. Let me not worry about what all these people on the internet are thinking. You know what I mean? So I am very quick to mute a conversation immediately. When I know some stuff is about to get about to be polarizing, then post, mute conversation. Enjoy the rest of my day. You know what I'm saying?
And I will forget you exist.
Right.
That little sprinkle of ADHD is a superpower.
It's a superpower.
Let like 24 hours go by. What? Who?
Right. Shout out to DJ Rockman, says Hard Hitter needs YouTube Premium, them ads. That's so funny because like he had the screensaver running or whatever in the background, the videos, but the commercials would pop up.
Oh, they owe us money. They owe us money. And that TV off shit was hilarious. I'm so sorry. That shit was
really funny. Shout out to Danny Lore. 1 second applause. Thank you for seeing the chat. Silky Santiago says, aviate your shades with the mirror front face. If you know, you know. I'll read this. These feel familiar to me.
I feel like I saw this. I don't know.
They were definitely on the screen. Yeah. Elite Black Sash. He proved her red pill point by getting disrespectful. Right. Yeah. That's how the conversation goes. Yeah. That's how it be. Hitta would sell himself for money. Lame. Shy Nose. Where did I see Shy Nose was cooking people in a Twitter thread?
On Twitter in the comments, right?
Yeah.
I saw that. I can't remember which one it was, but she was cooking. I said, yeah, she does know.
Yeah. That was great.
Let me see if I can find it. I definitely saw that. It was like, oh yeah, squad.
I was like, represent. 1 second applause. I can't remember when you find it.
I'm gonna try to find
what it was, but she was cooking people. I was like
16,000.
I was getting my my fandom on heavy. I'm like, get him, get him. It's like you watch your favorite boxer and they winning. That's crazy. Long-winded short story. As a woman, no, I can't remember what this is about, but I agree. Danny Lord, do not allow panelists to disrespect BK like that. You right about that? 1 second applause.
That's for sure.
Brittany Danielle. Drake doesn't sing to the women anymore. Let's stop that narrative. He's talking to dudes.
I've seen a lot of girls on my TL, maybe not a lot, but some girls on my TL posting more Maid of Honor stuff. But I agree, like all this shit of like girl records, girl songs, that shit is so fucking condescending and sexist. Like it's just like, you know, the girls, they don't really listen. So you just put on a little melody and like, you know, and they'll say, well, Habibti, the worst one, that's the girl album. No, nigga, you sit on a panel with fucking 2 women that's like, no. Or like, I don't relate to that. Or when it's, you know, you're going to play this when you have a girl over and like, no, nigga, some of the lines I'd be like, nigga, was that a date rape bar? What the fuck? Like, I don't know. It don't be hitting for just the girl. I don't like that. That it's almost like a lower subordinate type of music you make, you know? I don't know.
Well, you know what's even worse? When they say the women or the girls or whatever, they're not talking about us. We the ones that they're like, hold on, let's get away from them. They're thinking and shit. Not them. They're not talking about us. When they say the girls or for the ladies, they're talking about the ones they can woo with beats and trick with clever wording to make them seem like they're of value. And I don't think we qualify for that. And that's not a diss to women. That's a diss to men, just for the record. So they ain't talking about us.
I agree. Damn,
Thank
so
God.
me.
Yeah, for damn sure ain't talking about me.
Shout out to Lamanosaurus. Justin, I will send $100 super chat every pod to never have this dude up here again. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Appreciate you, bro. One second. I look forward to this.
You will be looking at
That's amazing. That's amazing, Lamanosaurus. I remember that name. That's what my friends used to call me, Lamon.
Don't go extinct. Don't go extinct on us, Lamanosaurus.
Jermaine L. Johnson. Big shout out to Jermaine L. Johnson. One second, please. I just wanted to give you $5 to say this about Hard Hitter. Pack him the F up, son. You know, people tell me all the time. They tell me all the time, you know, this echo chamber is biased. But there's a list of people that this community has not been fans of. Friday Ricky Dread. People did not like Friday Ricky Dread at all.
They did.
You know, people did not like DJ Hard Hitter. There's a lot more. I was over here thinking about, because now that we have the Clips channel, I've been thinking about what's the best way to put together like mashup videos, like Culture United is CU's most hated. Here are the most hated panelists in Culture United history. Culture United's biggest fights. You know what I mean? Like there's an episode in the archives. I think it might be for members only on this channel. And I'm about to start adding members only content to the Clips channel since we're monetized. The Clips channel is so important and it's so awesome. I appreciate the support on this because I look at the Clips channel as the fund to where I can pay people to come on the show. You know what I'm saying? Like the revenue that comes from that separate channel, that way it doesn't have to come out of the company man budget. Yeah. So it's like, it's really its own thing. So I'm gonna have members only content over there too. And there's an episode with Chillin' with Moni. Who's on that panel? Chillin' with Moni, Fantano, FD Signifier, Omar Dorsey, I think Professor Sky's on there. It was a loaded panel. I think it might be the most watched Culture United in CU history. It did like 100,000 in a day, right? But I think Screwface might have been on that. There was like 3 people with millions of followers sitting on this panel. Wow. Moni had a moment where she was reading the whole panel speechless. Speechless. I mean, it's scathing. It's fantastic YouTube. I'll tell you that. You know what I mean? But there's a lot of moments like that in Culture United history. When we did Culture United live at the Grammy Museum, Jason Martin starts talking about how Kendrick's the new Michael Jackson, and Stats in the audience screaming, "Stop the cap! Ain't no way! It's Michael Jackson! Nobody's Michael Jackson! This is blasphemous!" And like you could hear him in the audience. I was like, "Oh snap!" This is when people didn't know. Like that was probably 6 weeks after me and Stat had talked about starting a podcast together. And I'm like, "Oh, we got the trolls in the audience." And I see that where are the moderators? Can somebody mute the trolls? So, but like that was one of the first times I think we actually hang out because Stat doesn't go out. The only time he goes outside is to go to Costco, basically, or do like local stuff. But he doesn't go to events unless it's like something he's supporting someone. So he came to show up and that happened. I'm like, that's another moment like in the lore of Culture United that I think would make really cool content. You know, like Culture United beefs, like when people got into battles, like when at Friday Ricky Dread went at DJ Head and Curtis after he was on live. He was quiet on the live, and then he got off and started making all this content going at him afterwards. There's a lot of stuff that's happened in the history of this platform. It's actually really funny.
Yeah, they have a skill. They have a skill for Claude that reads YouTube transcripts. Yeah. You can put all of those videos into a playlist, drop that playlist into Claude. It'll read all of the transcripts from all of the hours and hours and hours of videos. And you can like say, pull up all the times where we talked about this. Pull up all the times where the voices are raised, and it'll give you timestamps for all of that.
Let's definitely talk about that this week.
Okay.
That would be extremely helpful. All right, dope. Andy Panty Pie says Drake is red pill and does not make music for women anymore and hasn't in years. I also believe he literally made it clear He is for white women. He says he's been kissing white women lately.
He did. He said bitches, but
Oh, there you go.
no, I mean, of course, they all say bitches.
It was an
but-
important distinction.
Sure, it is. But I also wanted to shout out Jeremy Heck. I think he could act something vicious from what I'm seeing on the when he pointed out that Iceman was in a good title and that like the White House has used Drake for promo, and then tweeted him and said, that's Kendrick era shit. This is the Iceman season. And like we just got free promo from the fucking White House. Well, Jeremy Hecht responded back with something crazy. So just shout out to him.
Yeah, for real. 1 second applause. We had dinner yesterday. We went to fantastic restaurant in Hollywood called The Linden. If you are in Los Angeles, go check it out. Black-owned business. All the chefs are from Brooklyn. I had an oxtail pot pie called not a pot pie because they use croissant bread. It takes 2 days to make the joint. Got a speakeasy next door. So fire. 1 second applause. But this is Dame Ritter. He's with Top Fan now. He used to be the general manager, co-owner of Funk Volume. So he had a dinner for a bunch of creators to help bring different creators onto the Top Fan platform. And Jeremy was there. We were talking about that. Like the White House responded to that stuff. Like the guy who probably put that out is trying to say that it's not it. And that's what I'm saying. I look at these types of exchanges. I'm like, why are these people fighting so hard? And I think that's because the brand is so toxic. You have to lie to people when your objective is to take away their rights and their money. You got to lie to people. You got to make it look like everybody crazy. I don't think they're crazy when it comes to this one. Big shout out to DM7561. MAGA and OVO stands is smaller in reality than online. Manipulated numbers, votes make it seem. We use the term bots, but it's been proven since 2016 that narrative control from foreign actors is a type of cheat code these people use 100%. 1 second applause. That was my favorite things that Twitter did, was show you where their accounts were from.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to Divine Eternally. She says, AI is polluting the atmosphere and depleting water tables significantly and catastrophically. I figure out a way to utilize it without destroying our planet before it's too late. 1 second applause. I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that too. YouTube too.
Yeah, I think so too. Shout out to LL Biddy One, became a YouTube member. Thank you very much. 1 second applause. She in her car? She looked like a safe driver.
Why was I looking at the same thing? Justin, what is wrong with us? We sleepy. I'm sorry, she look responsible.
She looked like she got a seatbelt on. Shout out to DM7561 again. Previous point meaning ghosts in the machine manipulate public opinion and influence people's minds, flooding the zone with fake popularity and made up numbers, validating normalizing toxicity and confusion. Yeah. Yeah. All very Trumpian. All very Trumpian.
Yeah.
You know? 1 second applause.
Yeah. I want to know what scale this is on, because I think it's on a big scale already, and I would bet that it's actually on a massive
Way
scale.
bigger.
Yes.
It's probably default.
Yes, I think it's way bigger than I can even fathom. But that's okay, because in school I'm gonna make this type of shit my main focus. When I make it all the way up to my doctorate, I am focused on how people use misinformation to, not even misinformation, how people believe things, how you get convinced to believe something, and the different systems that orchestrate that. I find that to be fascinating. Like even your friend that was here, the DJ friend. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say his name like that.
Yeah,
the way that he would say something, and then we ask a follow-up question, he like, all right, you got me. I don't know. Is really actually fascinating to me. Like, so it doesn't actually have to truly make sense. You're pitching it to see if it can be convincing. That is fascinating.
Yeah.
And it works.
Yep.
1 second applause. Let's see what we got here. Can't wait for real. Back once again. He says, Drake got all these men hot and bothered. That's why women are having less sex at an all-time low. Blue chews and hookah ruining these dudes' meat power. Someone left a comment on the clip of the Ja interview that we put on the Culture United Clips channel last week. And the comment says, what's hilarious is that there's a Blue Chew ad right before the video started.
Wow.
Oh, that's dope. That's dope.
Oh.
that's actually
Blue
good.
Chew, like our mans is on here. When I say, I want y'all to know, I don't want to say I was lining him up because I didn't know what the answer was, but I made my whole response contingent on where is the money coming from. That's how I made it make sense in my mind. I'm just gonna ask him where's the money coming from. Whatever he says is how I'm gonna decide. When he said Blue Chew, it was up. I ain't gonna lie, it was up. It was up after Blue Chew. What? Blue Chew? It was up. But y'all was really cool. I really appreciated that. That was one of my favorite segments. I have watched that 50 times, and every time I am crying.
So good.
It was funny.
It was good. Can't wait for it again. Says male Drake fans don't believe in foreplay. They pull up to a woman's house with a rubber and a gummy worm.
On a gummy worm.
Rubber on a gummy worm. Oh gosh, can't wait, man. Can't wait to defeat it. We got Progressive Gal right here. Says Progressive Gal 73. Also, one of my favorite commenters out here. One of my favorite community members. Professor Gal out here be in all the comment sections and is always engaged in the conversations and always be adding really dope insights and nuggets to the discussion. I just want you to know that I really, really appreciate you. 1 second, pause. All right, she says, we can reasonably assume Drake is MAGA since his newest friends are all sponsored by MAGA corporations. Happy Dad, Kick, et cetera, et cetera. See, this is what I'm saying. This is what I mean. This is meaningful contribution to the conversation. That is absolutely 100% true. That's why it's the cognitive dissonance of a gaslighter or the toxicity of this brand that these people are running away from this from so long. And these are people who've been supporting it. They're running away from certain people being lumped into their camp while being in the camp. You know what I'm saying? Because the camp is so toxic that you gotta like make sure like certain people keep their reputation clean.
Mm-hmm.
Elle, can you pick up from where you left off on the super chats? I gotta step away for a second.
Of course.
Thank you.
Go back. I'm gonna be honest, I'm coming from the top. Off the top. Wait. Shout out to Unc Ditto with the $2. Oh wait, am I supposed to be reading this one? No, we read that one already. He's supposed to take it off screen before he left. All right, shout out to Unc Ditto with the $2. Says W stat, let's go. Most honest in the biz. Shout out to Doomer253 with the $2. Who brought Timu Rick Ross Big Boy to see you?
Elle, before when we was backstage, he was off camera talking, and I was like, yo, is that Rick Ross? I dead ass was like, oh, nigga sound like Rick Ross.
I hate Rick Ross. Anyway, that's why we play the video. I just looked away. So many people with so many different connections where I'm not supposed to say that. I hate Rick Ross. I don't like COs. Little figurative. Thank you for the $1.99. Disagree with hard hitter, but love the hat.
Oh yeah, we said.
I think they were serious.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay. Shout out to at the nice and healthy. Thank you for the $2. We need Charles for this. I love how Charles spells his name. Shout out to Thunder7344. Thank you for the $5. What timeline is it where Sky has taken the OVO mantle from Stat? Speaking of timelines, did anyone catch? Oh, we read this one already.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. Okay, because he said he started from the top. As a matter of fact.
Yeah, he did. I got her from the bottom spot.
You do? Okay, go. Your turn.
Yeah. The supporter 248. Shout out for $14 in Canadian dollars or whatever y'all be having. What's hilariously ironic is that I bet Sauce doesn't fully rock with Drake's poor sentiments on song. Aside from stunt talk, Sauce actually expresses depth and intellect in his music, albeit explicitly. Okay. Chef OG Raw, shout out to the $5. Thank you for the $5. It was Stat saying everyone does XYZ behind the scene, not just Drake, as if multiple wrongs cancel each other out. Drake was the topic, not Mr. X. Yeah, I thought it was a bit of whataboutism, but I see where he was coming from. Fanto 8469, thank you for the $5. Hitta, you said TDE is weird. Drake had an alleged producer writer on Iceman. Look up Octavian. You don't want to say TDE is weird. Play up.
Hated the TDE was weird part.
Hated that. Overlord 6815, thanks for the $5. Without a doubt, the worst guest that's been on the show. Shout out Fall Risk. Thank you for the $2. New Vince Staples. Yeah, we got to check that out
immediately.
Monique
said, "Can y'all please read Star text? He has to go to bed." Who is Star? See if you can find one from somebody from Star.
Where's Star at? I feel like I did see that they. See if you can see. I can't.
Wait, go back to your spot so you don't lose your spot.
Yeah. And just stop me if you see it.
Oh, snap. Is back. He sees us messing up.
Shout out JB.
For Star's chat specifically because they have to go to bed. And obviously they said something good because they got a whole bunch of people telling us to look for their chat. I don't see. Is this our homie Star with the purple? I don't see Star
either.
I'm halfway up, Star. She said it was earlier. Justin, say something cool while I stall.
I can just go to another super chat.
All right, go ahead.
Are you looking for? Is that what you're looking for? A super chat?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm looking for Star's super chat specifically because obviously it's something good. Go ahead, do your thing.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Well, I'm back. I know I was gone so long, just like Iceman. All right, so we got.
And I probably gotta dip out soon too. It's like almost 2 a.m. over here.
Oh baby, I'm so sorry. We on the West Coast.
I know the West Coast. All right, so big shout out to Down to Earth 83. Tomato. 1 second, pause. Big shout out to Star Trek Ambassador. To me, Iceman was bad, but Jesus, Habibti, in my opinion, the R&B equivalent of Cuddy's Speeding Bullet to Heaven. How you make an R&B project this horrible? Yeah, great question.
I heard a lot of Cuddy influence, OG Travis influence, and Lil Don Toliver influence in there too. I was like, oh, okay. Like, you know, you hear the sound latching.
You have Donnell Jones too. We did that live stream. Someone called him Non-Toliver. We played this song.
Yeah.
Non-Toliver is crazy. 1 second, applause to Star Trek Ambassador. DJ Hard Hitter. That's mine. DJ Hard Hitter. Big shout out to Miranda T. DJ wearing that owl on his chest. You go, BK. Bonafide MC. Drake. I got nothing still but yuck. Star Trek Ambassador. This showed me that how much of a bad singer he really is. Like, honestly, how do you ruin a 90s-esque R&B track like Classic? And that's the best one to me on there. Like, I know what he was going for.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I like that era. Lastly, Maid of Honor. Say what?
Is it just me or Drake used to be able to sing?
Do you think this is what Stat was kind of saying when he was like, maybe it's like a substance thing, like on some just theory, like maybe your vocal cords are kind of taking a dip. I don't know. I think so too. I think he never was like a singer. He never was able to sing.
He didn't hold a note.
But definitely sounded better, in my opinion, back in the day.
But you know, when that other chat said he's singing to the men now, I actually started to wonder maybe he's doing a different sound because now he doesn't need that R&B-ish voice. So he's doing like an electronic type of melody more so than like trying to sing. Because he wasn't singing for real on none of these albums.
Lastly, Maid of Honor was his rendition of Don't Tap the Glass, but ended up making Don't Smack That Ass. T1000 all over Cheetah Print.
That shit was nowhere near Don't Tap the Glass. Like, I know what she's saying. I ain't trying to take away from what she's saying, but Don't Tap the Glass, he really got off.
Toast God 207. Salute to the culture. Yeah, the production is fire, but the wordplay is lackluster. 1 second, applause. Briscoe the King. Boy, it's out the mud. Podcast. We got DJ Hitta. I'm out. Get out of there, Justice. Shout out to Snap. It's a meme in itself. 1 second, applause.
Get out of there was so funny. The little video y'all posted.
Yeah.
Get out of there.
Justin! Justin, come back.
Come back. Get out of there. Get out of there.
Mont Carty. says, a hit is a hit. We shouldn't need time to be convinced songs are hits. I think a lot of people feel that way. Doomer 253, did Diddy Dame Dash spawn this Hitta dude?
That's him.
Hitta's a one of a kind. He's his own person. The Last Pro, classic. It's a decent album, but Drake lowered the bar so low that he comes with a 6 out of 10 classic. You know. Shy Nose says, 2019, Shane Gillis said Drake was the next R. Kelly. PDF 2026, Drake features him in the music video for Iceman with his son and features Future. I think, BK, you talked about that. OG Vaughn says, for a man that makes music for the women, having a solid song title, Janice STFU, is certainly a choice. The irony. Always spelling. Leonardo Thomas says, stat quote, you say this how the business... Oh, we did this one already. We did that one already. Got this one. Leonardo Thomas says, the Malcolm X won't help you, stat. Toy on Track says, Renaissance is Beyonce's best album, stat.
I don't know that this is true, but I'm not arguing with it because that was a fucking banger.
Exactly. I was gonna say, I feel like you could have like spirited debate, and it's not an outrageous thing to say. Like if you say, like I may not agree, but if you say that, that is not outrageous. So
yeah, I'm not triggered at all.
Chef OG Ross says, Iceman is great. Hard Hitta been hard hitting that. Okay. Didn't know they made OV hoes this old. I must have been transported to Earth 9021. Oh, God.
Sometimes y'all be talking spicy and y'all don't be black, though. I know I'm not supposed to say that because that's kind of racist, but sometimes.
No, it ain't racist. It might be racist, but it ain't racist.
Like, I don't know what's the right way to word it because I'm sleepy, but sometimes I notice when it be a bit too far, it's like, wait a minute, you ain't black too? Like, I'm in here growling up shit. Like, I had somebody in my comments on Twitter because I said something, I was talking about the Lupe blog thing, and they popped in my thing like, yeah, well, I'm a proud K-bot. I'm like, what the fuck do that got to do with my post? And he like, well, you talked to me earlier, so I thought you were talking about me. I'm like, I'm not even fucking talking about you or thinking about you, nor did I remember you exist. And he was like, oh, well, my bad. I was like, it's cool. I was like, I ain't tripping. He was like, well, what does that mean? I was like, are you black? And he was like, nah. What the fuck?
He's a gamer.
Bro, that blew me.
Shout out to Brown Girl. Elle says, now stat, I'm about to put you in the same boat as the man in the mirror glasses with the fedora. I see where you get it from, BK. I see where you get it from.
Man in the mirror. I know it's supposed to be mirror glasses, but man in the mirror killed me.
Fedora? Oh my God.
Zone Fanfic. A classic ages well, non-classics don't. Not even half of Aubrey music ages well. That's the difference between an average artist and an MC. Couldn't agree more. 1 second applause. Brittany Danielle says Drake fell off or stopped paying writers.
Them was fucking writers. Them was writers. I don't.
There are some in there, but I don't think that they're as aggressive as it normally is. I don't think so. I honestly don't think so.
Don't worry, I'm gonna find out.
Yeah.
Because all of them are friends.
People out here saying Game was writing on this, so and it would make sense. Okay, let's hypothesize this. Let's say Game did help with the writing on this. Game's name is Game because Game is able to master other people's flows really well. Game took a flight to Toronto. They had a romantic dinner. They were toasting, and then Drake let him borrow his plane. So perhaps there is something there.
Yeah, maybe.
Perhaps, on Make Them Remember, he's talking about Cedar Block. So perhaps that is the cover. Maybe it's like, okay, I still need writers, but I don't want to be obviously using writers. Who could take my style and write for me and yet make it feel like me? Who'd be willing to give up credits? Who'd be willing to give up writing credits? I don't know. It's a theory. Who knows? Let's see.
It's hell of them. It's like 100 of those people in that little community, and they're writing all of the shit for all of the niggas. And they all know each other.
Brian Moore, thank you for the super chat. 1 second applause. Cam Solon, big shout out to Cam Solon. GNX and Mr. Morale are for sure classics, both influential and impactful albums in their own ways.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that too. Brian Moore says if he's hurt, he should go get a lawyer and sue.
Lord, please, no.
Got
enough of that.
got a whole lot of suing going on. Brandon, keep it 1009 status tripping main. To say age is the reason people don't put out good music is cap. Putting out good music is not age related. It actually kind of is. And I don't want to, I'm not saying that you can't put out good music when you're older, but two things happen with the brain, right? One, the reason a lot of times we're always attracted to the music of our youth is that the brain is young, and one of the first experiences of natural endorphins is when a preteen or a teenager falls in love with music in the first time. The music that hits you at that point in time ends up being louder in your life than any other point in time because your brain is developing, and the endorphins that come off when you hear a song that you love is a very unique experience and it sticks to you. On the flip side, on the other side of that, when you get older, there's certain aspects of your brain that just don't operate as efficiently as they used to, and one of them is creativity. One of them is finding ways to communicate with the same level of effectiveness and power as you used to when you're younger, when you're doing creative things. And not even just like music, but also with writing, for example, or with like, just other things like that. So there is a correlation there that is biological, but I don't think that always holds up in every situation. So 1 second applause to that. The Monosaurus. Drake.
K-Way say now he want an oxtail hot pocket because of you.
It's good, man. It's good, K-Way. I'm trying to tell you. They have they have an on menu and an off menu options there too. They have like a secret hidden menu. So if you do find your way at the Linden in Hollywood, it's on Hollywood and Tamarind. It's East Hollywood. I guess it's Hollywood. It's like real close to East Hollywood. As for the off menu too, they got a crazy oxtail and cheese sandwich. They got a whole chicken or half chicken, fried chicken. Bomb. Lamonosaurus, Drake get to finally say who is on his album Rap. TS is up.
Youngsters.
Long-winded short story says, Dot's aura, too high to get over, too low to get under. Drake stuck in the middle while literally putting MJ's ball-grabbing glove all over his face. That's a crazy image. Big Biz Grizz, shout out to Big Biz Grizz, says, it's been awful. Planet Frog, Bulldog, drugs are bad. Utility, Pompeii, Smile, all fire. We sitting here talking about Ass Man. Crazy times. Crazy times. 1 second applause.
Ass Man is diabolical. Y'all know we sleepy. Ass Man is crazy. Bro.
Kid Revo says, Drake dissed a lot of these people multiple times fighting Irish freestyle. Most don't even shoot back. So how long is he going to keep responding?
Literally, the fuck. Yo, he had a whole fucking Super Tantrum tour before the shit. He dropped a whole motherfucking plot twist, bitch. Why we acting like Iceman the first time he fucking vented about this shit? This is like one-sided beef at this point. Like, I don't know. That shit pissed me off. Like, he been said this shit.
And he finally had some impact. They're like, all right, all that other shit didn't count. All that other shit didn't count. Now this is our response.
Right.
65 Shutdown says, these albums was a 3-pack of Dookie Doo.
Dookie Doo. Why wasn't Dookie enough?
Dookie. Zeno Native says, so K-Dot can promote and tour music from the battle for 2 years straight, but Drake can't directly speak to how he felt during those 2 years. I think he did a good job on some Sexy Songs for You. I think he did a good job on a number of those songs on the Plot Twist account. I also remember that Which One and What Did I Miss came out actually last year, so there was that conversation that was had there as well. And then if you really think about some of the stuff that was on the Gordo album, I think it's not that he hasn't said anything. And I think that is selective priorities. I think they like to selectively select this Iceman as being the official things that Drake says. Mm-hmm. And I think that they look at these other things as unofficial. And they were in the marketplace, they were on the charts. So I'm not saying that homeboy can't. I'm just saying he's been doing it. It's like 2 years worth of it. Brittany Danielle, Metro's mom didn't pass on, she was murdered. Thank you for that clarification. Brittany Danielle, at what point are we going to stop talking about Drake taking Kendrick on tour? Who cares? That was 15 years ago. Can we talk more about Rihanna giving Drake his first number ones? Can we talk more about that, please?
I think that was a great thing you highlighted. I'm so tired of hearing that shit because to me, again, that's what I mean by stats and shit. Like they say numbers don't lie, but they They can fib a little.
No,
They
numbers
can.
not all the time. That was one of the things that Jay-Z said. I'm like, come on, Ho, you know you don't even mean that. Numbers lie all the time.
Yeah.
That is the
So-
fastest way to trick somebody. Pull out some numbers.
Mm-hmm.
People aren't
So
even thinking
this
critically.
whole-
You
he
want
took them
to
on-
fool somebody? Pick some selective stats.
Yep.
That shit's crazy.
You'd be like, well, damn, can't argue with that. It's a study. So, truth be told, he took people on tour that was going to help the tour.
Yes. Again, symbiotic relationships.
Yeah. That's like a failing NBA or a decent NBA franchise. Go find some kid from the hood and put them on the team, and the person gets them some fucking championships. I don't know if that's fucking up my analogy, but you win some championships and you like, oh, you're welcome for putting you on the team to help us win these championships. Like that tour did well because people also wanted to see Kendrick as well, and you picked him because of that. So I hate this whole like he was just some make-a-wish kid and you just did him a favor and nobody gave a fuck that he was there on the tour. People cared. People wanted to see that because he was hot as fish grease.
Hello.
So maybe not as fish grease. We was warming up the fish grease. Okay. So don't like I don't like that. I don't like, and we know how Drake get down. He does that. He connects to what's valuable. So stop trying to make it like it was so one-sided. I hate that.
True.
Andy Penny Pie says the Game Tech 9 and E40 took Kendrick on tour before Drake did. You don't really know Kendrick or your timeline would be so jacked up. Andy Pandy has a grudge against Stat Quo. I will say that. She shows up in every comment section with something to say about Stat. And then in this case, it always ends with something punchy like this. You don't really
Your
know Kendrick.
timeline wouldn't be so jacked up.
You don't really know Kendrick. You just be saying it. You don't really know him. It's funny. Brown Girl Elle. Yesterday's Drake is not today's Drake. Today's Drake is Wacko Jacko. Literally the victim and the bully. Wow.
Wacko Jacko.
Biz Grizz. Respectfully, all these long dissertations to explain the depraved, spoiled, predatory BAN making mid-ass music to cover his insecurities is tiring.
Damn. That's a great
I don't know
song.
if y'all paying attention, but most of the music in rap is mid-ass music.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
So I be
There's no
I be
quality
feeling like
control.
out of touch.
There
Like
is quality control. Yeah.
Andy Penny Pie. Drake also mistreated Kendrick when he took him on tour. They didn't like each other. Drake knew Kendrick didn't like him. Well,
yeah, I
Wrong
don't
with
like
his-
that angle either. That Drake didn't know Kendrick didn't like him. Cap.
I don't know. You never know.
I don't know either. I'm just hollering out Cap.
I don't think these guys are really talking that much. You know, I know J. Cole likes to make it seem like we're all friends and I love them, but Drake clearly said on this album, hey man, I love you because of the history, but I'll never rock with you again. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, for lazy ass nigga.
right. Long-winded short story, still trying to get the party lit, the party dead AF. That's one of the things on that Future song that stands out to me. What they said, everybody's going back outside now? Okay, we'll see. We'll see. I think you're up against a whole post-COVID environment, my friend.
Yes.
Let's see how well that holds up. SJB says, are we forgetting that K-Dot and Drake beef started with Control? Drake took it personal, went on Elliott Wilson and talked bad about K-Dot foul. That is a big significant touch point in it. I think the first time, I think we get Jodeci Freestyle right after the MTV's hottest list came out, and Drake wasn't happy that Kendrick was up there too. So that whole point in time was a bunch of people very salty about the dark-skinned brother collecting all the awards.
Wake that shit up.
Soon, everybody gonna respect the mulatto.
Please. Justin, please.
That was J. Cole. That's a J.
I know.
That's a J. Cole quote.
You know what it was. You just tried to
Fall off.
We knew. That's like my even you. Like, just know that. Like, you completely disarm me when you say that shit.
You
That's
took
what
the
he
words
said.
right out my mouth. I was about to say that's up there with even you. That boy said even you. What the fuck do we got to do with anything?
Right.
This.
Right.
And they're like in the combo with fucking the devil.
Martin Rosario says, when Drake screwed up, he was doing this foul, treacherous, dirty macking also to people more powerful or people connected to powerful people. I mean, you know, people like to leave that part out. They like to leave that part out. You know, it's like everyone's against Drake, but why though?
Love how that could have been Martin Rosario, but because it was Rosario, you said, fuck it, it's Martine.
Martine. I said Martine.
That's how I know I'm sleepy, because I was tickled by that. Like, no, nigga, let's keep this shit ethnic.
Chris Chit Chat says Bree Bree is great at biting other talents. That's how he stayed on top.
Yo, is Drake Bree Bree?
Yeah.
I
Oh,
think it fits.
Aubrey.
Oh, shit.
I think it fits. Big Tank says, is this Ack and Mall 2.0? Dang.
I cannot believe that's the first time Ack met Drake. What the hell?
You were gagged.
I still cannot believe that. He did all this shit having never. Why would Drake not meet him?
I don't think Drake. I don't want to put. I don't know.
I know what you're thinking, and I agree.
I agree too.
Why would you not go meet him? Why would you not meet him?
I can't call it.
Pause. Meet MEET. But anyway.
Two of the Greats says status Drake's deleted ESPN interview with Marcellus Wiley and Max Kellerman, where he's talking down on Dot, one of those things behind the scenes. I'll ask him specifically if he's seen that. I'm not sure if he has, and I'd be doubtful if he has, because it seems like they keep that pretty tight within ESPN, but I'll see what's up. Johnny Cage 202, Iceman is man pond music for heavy flow emo dudes on Midol and cranberry juice. One and done. Listen. Didn't even listen last week. That's crazy. That was a whole lot of funny words in the back.
That was
back to back.
That was a shit.
That was a bunch of funny words.
A heavy flow emo dudes was crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. Andy Penny Pie, stats point is that Drake is indeed cheating and stealing, but so is everyone else, so don't hold Drake accountable or expect integrity from anyone.
I do think that's...
You see what I mean? I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I think that's actually a fair point. Like, if everybody is cheating, how much do we hold to Drake for cheating? Like, literally, if everybody is... Because, one, I don't even think they're doing it. I think the labels are doing it. So, I do think that is... I know Andy's like, fuck that and what he's talking about, but...
Well, I think, look, from a macro standpoint, yeah, I agree. But from a micro standpoint, Drake is acting like all these people did him dirty. And that is leaving out the things that Drake did to make these people get together and put together this album. Mm-hmm. That is an inside conversation that includes the macro. Hey, maybe everybody was doing Drake dirty and Drake learned how to be dirty around everybody else. You never know.
Hell no.
I mean, look, I'm not going to say, I don't know. We don't know.
That is an October Scorpio.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's all you needed. Well, I'm fine. I'm fine with that. Look, I don't trust people that I've watched learn how to say nigga to. You know what I'm saying? If I've watched you learn how to say nigga.
That might be better than the astrology.
I don't trust you either. So you're right. 1 second pause. I'm with you.
Hell no. That boy was terrorizing people when he got rich. I know exactly what the fuck happened.
Aubrey Jenkins says, need that Elle and BK logic check. I feel like I
we
did that.
And logic came right in after that, too.
Unc is fiending for an owl chain. I think he might have one. Aubrey Jenkins says, Elle, I can't wait till you drop on your channel.
Thanks.
You know who else can't wait? The fan you met at the Lupe show.
Drew. Hi, Drew.
Let's do an update. Let's do a check-in on Elle's channel.
Justin,
Let's see.
BK, you said it's what time out there, BK?
07.
Let's check in on the channel. You got motion out here in these streets.
So
when you could have a channel that has 1.2 thousand subscribers and no videos.
This is so embarrassing.
She got one short.
I have a good idea with the writers thing. A series on interview.
You got one short.
Why would Justin embarrass me like this?
This is embarrassing. I'm driving people to your channel. Hopefully it pressures you to make some incredible content.
I like the writer series.
She got a live stream.
I like the series.
Oh, she got a post. Oh, she shared a post a month ago. Ooh, look how this is what we were talking about a month ago.
I just
Justin.
That's crazy. That was a good episode. I remember our conversation from that one.
I hear the sarcasm in your voice, Justin.
I think that you need to stop being scared to put out content. And I understand that you can keep telling people what you want to. I'll be patient and listen to your explanation, but I think people want to hear from you.
I think the writer thing qualifies. I just want it to be something good. I want to provide them with something good. I think the interviewing all the writers, especially if I get them all on at the same time, and they're just talking about the
you need to get very comfortable with the fact that nothing starts off dope. And the first thing you got to do is start.
Yep.
That's all you got to do.
Yep.
Usually the easier it is, the simpler way to do it is just make something, put it out. And then make something, then make the next thing. And then make the next thing. You're going to be from Rouse's announcement. We're going to be sitting here in 2027.
They're going to be like, yeah,
when you go launch your video? You're like, oh, I got this. Well, see, I'm really in this new idea now. This new idea is Oprah. I've got this idea about Oprah that I want to do. Let's be Oprah. It's like, I'm with you. Fantastic concept and idea.
A live audience. He said, how about you put some shit on YouTube first before you try to have a live audience? I said, you're right. I'm going to call you back. You're right.
The hardest part is to start. That's the most difficult part. And this is a space where, there's a lot of rebirth. And that's something that you should appreciate too. When you put out a piece of content and you get a reaction, you think about that reaction when you get ready to put out your next piece of content or your conversation. Oh, maybe I'll do more of this and less of that. So you're recreating yourself again. And then after that, a new process starts. And you do like 5 or 6 videos and you're like, yo, there's actually another idea for a whole different series of videos within these 5 or 6 videos. And now you spawned a whole new idea and concept. You know what I mean? Like that is the exhilarating part. The work is the prayer. The work is the prayer. You know what I mean? It's not the quality of the outcome of the video or how viral it went or how many people watched it. It's the work, the process in general. I get so nervous before Culture United every week. I like to sit down, I pray, I make sure everything is together. And there's no better feeling than when I'm finished. But being in the moment, in these conversations, in a moment like this is the prayer itself. You're robbing yourself of the prayer. Give yourself some prayer.
I love that. I was embarrassed, and then I looked down at K-Way. He said Oprah needs a pork sandwich because she out here looking like a lampshade. And then you came with the work is the prayer. That was a lot. That was a roller coaster of emotion.
Hunt in this bitch. Period.
But the work is the prayer is fire. I'm about to put that on a shirt.
That's what it is. The work is the prayer, yo.
It's true though. My first video was filmed on my iPhone, and I just put it up there. Like I dead ass set this bitch up on some books and was like, I have something to say. So
wow. Trap just said he was surprised when he saw I didn't have any videos. I took them all off, Trap. That's why you were surprised, because you have seen videos from me before. I took them all.
Yeah. Don't be robbing yourself with the prayer though.
Work is
Chris Chit Chat says, shout out to Trap though. I didn't see Trap in the chat. What's up, Trap?
Yeah.
Chris Chit Chat says, Bree could never play to stadium audiences like Kendrick did. Bree is catching on. We've got Adoso Alana. There was rap on Hot 100 before Iceman stopped line. Exactly. People act like stuff started with Drake. And there are things that started with Drake, but not the things they give him credit for. Jordan Suarez, don't forget he dropped Wagwan Dalat. Thank you. Yep. That shit was a hit.
Tomato.
Shout out to 65 Shutdown. This dude, Hitta, is the worst guest I ever seen. There's probably some guests you didn't see. There's some guests. There's guests that people were about to revolt for. I wasn't even sure if we're gonna do another month, another episode of this show. There were some people that people hated so much. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is. Brown Girl, Hitta must be on Drake's payroll. Like, damn, with the alternative facts. That's that GNX part. My man said that we saw the GNX run. There was no rollout, bro. There was no rollout. It might have felt like it because it might felt like a rollout. It might have felt like a rollout because your boy was getting rolled over all year, but we were not prepared for the album.
The silence was hilarious.
It was.
Chef's kiss.
My listening library says I'll start giving him props when he drops the suit. DJ Short, shout out to DJ Short. DJ Short's another channel everybody should follow because he is someone who is doing a really great job of documenting and preserving a lot of artifacts in the music space, particularly with D'Angelo. His D'Angelo work is like top tier to me. 1 second plus. He says, appreciate y'all. I got to get on here one of these days. Shout out to the Bay. You know what? Let me add him to the list right now.
Yep.
I'll add him to the list right now because I do really appreciate what he brings. I have a list of people that I would love to get on, and there's another list of people that I've been meaning to get on. So they're two separate lists. Like, oh, I'd love to get this one on. This one's like, okay, this one's coming out. I got to schedule this one. I know this one likes to talk about this. I want to make sure we get them in there because I try to get people in conversations where they can really thrive. I don't like to put people in situations where they're, out of their depth or uncomfortable or anything like that.
Yeah.
If I can add him to the app.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Heck yeah.
Y'all got to see this app that Elle made with Claude. We have our own personal CU app. This mug be pulling all the hip hop headlines from all over the place, scheduling everything. It's awesome. It's all happening. 1 second, pause.
Wait, can I show a preview real quick? Not the whole thing. So I went to put DJ Short in as a guest, and the AI pulled up all the information about DJ Short.
Word up.
His Instagram, his everything, a little bio, everything. So when we add him to the guest pool, we have all of that in there. Just
awesome.
Shout out Elle.
Chauffeur 0575, inflated numbers is why tours are being canceled left and right. Streaming numbers do not equal actual enthusiasm. Exactly. Blue dot fever.
Yup.
Wait. Okay. I'm skipping some. Okay, here we go. I did see this one earlier. It's incredibly disingenuous to assume Drake likes the White House post simply because he hasn't denounced it. Plus, he is not American. We have beat this one in the head. I think some people are just intentionally obtuse, and I would be too if affiliations with the people he's not denouncing might be are so polarizing. You know what I'm saying? Like, these cats are out here abducting people and taking away rights. Like, nobody wants to wear that brand. And even the idea that they're talking about free promo is crazy. It's like
that's disgusting.
That's disgusting to me. Aubrey Jenkins, White House showing love because promoting ignorance. Huh? Yeah, on brand. And Dependent, Drake is silent on Canadian politics and issues too. That is very true. Bra Moore, Michael Jackson was not apolitical, and he's the GOAT. All I want to say is that they don't really care about us.
Period.
Shani Bonnie, 1 second applause. Thank you for the super chat. Diapia, we did Screwface. We got Andy again. Andy says Kendrick looks.
Oh my bad.
You say what? What did you say?
Michael Jackson. Infectious. I was about to start singing. Sorry. Sleepy.
Oh yeah. Who me. That's not.
Come over my life. I am a rock. People love me. Okay, good. I'm sorry. Don't you forget you promised me free liberty.
This is my Michael Jackson neck. Andy Petty Pie said Kendrick looks stressed on the cover of Damn because Trump was elected. His song XXX on the album is a reference to MAGA. Dot's lyrics are clear. One of my favorite breakdowns I ever made is based on that song, and it's called Hardest Generation Alive, and it was talking about millennials. So check it out if you miss it. Legitimately, it's one of my favorite videos I've ever made. I really nailed it. And that's the first video, the first video breakdown I did on this channel after I left DX was, is Kanye more relevant than William Shakespeare? And it was based on my debate at Oxford about whether Kanye is more relevant than William Shakespeare. And the second video was this one. And I had my idea in my head for like months about that video, but I didn't want to give it to Hip Hop DX. I was like, I know I'm on the way out, and I do not want them owning that one. And to this day, I'm really proud of it. So 1 second plus. Genevieve6642 says, I expected Drake to make an album like The Weeknd's Hurry Up Tomorrow and Bryson Tiller's Solace and The Vices, but people would not like it. Well, people didn't like some of these things that he did here, so he could have done that too. All options were on the table. Down in Dixie says, so Drake criticized DJ Khaled for not saying Free Palestine but won't denounce MAGA endorsement, or even October 7th, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was silent on that. Like, I'm with it. DJ Hardhitter said, that's the way you make money is by staying, apolitical or whatever. And I just think that is, and I'll respect the Hitta and people who have that perspective, but I just think that's some pussy-ass shit that gets motherfuckers locked up in jail back on the plantation. And people need to understand the environment that we're living in.
Yeah.
El Blanco.
Be apolitical because either you gonna do politics or it's gonna do you.
My issue with that overall is that they only say be apolitical if you're against the Confederacy. If you're pro the Confederacy, then it's fine. Like if you listen to even what Academics was saying in that tweet to Jeremy Heck, he's like, this woke shit is over. That is political in itself. The way they politicized the word woke, that was a coordinated attack following an uprising that was taking place because of another instance of police brutality right here in America. You can look at Google Trends charts and watch the exact September of 2020 where the right-wing media got a hold of that word and flipped it. That's political. You know what I mean? These people don't think about this, or these people know this, and they need to continue to flip this, which I think is what happens with certain people, right? They know that you can go look at a poll right now and understand that it is not popular to like stuff that's going on right now. So if you out here looking like you supporting what's going on right now, you know, so there it is.
Also, I think a better comp, sorry, just real quick. I think a better comp to the Khaled Palestine thing is Aiden and the anti-Semitic tropes that he plays into. Like that's more because it's like a your people, your in group type of thing. Dave Portnoy and who I hate, and Aiden had this back and forth where Dave was like, "Bro, you play into all of the anti-Semitic tropes, you know, all these that that make our community look bad." And so he doesn't call him out on that. I think that's a better comp, even though I think the MAGA thing is good. But it's just like, bro, you hang out with like a self-hating Jewish person too. So like,
and XQC, the other one. Now, some of these might be contractual. They're all kick and whatever. You know, I can't say one way or the other. But again, this still speaks to the same thing. Like, you know, is this the time where you're trying to be apolitical? You lost the voting rights.
I also don't like that they're saying that Drake said free Palestine because he didn't. He said they're waiting on you to say that. He didn't say it. And I've been seeing a lot of people, you know, misrepresenting that, like you never had a, y'all know who I rep for, so to see people say you never had a rapper bring up Palestine, nigga.
Gaza Strip was getting bombed. Obama didn't say shit. That's why I didn't vote for him. Next one, either. I'm a part of the problem. My problem is I'm peaceful, and I believe in the people.
Yeah. Over and over and over again till you try to put them out.
Right. And I disagree with Elle on this point. And not to say that he deserves props for it, and not to say that I don't agree with the fact that technically she's correct, that he doesn't actually say that. He uses it as a dig, just like as anything positive that comes through his music. But I do think that the impact of just having someone with an audience as large as his, who may not know all the details of everything that's going on, or even the fact that his music tends to reach a lot of places, people who are not on Inside Baseball, people who do not know about him and Khaled, people who do not know all the stuff that's happening in the background, if they come across this song passively, they will hear the words Free Palestine. And so that is a byproduct of, you know, a pretty self-serving piece of hypocrisy that is all too common in Drake's catalog. So there is that byproduct, you know.
I think that's a fair analysis for sure.
Miss Lady 8848, but also Aubrey keeps acquiring these hip hop artifacts and allowing them to be mishandled. The White House also disrespected MJ in that pick. I think the thing that's so funny, listen to this album, is he's bragging about these artifacts that he has as if he didn't purchase them from people who were selling them.
Right.
People were selling them, guys. But, you know, the way he talks about it does sound like some colonizer shit. I'll be straight up. Big Biz Grizz, what about the weirdo ruining actual MJ glove? If that's what he really did, I guess he took it off and got it signed. I don't know. That whole thing right there is a little too nuanced for me to keep up with, but, you know, it all tracks. El Blanco, Drake literally called ICE the fake feds.
You got that.
I mean,
point though, right?
Yeah, he did. On this album, he said that.
Yeah. So I think he's trying to take up for Drake.
Yeah, 100%. I understand. Look, I think people understand when they're being obtuse. Yes, he did say fake feds. And then he also did the laundry list of things we've talked about ad nauseum in this conversation tonight.
Right.
All right, cool. I didn't want to say that.
He said this in a half bar on this song. That's probably not one of the best ones on the album. But then everything else about it is this. It's like one of my favorite double entendres from Jay-Z that most people don't think about are double entendres, and I didn't realize it until I made a video, and people tell me I misinterpreted the bar, but I realized that everybody misinterpreted the bar because I think it's a double entendre, and I will stand on that until Hope tells me otherwise. 1 second applause to me. But that bar is from Takeover, Nas versus Jay-Z, and he says, where he says, 2 of them shits was due. One was the other was Illmatic, right? You can look at that and say, okay, 2 of them shits was doo-doo, right? Nostradamus and I guess I Am would be the doo-doo, right? 4 hours and 10 years, I can divide. That's one, let's say 2. 2 of them shits was due. One was Nah, the other was Illmatic, right? You can say 2 of them was due, like doo-doo, right? Nostradamus, people weren't really happy about that, and I Am, the version that came out after the leak, people weren't happy about that. One was, all right, it was written, and the other was Illmatic. Or you could look at it and say 2 of them shits was due, like D-U-E.
Mm-hmm.
And you say, oh, okay. 2 of them shits was due. Like you owed that because Illmatic, you came in so hot. So it was written, it was due, it was the least you could do. I Am, it was due, it was the least you could do. After Illmatic, we waiting on you to be this guy again. So these were, and then you get to Illmatic, it's like one was and then the I takes a different context. So that whole scheme is actually a double, depending on which do you're actually talking about, right? I forgot how I got into that diatribe, but that is one of my favorite.
Because you were.
Because I put out my perspective on it in a video, and it's called Biggie Ain't the GOAT, I think. Or no, it was J. Cole, Nas without Illmatic. That's what it was called. And so there was, everyone's like, he means doo-doo, not do. That don't even make sense. And I was like, oh, you guys are thinking about another do. I'm thinking about D-U-E, and you're thinking about D-O-O. And the bar, and then it was one of the first times I'd ever really felt embarrassed because I was very confident about that piece. And then I'm looking at the comments and they're telling me, I don't know shit. I shouldn't be editor-in-chief of Hip Hop DX. I probably shouldn't be talking about rap music at all. But in retrospect, I think there's a very strong argument that that's actually a double entendre.
You want to know what we think?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Okay. Well, there you have it, folks.
I was like, am I gonna say? But then I would never kick your back in. You definitely should still be.
Like I said in the beginning, until Hope tells me that's not the case, I'm willing to rock with it because sometimes you just need the source. Otherwise, it adds up. Now, whether or not you want to, think about it, but I've looked at. I did a whole lot of research around interviews that he was doing around that time. He's never really broken down, to that degree. He doesn't even really talk about it in Decoded, which is the book where he breaks down his bars.
I had that book. I stole my damn Decoded book.
Right.
Sorry. I try to bar sometimes though. Like in the new little freestyle, Lou was like, "What kind of goat? Like, do you think you a goat?" I think something. He said, "What kind of goat escape? Like a scapegoat?" But somebody in the comments said, "What kind of goat escape would like escape? ESC."
Yeah.
I can't spell it late at night. I guess. I'm rolling with it. Fuck it.
Yeah, I mean,
is that what he meant? Nope.
This is what makes great artists, like the fact that people discussing what an artist meant by their art.
Yeah.
Like
Rhapsody.
Van Gogh only shows up because after he died, his friend was trying to get rid of his art and just came up with a cool marketing campaign.
Wow.
So they can argue over his art. He wasn't celebrated in his time. True Seek says Drake dissed Ice on the song with Future. We heard that, and he also did all these other things. Thank you for that. Andy Pandy, most of the Pulitzer Prize winners in Kendrick's class were being recognized for standing up against Trump. Dot sampled Fox News on Damn. That's actually an interesting tidbit. I didn't even really know that, so that's awesome. Thank you, Andy. Shawnee Bonnie says Drake got the dot stimulus for this album, man. He leaned heavy into it. Brandon Keep It 1009. I don't know where Elle got that from, but I looked it up, and it says Trump on his campaign has never used Kendrick Lamar's lyrics. Also, Kendrick has shot at DT. Yep, we covered this.
No, not the lyrics. And I know that Kendrick can't fucking stand Trump. Want to be clear.
Judak 10MS says Kendrick did not allow Trump or MAGA to use his music. That was proven to be fabricated. Trump did say he was listening to Not Like Us before the Super Bowl.
I did not say he allowed him. See, this is the beauty of the English language. You pick and choose which words you want to use, and then you put those definitions of those words together, and then it shares an idea. I did not say he allowed it. I don't think Trump is asking for permission. I think he's just picking up people's shit and using it. I also said, because I know that Kendrick fucking hates Drake, to me, it changed the way I processed it. Like, if a nigga that I know hates Trump, I don't want to say ain't tripping because that's not the right English words to use with the definition. It was like, fuck that nigga. It changed the way I looked at it.
Ergman 12 says, don't worry, Rick Ross. I just ate some baked beans, so I'm going to make better music with 2 hours than Drake did in 2 years. True Seek says 3 different genres. Let's see, can he do that? Did he do them well? Are you out here celebrating Habibti? I can make an R&B album. Do you want to listen to it? Superpowers get neutralized. I can only watch in silence. Brown Girl Elle says DJ Hard Hitta must be from Katy or the Woodlands.
That's like being from the burbs.
Divine Eternally, we didn't get this one earlier. Divine Eternally says Shebang is a slight at Takeoff using his ad-lib after saying it went to his head is foul, especially with him being tied to Mob Ties.
What?
I didn't think of it as a shot, to be honest. I'm not sure if they thought about that as a shot, but that is really dark if we're talking about it being Takeoff related.
That would be.
That is very,
gross.
very great. And like to me, that's part of what I think is most unfortunate about this story is that regardless of if Drake is doing these things intentionally or he means these things or he's not or he doesn't, enough people can see him doing this.
Yeah.
And it's not because of things that Kendrick said in the battle. Like we all realize that Drake has been sneak dissing for a very long time.
Yeah.
Like these are things that are just like not even like just the dirty, illegal stuff he's been accused of. Not even that. Not even like the young girl stuff or whatever. Just like if you just keep the stuff that's just based off of just bars and who he has revealed himself to be in his music for a long period of time, all these things. Is Janice really from this TV show or this movie, or is it Baby Keem's mom? Like, I can't call it. I would like to think that's not the case, but I don't know. I'm not even making a character opinion on him as a person. I'm basing, again, all of this off of the type of stuff he says and does in his music.
That plausible deniability is MAGA coded too.
Mm-hmm.
Ad-lib, my bad, autocorrect. Brown Girl Elle, so Hitta a Taurus, makes sense. Happy belated birthday.
She a Taurus too. So.
Oh, okay, word up. Happy belated birthday too. Want to say your play? My mom's a Taurus.
Hey.
Yeah, April 28th. Miss Lady 8848. True hits don't require time. I think we said this before, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with
that. What's a good example? You know what a good example is? Grinding from Clips. They had to work that record for a year before it caught on because there was nothing in the marketplace that was like it. You know what I mean? So sometimes you do have to work a record.
Don't.
Kun Negrunde Decoded Critiques. Kiki the first day. Kiki, do you love me? Brandon, keep it 1009. Hitta is lying. I am in the H born and raised. It was not going like that. He just loved Drake, and that's cool. A lot of guys have loyalty to Drake. Okay, we got on the ground.
I know where they were in that shit in Houston. Yeah, please.
True Seek with his Canadian dollars says your taste is predetermined. I hate Drake. No. That Chicken Wag says that Kendrick performance at the White House was when Obama was still in office in 2016. Obama's pictured with him.
Nobody say anything about Kendrick performing at the White House. This is what I'm saying. Do y'all remember Rhyme Zone?
Elle's had a day.
Yeah.
The conversation that Elle had on the lunch hour with MzHummus was all about this. It was all about clarity and listening comprehension. So that's I know you want to expound, but
nope.
I understand that it's that time of night too. Look at BK's eyes. BK,
I'm
doing my
I got
best.
naturally tight eyes too.
They are cute.
BK thugging it out right now. 1 second pause, BK thugging it out.
I know you know, Liz. Go ahead, girl. She like,
Yeah,
yeah,
you go to bed. Go to
please.
bed. It's
No,
fine.
no.
It's fine. You're doing your best. You hold it down. All right, we'll keep going. Zone Fanfic, get those Rhyme Zone bars the fuck up out of here.
These niggas don't remember Rhyme Zone. This is back when people used to go to regular websites, which y'all not gonna be able to do anymore unless y'all actually type into websites, because Google has changed to all AI and they not even gonna really list websites anymore. It's just gonna give you a summary of whatever. But we used to actually type in rhymezone.com and niggas would try to put rhymes together when they was writing their raps on rhymezone.com for all of the youngsters.
People thought that's what push-ups was, the first version that came out. They thought that was Rhyme Zone. DM, I think that was a joke, but I didn't see videos about it. DM7561 says, Biden-Harris used Kendrick's music, not Trump. As cringe as it is, it's goofy to act like that's the same as MAGA. Use Google.
Google is AI too.
Divine Eternally says, Janice STFU is a dig towards Baby Keem. The levels of low is astounding. Throwing digs at someone's mom is a point.
I agree with that, but I don't know that we know that that's the case. But I do.
But that is the thing, right? But this is what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm not trying to say that he is saying this. It could be these other Janices.
Yeah.
There's a world full of Janices that it could be. And it might just be a coincidence that Keem's mom is named Janice, and we know that because we all saw the casino roll out, that they made a documentary documenting ghosts, ultimately, in a beautiful way to tell the story of Keem. Is that an accident? I don't know. Is Drake throwing up the Michael Jackson glove with the 6, which happens to look like white power as the cover art? Is that really in support of these things? I don't know, but it could be. Like you do this a whole lot with Drake. Is Drake really worried about cops out here shooting people with their arms up and Meek Mill out here to harm us? Or is he just using that because Meek Mill spends a lot of time talking about what's happening in the hood and arguably glorifying violence? Does he care about free Palestine, or is he just using that to... I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. And that is the problem, because this is one of the GOATs. Shouldn't we understand what our GOATs mean in a medium that is driven by language? I think so when it comes to whether or not somebody is sneak dissing. I do. When it gets to this
did the
dark.
6 need a hand sign?
I mean, that's his. You know, everybody got their thing they throw up. I can't get
Oh
mad
no,
at that.
no, everybody does not.
Okay.
And I think that's kind of what's odd. It's like, I want to have a gang sign too, guys. Look at this 6.
Long-winded short story, Drake's giving Canadian Homelander.
True.
Right. Yeah, that's funny. Mooselander. We got Jimbo Shrump says, he under my arm like I'm ticklish, bro. Yo, the ticklish bars are crazy.
Yeah.
That was insane. Titus David says, and Nikki is MAGA. Wayne aligned himself with Trump. Aiden says white people should use the N-word. Act interview Donald Jr., etc. Smoke meat fire. It's like I don't understand why these people all standing 10 toes on quicksand. I don't even understand that. Opulent Light Being says the song used by the fascists was Beyonce's Freedom featuring Kendrick Lamar. Bay quickly check that shit. It was her song. Yeah.
Was it?
Know?
They had a Freedom post, but I think that's separate from the Creed edit post.
Okay.
Long-winded short story says, Hitta trying to convince my ears they're not bleeding.
Thanks.
Andy Petty says, Princess sounds like incel rap. He just found her. Yeah, she's asking. See, this one, you gotta listen to it, Andy. I know you don't want to do that. You could just, go to Genius, read the lyrics. Maybe that's like the equal, the happy medium. Now, you will be giving traffic to Genius, and as I understand it, Genius pays the PROs, performing rights organizations, for licensing of the lyrics, if I'm not mistaken. So you will haphazardly give them probably a fraction of a penny just based off your page view. But some things are so low that they don't really count in the first place. Chicago Rilla says in 2026 we're still deciphering 616 in LA. Yeah.
That's a good one.
Zone Fanfic says we're gonna talk about how the Philly flow on a Bay beat, or stealing Kodak's flow, or stealing Ice Spice's flow.
Definitely stole Kodak's flow.
I mean, after a while, it's like, are you gonna call double dribble on like the 6-year-old you're playing basketball with every time they double dribble? You're gonna do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think we have to, because he's suing hip hop.
Tomato.
Big Chicago Rilla says, make hip-hop journalism great again. Andy Pandy, Habibti is worse than Sexy Songs for You. That's scary. Sexy Songs for You was the worst album I ever heard until the Carter 6 dropped.
Carter
6
was
is craptastic.
troll. Why would he troll us like that?
This is one of my favorite moments from my our live reaction to this video. I was gonna post this as a clip. I still am so behind the social clips. Can we get Claude to like just run clips and schedule them?
Yes, so we would need some Claude tokens for that because we would connect it with it's not Remotion. I'm asleep right now, but it's like a connector that you add on that'll go through and clip all of it up for you now.
Right. All right. Well, let's talk about that.
Okay.
What is this right here? I think it's this one. Which is so in the spirit of the Carter 6. This is actually.
I know you're not about to pull up no damn elephant.
No. I don't know why that's not working. Let's see this. All right, let's try this. This is my favorite clip from.
I'm so sorry for yawning, y'all. I ain't gonna leave, but I'm gonna yawn.
I think yawn is part of the.
Oh shit! Still me.
It is you. Just a reminder, the reminder of the responsibility you have to your.
I know. I felt that. I woke right up more. Damn.
We go to share screen, share window. This window. This is my favorite.
We can't hear the sound.
It's worse than craptastic. Wow.
I didn't call it craptastic, but
no, I called the Carter 6 crap. I called the Carter 6 craptastic. So I've been having issues with this. For some reason, the audio is not picking up like through the speakers the way it's supposed to. I don't know if it's something I got picked to the wrong direction or not. That'll just be it. This makes a difference. Does this make a difference? I need to come up with a more poignant word than crap.
Well, you can't tell. You can hear it, but you don't know if we can hear it, right? Like right now, we can't hear it.
Yeah.
Now we can't hear you.
Concerns me. I'm worried.
Now we can hear you and it.
You can hear me. Could you hear the playback?
We didn't hear it. Then it looked like you turned something up. Then we heard it. Then you tried something and we didn't hear it.
Yeah.
All right, we're just gonna do it this way then. It's not gonna play cleanly, but we'll just do this the fast way because I need to troubleshoot this. I had problems with this during the live stream too. Which is better, these projects or Iceman, or excuse me, or the Carter 6 by Louisville? Okay.
This is such a funny question.
Carter 6.
Carter 6 is better than this. So this is worse than craptastic.
That is a lie right here.
No, I called the Carter 6 crap. I called the Carter 6 craptastic. So you're telling me I need to come up with a more poignant word than craptastic to describe this?
This is Drake's worst work. By far. Like, I mean, I'm talking about like, he's never done nothing like this. This concerns me. I'm worried. I'm definitely worried, like, about something going on internally and something's happening. And I'm talking about like drugs. Because you just don't, something's going on. I'm worried.
Like drugs.
I'm worried about the crew, everything. Like, you know, like, how did it just fall apart? Like, where's the quality control? Like, I'm worried. As a fan, just as a fan, like, I'm just worried as a fan. Something's going on. Something's happening. I know age and attrition happens, like, but something's happening, like, you know, this is just another level of swinging and missing, you know?
I wish we could have seen it coming. If only there had been some indicators in the marketplace.
Oh my God.
Justin is such a troll.
I like that.
Seeing the idea cross your mind, like wish we could have seen it coming. You hilarious.
Boy, we can see it coming.
All right, y'all, I'm finna tap out.
Word up.
Hey.
Shout out to Elle, Janelle, excuse me, BK. We all tired.
We all tired.
This is your record, BK.
You got any closing words? Anything you want to leave people with?
Thank y'all for the community tonight. I really needed it today. It was nice to be able to lean in and not isolate like I would probably normally do. Check out me and my fiance's reaction to most of Iceman. It's funny, and there's a really funny MJ rant in there because niggas is getting too loosey-goosey telling themselves that, like, just even having Drake and Michael Jackson in the same conversation, like, I think even numbers-wise, it's like, in a streaming era, like, don't tell me shit about no damn Michael and no MJ. And obviously check out Look at the Material Pod. And yeah, I love y'all. I love y'all so much. Being here on Wednesday nights is my favorite place to be. So I'll see y'all next week.
Thank you. I love you back. I'm so happy that you came and hung out with us. Like I was telling you, that community shit, it reorients you when you start feeling like, what is the world? What is the world? What the fuck is going on?
Yes.
Coming back here kind of reorients you. Like, okay, I see, I know what the world is. So I was so glad.
Yeah, you
and this
you
is your record.
Yeah.
Yeah. You did.
But yeah, you inspired me when you came on here after, and I was like, wait, I need to think about community in a different way. So I appreciate you. I love you too.
Love you. Bye.
Bye. That's it.
Peace.
Like that.
We'll take it. All right.
I love her.
Yeah, she's awesome. She's awesome.
Outstanding young lady. And then there were two, Justin.
Then there were two. One of them was an hour late.
That's crazy. An hour is crazy.
That was unexpected. You had a day.
Who you telling?
You had a day over there. Okay, so we got Zone Fanfic. If your girl needs Drake to get her rocks off, she is not into you. She's into Drake, and you might be as well. That's actually funny. Miss Lady 8848 says, stop saying Habibti is for us. We don't like it either. A lot of that. There's a lot of that out there. It's for the ladies. It's what the women like. Do they? In 2026? Titus David says, New York Times said the deal narrative isn't clear. Yeah. That's what the Popcast guy said. Eureka. Love the way he spelled that. Eureka. He's of that karma cleansing belief system where if you state your actions, you're absolved from the accountability. 3 albums full of self-snitching. I like that.
Yeah, I don't believe in that. I don't believe that. People try that with me all the time. Well, this is actually what happened. Oh, you mean you stole from me?
Right.
Yes, but I'm coming clean about it. Oh, okay. Well,
and since I did that, you have now relinquished your rights to be upset about it and let me know. We just need to move on because I was honest and we're not worried about how you feel about it. So you don't even get a chance to react.
Yep.
I would have did the hard part and I should be celebrated for that.
Exactly. That's MAGA coded.
It is. HTTR95, it's a 4 versus 1 and DJ Hitta standing 10 toes. Hey, he was. He definitely was for a very long time. 1 second play. Brown Girl Earl, Habibdi Boo is not for the ladies. That's funny. Stefano Urkel, Drake had the time and conviction to publicly disown Khaled and his 2 songs, but couldn't do the same for the MAGA stuff. Iceman, indeed. That's a good point. Thank you for the $1. The Great. Big Bimpin'. Shout out to Mr. Pimp, Professor Sky. 1 second applause. Let's see what this is. Brittany Danielle says, as a writer and editor, folks get writing help. Big facts. I'm with that.
That's a fact.
Shout out to Dave Matisse says, more classic. I like that segment. I like that segment, real. I like that. Let me know in the chat right now. Drop trophies in the chat right now if you guys like more classic as a concept and as a segment. Erkman says, even party.
This was so funny live.
And she want to speak Farsi. That's funny. Kale Greens. I like Kale Green. Kale Greens. The White House used a sound that is the Creed movie piano with United 5 vocals, but they used part without Kendrick. Please research beyond Reddit threads.
Oh, I didn't even make it to the Reddit thread, girl. You give me way too much credit.
Right. Golden Nimbus says, nah, Jay-Z was definitely scrolling long through Instagram during that verse on Pound Cake. Thank you. That was not one of Ho's that's right. Not Ho's it's not one of Ho's fire verses. Pound Cake, chocolate cake, banana cake.
Are tripping.
She got cakes.
Y'all are
Little Debbie cakes.
all of the shit you're saying is not fire. That's true, but that ain't what that man said. He got off on pound cake. He got off. What?
Yeah, no, people you told me that for a long time how dope it
I'm
was.
being honest, Justin. I've never heard anybody say that Jay-Z didn't get off on pound cake.
Well, you got two people right here.
I
Actually, you're outnumbered this conversation, so you're
I know. I be waiting on Drake to get out the way. Like, what the hell, Drake? Hurry the fuck out the
I
way.
just think the whole album is overrated. I understand what people really like about it, but to me, it's a sleepier version of Take Care, which is very difficult to do because Take Care is sleepy as fuck. Now, I think the reason why I say that is I don't like Drake singing as much, and that is the album where he merges the two the most. And that to me throws me off. Not throws me off, it makes it a more difficult listen. So I can't escape the things that I don't want to hear as easily as I can with Take Care. I'm not saying that means there's an album worth of skips. It just means I can get to my mood faster.
Gotcha.
With nothing was
You
the
like
same.
rapping Drake better than singing Drake?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I always like that. I don't think Drake can sing, okay? I know that he does sing, but I don't think that he can sing. When I think about singers, when I think about R&B, when I think about these other genres that he plays in, I don't think about Drake. And not to necessarily say him as a face, but his style of doing that. I just don't, you know what I mean? Like, so I get that he does it. I get that people like when he does it, but I never really found that to be his strength. I could definitely tell that's the last thing he learned. He went to singing lessons. Some teacher told him to learn how to melody, and he did, right? But I don't think he's naturally gifted at that at all. So when I'm listening to singing Drake, it's really the things he's singing about that I tend to connect with. So when I listen to Marvin's Room, I can connect with that concept because of what he's singing about. Not because he's singing. Drake can't sing. And now he sounds like he can't sing. You know what I'm saying?
That's why it was weird. Because it was like before, it was like, well, you could just hold a note. It's almost like you at a party and your auntie be like, go up there, baby, sing. Go on, sing, baby. And it's like, oh, shit, you can hold a note. But now he sounds like me trying to sing.
Right.
Which is like, what the fuck happened to Drake?
Right. You know, so I look at that, and that's just where I come from with it. But between those two albums, I can separate the two because he doesn't mix them together. Nothing Was the Same, he mixes them together. And I think that was intentional. And I think there's a reason why he hasn't really gone back to doing that consistently since. Because he understands there's people who like him for different aspects of the types of songs and music that he can make. But it can be polarizing for the project if you mix those two things together too much. And so this Iceman, I think, has attracted a lot of people because it's actually the album that he's actually rapped on the most. He's rapped on this album 78% of the time, which is not something that he does. We have I think I deleted it, but we have a chart here somewhere.
He was rapping his ass off, though. I ain't gonna lie.
For Drake, he did a great job rapping his ass off for Drake.
For Drake, yeah. It just don't, like when I say that, it's like, I mean, he didn't write it, though.
We got Star Trek ambassador, HM Gambino smoked the pound cake beat back then.
Oh, I never heard that, I don't think.
Brittany Danielle, shout out to Brittany Danielle. We'll say applause. Good to see you. The Isaiah Rashad album has been on repeat. Yeah, it has been on repeat for me too.
Great album.
Ro Mongos, we did this one. V Sorceress says, even Drake is heaven sent, right, Hitta? Yes, he is heaven sent as well. Brittany Danielle, imagining standing for a herb like Drake. Big Biz Grizz, all Aubrey Angels are dweebs. They can't help it. Two of the man great, I don't know who wrote Too Hard for the radio, but whoever did ain't from the Bay because our music don't smack, it slaps.
Who said that?
I don't know. I'm sure.
I know he didn't say the music smack on that damn song.
I hope he didn't say that.
I hope he did not say that.
Drink More Zivia says, y'all are Taz's angels, Kendrick fans. Money off hating. Okay, thanks for the money. It worked in this case.
Man, you gave us
got
money,
you
no
to give
hate.
me $2. That got you.
I got free money, no hate.
Ron D1 says, respect y'all, but the stand culture got to stop. Each artist independently. Comparison is the thief of joy. Less biased lens, please. I don't think that is a realistic thing to ask humans. And I understand that we want to act as if everything is the same, but it's not. And I know that people are naturally going to describe why they love things as much as they do, and people are going to naturally describe why they loathe things as much as they do. And we are in an increasingly gamified world where everyone has a score. We can see how many points they put up on the board, and it's going to get worse. The social score is going to become part of this overall surveillance state. People are going to have to, the same way we can tell if we want to take an Uber or not based on the number of stars they got, that's going to be how you get a job. Hey, man, this person's social score is pretty low. I don't even want to bring them around. So this right here is a great idea. I remember my parents talking about it being like this when I was a kid, but I don't think that's where the future is going. And I think that the more, I think that when people understand this and embrace this, then they'll be more effective in fighting against this. Like, you have to know yourself before you can know your enemy. You have to know the rules to know how to break them. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think that, comparison is the thief of joy in a super fan environment. Telling people they shouldn't be doing that is the way to get them to not do that. I think you have to include the fact that they think like that in your arguments or your presentations as you try to convince people to move away from that. And also understand that when you're having these conversations with people, it's really not the person you're having a conversation with. It's everybody who's also watching the conversation that you're trying to win over.
Facts.
Ron D. Don again is back. Y'all starting to feel like Fox News, one angle. I mean, for this episode, yeah, it's 3 albums. Yeah, sure.
I'm glad to hear you recognize that Fox News only has one angle.
Yeah, that's awesome. And that angle agrees with Drake. We have the Rose Garden, 199. Thank you. I thought 199 was actually her super chat, $1.99. Hitta said Drake better than Scarface. Please go to Wheeler Ave Church and have Pastor Cosby perform an exorcism and baptism on you, sir. K-Way's a trip. One second applause, K-Way.
I knew he was going to say Scarface. I knew it. I knew he was going to say Scarface.
Yeah. D. Martell Woods, thank you for the super chat. Fall O-Risk says, I love these optics for the Drizzler, an old washed dude still going in the club at way too old of an age trying to argue on his behalf.
Sure.
Edward Robinson says, a question for the panel from a young hip-hop listener. Which album is better, like Water for Chocolate or Illa Duff Half-Life? Good question.
Ooh. Oh, my gosh. I love Like Water for Chocolate, but I gotta look it up. I think I'm going Black Thought. Let's see. I really like Water for Chocolate, though. What's your answer, Justin?
I'm going to go with like Water for Chocolate because I just like the way Common rhymes and his storytelling. I think there's a lot of fantastic songs on there. But I appreciate that. Not to say that I think he's better or worse than Black Thought, but a lot of what I gravitate towards from an artist is like their literal octave, like how their voice is. And I just appreciate Common's voice more than Black Thought. I think these are two elite MCs and two, highly regarded projects. I think the other side of the difference between the two is how you feel about, the production. Do you like more live-based production, or do you want to have a more traditional production? And I think a lot of times that can make the difference too. I'm going with like Water for Chocolate.
The light came on when I was getting dressed the other day, and I was just rapping the album, rapping the song, walking around the house. Really fucking got off with the light. That's borderline.
Didn't Dilla make that beat? That's one of the best beats of all time.
Like that, he really got off. Let me see. I am going to agree. I'm going like Water for Chocolate. Water for Chocolate. All right. You got our answer, Edward Robertson V, if that's what the 5 stands for.
That's a great question too, Edward. 1 second, please. All right, we got K.481 Drake. Excuse me. Drake equals quantity over quality. He will always be popular. He makes mediocre people feel seen. Yep, just like Trump did. We've got Briscoe the King says, DJ Hitta, what was Jaded on Scorpion about? Divine Eternally, Hitta obviously, as a fanboy gives, I identify. K-Way, BK, Hart. Only thing I'll add is we ignored R. Kelly, Diddy, Russell Simmons, et cetera, behavior and allegations for years. Here we go again. Same old shit, dog. Different day. Here we go again. How do we play? How we play? Here we go again. A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. Here we go again. So it's mean. Good thing you know it's even street to the street. Whatever now. Shout out to DMX, man. Rest in peace. 1 second applause. I like how we just did that. We could take that on tour.
Somewhat from, the Linden restaurant.
We can tour all the flyest karaoke bars in Koreatown. We show up at every karaoke joint that shows up, and we do Here We Go Again. We take that on tour locally, and we go to the 14 that are over there, and we do the 13 over there, and then we can get a whole city tour going within a week. After that, boom, Orange County, baby. San Diego, Mexico. Regional tour.
Oh, international.
All the karaoke spots.
Fuck it, international.
You know what I'm saying?
If,
gotta be an app for this.
If they don't leak our thing, we'll be in stadiums.
It's gonna be big. We doing it. Karaoke. Here we go again. All right, David KF1VH says, isn't the Date at 8 remix lyrics kind of describe his relationship with Lotto's sister?
I have no idea what makes people pay to type out these wild ass things. But thank you.
I mean, it probably is. That's this one kind of like it probably is. I don't know. Like if people don't say what they're not saying, then I take them to mean that they are saying it. King 2F, hey, I hope everyone saw Song Drunk Stat dancing on the live reaction. I always hear, get out of there, Justin, and awesome reviews, Professor. 1 second applause. Thank you.
Get out of there, Justin was killing me. Get out of there.
Back to back. Bonafide MC, all love, sir. All right, that was you. Okay, that's what's up. 1 second applause. Zone fanfic, Drake doesn't sing, let's keep it a buck. He uses harmony to hypnotize like Roofy. Oh, that's a visual. Can't wait for real, Sam.
Light color outfit on. He almost made me spit out my juice.
No, man, you meant.
I meant to not get no stains on it.
You meant to keep it clean. Can't wait for real says Sierra Canyon parking lot looking like Magic City parking lot. High school pics. She was even bad then. Texting a 14-year-old, every projection is a confession. Yeah.
He needs to be in a writer's room like yesterday.
The Nevada bar was weak, by the way.
That shit was weak as fuck. I was hella mad. That's the bar he pulled out. He got the what do I say? With the chick next to Jordan like I'm Lebanese. That's a bar. He got got my shit in the arenas like Gilbert Arenas. That's a bar.
I debate that one. Let's see. Let's go to Genius real quick. Let's see.
Me and Justin argued about this bar. I got my shit in the arenas like Gilbert Arenas is a bar. I don't.
Let's go to Genius real quick and see how many times.
That Nevada shit was trash. That Squid shit was trash. He also got some other shit on there that is a fart reference. Say some shit like whoever dealt it, smelt it. He say some shit like that. That shit is trash.
Yeah, he's got fart reference jokes.
There's some bars on there.
Man, this is a Jack Harlow bar, literally. Jack Harlow says this is actually a Jack Harlow bar. I guess there are people out here who like Jack Harlow. Let's see. There's this share.
Everybody's saying he wrote it. He did not. He bought it.
Or he borrowed it, or he repurposed it because Jack Harlow said this shit. Let's see what Jack Harlow said. It's on What's Poppin', so it's a big song. It's not some deep cut. He said, when this shit's done, he said, on the futon, I'm going to give her that penis. When this shit's done, I'm going to fill up arenas. Ooh, like Gilbert Arenas. Now, how did Drake's bar go?
That is not a bar. That is trash.
Okay.
That is trash. That was terrible. God damn.
What did Drake say? I'm in my shit in the arenas.
I got my shit in the arenas like Gilbert Arenas. I don't know how to.
But look, this is not far away, Elle. This is not far away. If you just take the penis, forget the penis part. Let's put that on the screen. When shit's done, I'm gonna fill up arenas like Gilbert Arenas. What did you say that Drake said?
when shit's done, I'ma fill up arenas. Ooh, like Gilbert Arenas.
No, what's Drake's?
Is trash.
What is Drake's? I'm not asking for the quality or the opinion. I'm just asking what's Drake.
No, I know. I'm just ignoring what you asked for. I didn't say what I'm gonna say, but then here goes me. I got my shit in the arenas like Gilbert Arenas. It's not. It's different. It's more.
It's an edited version of this.
It is an edited.
You've got
version.
shit. You've got arenas. You've got like Gilbert Arenas.
It is an edited version of this. I want to be clear about that. But it is an upgrade to make it a bar. This is trash. I don't know what that is. If he would have said it like that, it would have been trash.
This is a very, Elle, I want you to realize this is a very popular song. It's quite possibly he just ripped this and fit it to his structure.
I think so.
It's very possible. And another reason why I was telling you earlier, and I'm saying again now, I don't think this is a bar.
Gilbert Arenas snuck his GUN into the arenas. He had his shit in the arenas. I got my shit in. He got his shit in the arenas like Gilbert Arenas. It's beautiful. It's like this play on arenas. It don't really rhyme, but it do because it's pronounced different.
I know Jack Harlow brought this to the world.
That is trash. I'm trying to think of the right language to explain how that is kind of trash. I also agree with the person in the chat that said Chat GPT as bar. Maybe.
Or he just liked that song that Jack Harlow put out. What's popping?
It was
a popular song.
I think he stole that shit.
I think he stole this from Jack Harlow.
But what about the I got my shit next to Jordan like I'm Lebanese. That's not a bar.
That's a better bar.
That is a better bar, but you're trying to say that's not a bar?
A better bar. They're all bars, but it's a better bar.
No, fuck no, not to me. Not to me.
That's a fly bar. I'll give that. That's a fly bar.
That squid shit is not a bar. It's not a bar. I don't give a damn. That's no, hell no.
Okay.
And he probably stole that one too. Google that. What'd he say? He was living or he had something next to Jordan. Like I'm Lebanese. He probably stole that too.
Let's see.
Or whoever wrote it stole it.
I'm not talking to you. Sorry, I was talking to Siri. All right, let's see what is this up here? Let's just see. You want to see if he stole this Lebanese bar?
Yeah.
See if there's
I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't. And it's probably a different country, whatever country is next to
let me see if we can just go up here. Let me just make it a little bit different.
That Dubai, I like that Dubai bar too. And let me be clear when I say I like the bar.
I know.
He's not on barred up lyricist niggas levels. We're not grading it on that level. That's not what we're doing. That's not what we're doing. That's not the class. You ever been in a class and they're like, well, that's outside of the scope of this class. That we're not even talking about that. We're talking about his goal. Now the penthouse in Bahamas right next to Jordan, like I'm Lebanese. That's a bar. 11 different between Cody's. Wait. Go back.
What's wrong?
Go back like two more. It's a prayer we exalt like cities of Lebanese. Okay, not the same thing. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see one in here that's clear. But the other one came from Jack Harlow though, or at least Jack Harlow had that version.
I do think you stole that from Jack Harlow, or whoever wrote it. Whoever, it's not the same thing. It's the same idea, but the delivery, the wording, the cadence, that matters. That shit matters.
Right. Okay.
And it's not the rawest bar. It was swaggy. That was swaggy. Got my shit in the arenas like Gilbert Arenas, and it's fun to say.
Okay.
That's what I think. Anyway, Oni was trying to tell us about the mustard bar. Let's see. I think it was trash. Let's see what it was. Mustard heard about us. Got it. Wait, bro. This is trash. Mustard heard about us. Got to catch up to the slaps. That's trash.
Yeah.
That was weak as fuck.
Dr. Umar's Burner says Tupac really got his eaters out here doing reverse cowgirl on it for 0 cents on the dollar over mid music. Nasty work. There's some creative writers in this community.
I just used that insult the other day. I'm so glad to see it again.
Which one? Over mid?
You reverse cowgirl on the shit.
Damn.
I told a nigga they was reverse dick riding. Like, you doing the fucking reverse cowgirl? Because people do reverse dick ride. That's when they act like they hate you so much to like connect themselves to you. I want to talk so bad about you because too many people is talking good about you. I call it reverse dick riding. All right,
Engagement farming. Brown Girl Earl, last week, the lesbian homie. This week, DJ Hitta. Ooh, child. Things are going to get easy. There's personality over here. There's personality.
Mama, we are on a roll. I'm scared of next week because last week and this week,
Hacker off PSP. Your chain is next.
Justin said he got one.
Freestyle Peak 1980 Hitta. This sounds like empty calories. We need you to have context from your seat. We need you to have the substance that Drake is missing. Subs over everything. All right.
To me, I mean, not to everybody else.
Where does DJ actually DJ? he DJs all across, really all across the country more than anything else. But I get it. DeMartel Wood says, any thoughts on the timing of the Baby Keem interview that was dropped yesterday via Nardwuar? I do want to check that out. I didn't think about it from a timing standpoint. I didn't watch it yet, but I did see that it was out. And, who knows when they shot it? That's my first answer. The Iceman was a nice man. Now I'm out cold. Is it hot and cold? Iceman is a nice man. Now I'm hot and cold. That's what they tell me these bars are. Like,
No, they picking out all the weak ass bars. They picking out all the weak ass bars and laughing at them, but that don't mean it ain't no bars in there.
No one's saying there's no bars in there. I think people say it's bars. He's rapping. Just like people say he can sing. Drake sings. Yeah, he sings. I just don't necessarily think of him as being someone I would consider a singer. They told me Family Matters was just like amazing rapping. I'm like, yeah, his delivery was, on beat and, intentional. Yeah. But if you really, for me, half is what you say and half's the style. So if you were saying some bullshit, then I don't really care about your delivery.
I think that's fair. I agree too, but I do put people in different classes. I put people in different classes for sure.
Right. I don't even think this is the best Drake rapping against himself. Like, this is not, if you're reading this is not, Nothing Was the Same. This is not Take Care. Now, we compared him to his best work. Fine. This is not Scorpion. Okay? And anything after Scorpion, and we're saying this is better than, to me reveals how these Drake fans have been gaslighting so many people for so long. Because every one of these drops, they've been talking about how it's the greatest thing ever just because I guess it did well in the charts.
I hate that.
If you're telling me this is his best work in 6 years.
You saying that I Just Want to Be Free song, I'm trying to think of the name of it. Is that Make Him Cry?
Make Him Pay.
You telling me that song ain't some of Drake's best rapping?
That song, there's 42 songs around it. Yeah, I'm not saying he ain't did nothing good. I'm not trying to turn everything all the way off all the way down when it comes to what he's done. But I'm saying in general, people say things about Drake as if these things are facts. Like, just because people like Drake singing doesn't mean he can sing. Just because Kevin Hart tells jokes doesn't mean he's funny.
That's super facts.
So, I'm fine with how people choose to describe things. Just because Republicans say they're fiscally responsible doesn't mean they are.
Triple facts.
There's people who do this all the time. I'm just not someone who subscribes to the propaganda the same way. Yes, I get it. Yeah, he's rapping good, but I think it's probably because he's rapping more. And it makes you feel good. You know what I'm saying?
It's fun to hear. And as a person who enjoys to rap, it's fun to rap.
You stop putting out music with 21 Savage, or you start making albums with 21 Savage and putting out music with Lil Yachty, everything's gonna sound like a step up. Okay? This isn't rocket science. Doobie doobie doo. Strangers in the night.
That yachty shit.
Now, that's the song they be singing over there with Strangers in the Night. I Ain't God says, ref the slaves free, white guilt, manosphere, light shit, etc. damn near seem like Cambridge Analytica psyop to promote political apathy. I wouldn't be surprised. The Shade Room told the world that there were people who were trying to buy that platform for leading up to the election. There are Jay-Z and GQ said there's like real forces out here. Yes, this is what really is going on, guys. So many skews. Don't listen to the lyrics. God. Yeah, it does feel like a psyop, Cambridge Analytica. Excellent. I wouldn't be surprised. People get paid for this stuff, man. I've had people hit me up and be like, yo, we'd love to talk to you about, our political movements, and we think you'd be a great voice. Just have a call. I took 2 calls, and I was like, Thank you so much for your time. I love my grandma. She would hate this. Dat Chicken Wang says, thanks to the panel last week and putting me on to Nick Grant, y'all made me drive from the Bay to Seattle way easier to get through in one go. One second applause. We here for. That's what we're here for. We're going to make your day better. We're going to make your day better. We're going to make your day better. All you got to do is turn on Culture United.
Make it enough.
Make it enough. Your Uncle Willie's son. Your Uncle Willie's son. I love that line by Trap Dickie. What's his name? Trap Dickie? What's his name from South Carolina, the new TDE guy? Trap Benjamin? Trap something?
I seen the video. I can't pull his name. I can see the video in my head right now.
He said, man, I'm whipping it like Uncle Willie's son. Huh?
It's not Trap Dickie?
It might be. I'm just, we're going on hour 8 right here.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely firing on like 2 cylinders, but it's cool because I'm not sleeping.
Cool. All right. Sean M52MM. Wow. How did I turn a 3?
I can't wait to come back to the screen and see what you were supposed to read. Let's see.
Sean 5233. Why we don't love Drake no more? I don't think that's the case.
No more.
I think a bunch of people love Drake. You know what I'm saying? Like they do, and I think those people should be included in that super chat. Well,
I've got a lot of it. God damn. Well, I've got a
lot
lot of
it. Can't remember. 1 second, applause. I'm sorry, we're talking to you over each other like in half, like.
Why we gotta love them? Why can't it just?
That's what God says to do.
Yeah.
To a Man the Great. And when Not Like Us was #1 everywhere else, it was also #1 in Houston on Apple Music, Spotify, which you can check city by city. To the Man Great says, Tootsie Slide proves numbers can be inflated because it fell to 67 the following week. Yeah. Same thing with First Person Shooter. That didn't stay #1 very long. Grime Space. Drake is the definition of a studio gangster, like E40 says. His song, he got a mirror in his pocket and be practice looking hard, duck lips and all. So I figured out how long you can stream on Facebook. They stop it after 8 hours.
They just stopped it?
They just stopped the Facebook. Yeah.
Damn.
They stopped Instagram after 3 hours, I think. Facebook's after 8 hours.
Well, we've learned that. Damn, so our shit gonna stop with us. What was we doing?
Wait, what?
I'm trying to think what were we doing when it just ended. Was we rapping? Something. I don't know what we were just doing. I feel like we was doing something goofy. Then he was like, well, figured out how long the Facebook thing is. All right, come on. How many more we got?
Why you bring up old stuff? Shout out to Chef OG Ross says something different is happening at the embassy. These dudes have been turned out. Male groupies. Haram. I had never even knew they existed. Well,
I did.
Yeah, that's a real thing. Shy Knows. Notice he can't differentiate between pop charts and a rap battle. The anti-intellectual thinking is tiring. Grown man Drake super fandom is sad. I think it's different with. I think it's different with Hitta. I don't think of him as a super fan. I think of him as somebody who's a part of that family. I don't think of him as someone who's just out here caping from a distance because he necessarily identifies with his music so much or loves him so much. I think that that's a representation of how much support that he and Rap-A-Lot and Mob Ties and everybody, give each other. So. But yep, that's a good point too. Shout out to John Smith. Did Drake change the title of 1 a.m. in Albany? Because a key part of the methodology that he writes the time step records. You know what's so funny about this? We were talking about how Drake said he writes his time step records on one of these live streams. It might have been the morning show on Third Verse, and Stat was like, nah, he ain't write that one. That one looks very coded to me. He ain't write that one. And then when the album officially came out, it was like, I guess the next day or whatever it was, Stat hit me. He was like, oh, they changed the name of the album, so there you go. I'm right again. So I think that's probably true. Shout out to you, John Smith with Santa Claus.
Probably true that he didn't write that shit, right, Justin?
You say what?
Probably true that he ain't write it, right?
Yeah. I think that's probably true. I think it's probably true.
That nigga didn't write 80% of that shit.
I already came back. Look, I workshopped that idea. Look, I went through. I tested out your theory. I said, okay, well, let's see how that would look if there was someone who could write for Drake, make it sound like Drake, but not be Drake.
Yes.
It would probably be the guy who has a brand that's name is around that. The Game, who raps like everybody. That's his thing. His whole thing is like, oh, they call me The Game because I was always, picking up, everyone else's style or something like that. I think that's part of his lore. Big shout out to Jarv, Rap Roundtable. 1 second applause. All these records and doesn't have the respect he cries about. I mean, that is also very Trump coded. It's also very manosphere. These guys, especially these billionaires, all these guys they want to shit on you and they want you to celebrate it. It's terrible.
That's a fact.
Bra Moore, $5 says, well, his name's not $5, but thank you for the $5. Roe used to sell Dennis dime bag. What are we talking about here? Ariel Smoke, shout out to Ariel Smoke, 1 second applause. Using Alberta, making money for white music execs that are probably in the E-files, allegedly, as a flex is hilarious. FUMG and Lucy Grange. Well, I think you probably agree with, I think you might agree with Drake on that one, Ariel. Just to let you know. I think that's where you guys meet in the middle. Shout out to David. He says, so why is the most commercial artist seem to be the most effed up contractually?
Well, I think the commercialness, even though that's not a word, comes from that contract. That's what I think. Like, everybody's laughing at it like, oh, he's signed to a nigga that's signed to a nigga that's signed to a nigga. And I think that's part of the reason why he was successful, because there's so many people who benefit from you being successful. So they start to pull so many levers and bring all of the communities together because we all gonna get paid off of it. He really needs to be on the stock market. Drake really needs to go public and have a Drake IPO.
I did a video years ago that made this exact point.
Really?
Can you expect someone who is owned by 9 companies, essentially, to ever not be successful? It's in everyone's best interest for him to make as much money as possible. And his end of the bargain, or his end of the deal, which I think he upheld magnificently, is just keep churning out music.
Yep, and we're going to give it to you. We're going to send somebody in there. They're going to give you the lyrics. All you got to do is perform, which, to be honest, is kind of, that's dope. I mean, dope's not the right word. It is probably hard work.
Well, you still have to have a level of taste. You can't just be prolific and put out mid,
Right.
I know the joke is, well, Drake's been putting out mid for a long time, but he didn't put out mid for a long time either. For a long time, I can't say that Drake was putting out mid. He put out a bunch of stuff I didn't like, particularly Thank Me Later, but nothing was the same. Not Thank Me Later. Yeah, Thank Me Later. Nothing was the same. Take Care. What a Time to Be Alive. Nothing was the same. If you're reading this, it's too late. Views. Scorpion. More Life. Actually, I like More Life. More Life actually grew on me. Actually, I remember being in my group chat with some of my friends in the music industry when that came out. And I was like, yo, this More Life is fire. And everybody was like, wah, wah, wah. And I was like, I think it's going to age pretty well, guys. But regardless of how you look at them, whether it's a preference or not, I can't look at that and say that's mid music. I can look at that as mid conversations. That's some mid ideas. That's some mid things that he's just choosing to rap about. But I can't say like the music is actually mid. And that is also very difficult to do too.
I think what started happening towards these last couple of albums is it's time for a new sound, and he doesn't know who to copy. I think as you burn more and more bridges, it's like, well, who to copy? So I think that's kind of why it was failing, because maybe you were copying like, the wrong people. So
Plus,
I can't do that. Good.
Scott brought that point up on the last time he was on the show. I think he said that. It's like this is a weird era where you have Dot and you have Doechii and the people who are actually, leading the conversation from a sales standpoint for the most part are people he can't copy from.
Can't copy. He copied Kodak Black.
So he's got to make a bunch of. So he's got to make an album full of Family Matters. Oh, people like Family Matters? Okay, can we do that 18 times?
Niggas did.
At least for the rapping parts, that's Family Matters to me.
Niggas did like Family Matters, and I do like the idea of a hella rapping ass album. I definitely think niggas was asking for that. Like, nigga, just rap. So he gave niggas that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, it wasn't gonna be no, Black Thought shit.
Freestyle peaked 1980. What are the odds that he peaked freestyling back in 1980?
Wait, say that one more time.
This next super chat comes from Freestyle Peak 1980. What's that mean? What's the chances that he peaked in 1980 with his freestyles?
Maybe the peak of freestyling was 1980.
I think that's probably his name or his brand. He was born in 1980, but
freestyle odds? Peak. What does it say on these little blue? What is those words? And no hollers. All right, no hints. Thank you very much.
Announce a newest.
No hints. So you think the brand is Freestyle Peak?
I think so. The things you get distracted by when you're
delirious.
Not enough. Freestyle Peak 1980. Houston is a wild split screen. Drake clubs use an industry shadow ban to protect his ego, matching that frozen denial we keep seeing. Part 2, but the streets and radio have not like us on relentless nonstop loop. You can't trap the actual culture inside a VIP bubble. And then he wraps up the trilogy with, Kendrick just shattered stadium records at NRG, proving the world moved on. The ass whooping is real, and the denial just looks desperate. One second, Paul. This one right here, I didn't even do it. This one right here from the cruel guy, Elle spitting. This one right here from What's Goods, gobble, gobble up, gobble up, gobble, gobble.
Damn, somebody was eating it?
I mean, apparently. Yo, I'm just realizing Brum Moore's got The Last Dragon as his avatar. That's my favorite movie of all time. Leroy catches bullets with his teeth. Nigga, please.
First time I saw that, I thought he shot the shit out of Leroy.
Yeah, me too. I was very upset.
Me too. I couldn't believe it. Then he turned around. Oh, sorry for the people who haven't watched it.
I remember I used to watch that on big back televisions, and you used to be able to move your hands in front of the TV, and it would look like Bruce Leroy's hands when he was fighting showed up at the end when he goes like this. I used to, so many.
Why you didn't do that?
My big back television used to do that. I used to be in front of it. My little 3-year-old hands.
We had a big back TV. My shit didn't have no holographic effects.
That shit had all of it. That was amazing. I used to love that. My man said, that's the only man that stands between show and total supremacy. Everybody knew. Everybody knew about Bruce Leroy and Showed Up. They had a reputation. They let you know that in scene 1, when I guess the movie theater scene, when Showed Up comes in. I know who could beat you. Who? Moose, bring him over here. I got him, show. I got him. This little kid right here. I know who could beat you. Who? Bruce Leroy, that's who. Bruce Leroy. And then they cut away to the other guy. That's the only man that stands between show and total supremacy. Everybody knew. That's why I want a prequel so bad. How did everybody know? I don't know my local kung fu fighter, okay? I saw a guy in a karate gi the other day, and I was like, oh, that's cool. He got a karate gi on, and I kept moving. I didn't know, like, I don't know who is like the local shogun of downtown Los Angeles. You know what I mean? How did they know?
You should find out.
I don't know. I get excited talking about that movie. It's so good. It's really ultimately the hero's journey. It's just my favorite rendition of it. The Alchemist is my second rendition. Fantastic book. It's about a guy who goes on a journey looking for treasure, gets his ass kicked, and realizes what he was looking for is at home the whole time, or inside him the whole time.
Can we say goodnight to Moni? She did such an amazing job holding us down.
Moni's leaving? Oh, shout out to Chilling with Moni. Thank you so much, Moni. Hanging with us for this long. 8-hour streams, and we still up in this mug. Thank you for everything.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations on the new accounts, the new blogs you're dropping. Now, second applause.
Have I ever told you what my favorite hero's journey is?
What is it?
The Wiz.
Also classic, one second applause. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Isn't that so cool?
Yes. Sometimes when I deal with the haters, I be like, I'm back at the Crows. See, my problem is I keep going through the journey backwards. I'll get halfway through and then I'll fuck up and start back over. I'm back at the Crows. And start over. Yeah, Wiz is mine. But Last Dragon is second.
Yeah, man.
Love that.
Broadmoor says that is a pre-segregation goatee and hat combo.
Yo.
Second applause. Oh, gosh.
I didn't even look at the goatee. Now I got to go back and look.
We did this one. Did we this one?
Never
trust a pencil mustache. Yes, I'm yelling.
Yes, I'm yelling.
Chief Trey, the skip button was pretty good, to be fair.
Mid, skip.
Mid, skip. That song is good. I like that song, Shebang.
Shebang.
Bitch on the beat, shebang. All of my ops, they dead. But then the cognitive dissonance gets in my, like, I just can't escape.
None of your ops
all of my
dead.
ops are dead. No, I'm pretty, dog. I don't want to speak for everybody, but it looks like your ops are thriving, man. They look like they're thriving. They're doing really well. They really are. Even the ones that didn't put out the best music, they got beautiful families. You know, like, I don't know how much you can really hate on A$AP Rocky. I just don't.
Okay.
You know, like, I think it's crazy. Yeah, your baby mama didn't post your song. Yours didn't either. Yours did not either.
Yours didn't either. But then are you misrepresenting what he's doing? Because remember, he's cooking up dope for the escapists. So the people singing the songs want to dance around and say, all of my ops, they dead. So maybe he needs some escapism too.
I think that we all need to do what we need to do to put ourselves in the right frame of mind.
That's
and
a
I think
fact.
he's done a good job of that, you know. I would go out too and put on my big boy pants and puff my chest out if I had to show up after everything that he experienced.
Me too.
Like
Well,
I said,
no, I wouldn't. I can see how somebody would choose that, but me specifically, Elle Janelle, I would have rambled off a whole bunch of shit for months. I probably would have started a podcast. Can y'all believe? Look at these niggas. I would have been like, look at this. Did this happen? I would have rambled for months.
That's what J. Cole did.
All right, maybe I would.
Shout out to Dre 7580. Kendrick has taken flows from a lot of people. Draco, Nas, Pac, Andre 3000. Dot has taken from a lot of people, but we never give him the Drake treatment. Why? I think because he doesn't have a long trail of ghostwriters that were exposed at critical points in his career. Also, I don't think that he doesn't have a history of not supporting his own artists, you know. And so I think that is part of a big difference. And also, it's not just a Kendrick thing or Drake thing. Like, yeah, people take flows all the time in hip hop. That's, I don't think is the issue. I think the issue is confusion in the marketplace around what Drake actually made and what Drake actually did. And also taking young, new artist flows before they even get a chance to blow up. I think that is also part of it, you know. It's just, you know, it's just. You
Also,
know,
if you're still here, please drop in the chat when Kendrick took Nas' flow. But
we got Ariel Smoke, didn't listen to any of the three, just here to hate. Shout out to Ariel, was second applause. Yeah, like Kendrick's taking a lot of people's flows. I don't know, I can't think of Nas like specifically, but like whether he takes people's flow or not, you know, he's he has his own flows. You know what I'm saying? He has like a lot of times you find your own flow by borrowing other flows, and then all those flows mix together, and it turns into your flow. You know.
You seen that Korean group that sounds exactly like Kendrick? Well, maybe not exactly, but they basically.
I just did a story on that. What was the name of that group?
Were they actually Korean?
Boy Next Door. Boy Next Door. Yeah, they're Korean.
Okay,
but they're not in the top 5, so nobody even listens to them anyway.
Wow. They said, "Fuck it, we're gonna sound like Kendrick and get some attention."
They apparently sound like a lot of different people, and they have a history of doing that. And so I looked at that as more so as another representation of the dot era.
I knew the thing to sound like.
Yeah, look, I'm not a K-pop expert. What I know is that their fans are emphatic enough for me not to tread over there ignorantly. So I don't go over there like saying what should or shouldn't be. My criticism for K-pop are for the genre as a whole, and that genre pulls almost exclusively from Black culture, Black American music, while anti-Blackness runs rampant in that culture and in that community with a number of their artists. Like, that is where my critiques are. I'm not looking at anybody on the individual level because I know exactly what I don't know, and I have watched these. I've watched these fans wreak havoc on enough things out there. I show up with respect to these artists, and that's why I was so fascinated by the numbers I pulled up about what's happening in the K-pop market, because I didn't realize 45% of their entire marketplace is 5 bands.
That's crazy.
That is crazy, and that is what the American music industry is benchmarking. So that is what we're going to see more of here. We're not going to see less of that, and it's up to.
I almost want to argue that it's not a genre. Is that unfair?
I mean, I don't think it's unfair at all, but at the same time, like, I think
45% is crazy.
At the same time, I think that, you know, you just look at popular music around the world, and it goes back to the same place for the most part. Not to say that people don't make music that people like, but like, it's just, you know, I think globally people look at the global South, which tends to be the place with the most Black people, as you know, resources to prop up whatever regimes and things, and it comes with theft. So because we're not necessarily viewed as people who own themselves or their own agency, you know, and so I think it's very easy for people to be like, no, it's K-pop. No, it's rock and roll. No, it's actually totally different. No, but it all goes back to the same thing, and you don't necessarily feel like you need to give it the same respect because of whatever. But,
That's exactly what's going on.
Yeah. So, JBZQ, Hitta just don't want to think about shit. Yeah.
That's true for a lot of people.
Did you get some of these?
Not so far.
Okay. Follow Risk says new Vince Staples.
We did that.
Yeah, we did that one. Oh, you did this one?
We might be getting there.
Okay.
We did this one.
Okay.
Oh, we did this one. Okay. Oh shit. The Venn diagram about to turn into a circle. Let's see what we got. Did this one. Pat Jr. from North Carolina. I don't think he was here for this one.
Yeah, no.
Did this one.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we done.
There's still some down here. Hold on. You did this one?
Oh, shit. No.
Hey. Okay. Did you do this one?
No.
Okay.
There's the one before.
Yes, we did this one.
Yes, we did this one.
All right, so let's move from here. Boyu Sect Southeastern Korean. What do you think Sect 10 means?
Damn, we looked it up. We looked it up.
This one. You got this one from DE, Divine Eternally. Oh yeah, I did that super chat one. Okay.
Yeah.
Aaron's to run before. Okay.
Just showed this one 10 seconds ago.
Elle.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. Did you guys cover the new Vince Staples song with the video that it was posted with White Flag? Is that the I don't think we covered it today. I know we covered the last Vince Staples one with the
Marmalade.
Yeah, the shooter.
Blackberry Marmalade.
Right. I know we covered that one. I'm not sure what this one is. We will definitely take a look at that. Big Staples fans over here. Divine Eternally, I put Soul, Lupe, Cole, and Joey in the same box. Dope MCs, but something unsettles me about them.
You want me to tell you what unsettles you? The blogs. Let's go back. First of all, I got to meet Absol. Absol was actually at the Los Angeles show, presented Lupe with a plaque for the shit being sold out with the hoodie on, telling him how inspirational he was to him. Absol is very cool. I'm gonna tell you what rubbed you the wrong way about Lupe. The blogs. I've been picking up on this. Imagine you don't really check for an artist. You don't really see him, but every time you do see him, it's because a blog is saying something negative about them because a blog is trying to use his name to get clicks. So they already know that y'all think he's problematic. So every time they see a chance to say, look at this nigga, he's still problematic, they're going to do it. And in your mind, subconsciously, you're going to be like, every time I see this nigga, he's problematic. But one, the blog is wrong. For instance, them promoting that idea that he was cussing out fans because he was mad. That was wrong. That was a fucking lie. They made that up. It's not true. So if you read that and you got frustrated, if you read that thing and was like, accepted it to be true, first of all, you need to check yourself. Because you need to understand that those blogs are in the economy of infuriating you so that you can have a feeling, so that you can engage. So if you read a blog, especially a caption, you don't really turn on the video, listen and see for yourself, and you accept it to be true, you're fucking up already. It's actually kind of childish, first of all. But imagine if every time you see a person is because some blog or some caption is telling you they did some shit that they didn't actually do that's annoying. In the back of your mind, you're going to be like, that nigga rubs me the wrong way. No, the blog rubbed your ass the wrong way because I've been around for years and it's been multiple times where we've had to come out and clean up some shit that a blog said and the shit don't be true. So I understand why it rubs you the wrong way. Because you think this shit is true. It's not. Sorry, thank you.
One second applause. Do we do this one? Okay, wait for it.
Them numbers like a BBL booty. Fake. No jiggle, no stretch marks, pure cardboard. No, we didn't do that.
Say applause. Did we do this one? DM MAGA and OVO stands is smaller in reality than online. Yeah, we did this one. Did we do this?
No, we did not do this one.
We use the term bots, but it's proven since 2020 narrative control from foreign actors. Yeah, we did this. This one.
I also see somebody saying he was harassing somebody in the chat. You can't harass somebody in the chat that's doing a live video about you lying and speaking negatively about you. You're not harassing them in the chat. You're harassing them on your live. Like, I want y'all to really wrap y'all minds around being a celebrity. Imagine if you just woke up one day and somebody was on YouTube live telling your story incorrectly. They're harassing you. You ain't harassing them. But whatever. We did this one.
Mm-hmm. We did this?
I swear I won't tell. Most of y'all sharing bars like you got the bottom bunk in a two-man cell.
A two-man cell?
Something's in the water.
Something's in the water. Did we do this one right here? LL Biddy, everything Drake does is for the most mediocre of men, just full of grievances, pettiness, gaslighting, and weaponized conjecture.
Facts.
Divine Eternally says, Game plays games as a lame, doing strange things for his main, Sue lame dame.
Definitely.
Let me find out DE got bars out here. 1 second, plus.
Game plays games as a lame, doing strange things for his main, Sue lame dame. Yeah, you got off.
Bouncing on that. Tua the Man the Great. Tua the Man. Totally different Tua.
Justin, are you going live at 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, it's fine. But, I'm just going to go straight to bed. It'll be easier to timestamp because I was taking notes during it. So I can
cool.
Go out. It'll be fine. Tua the Man Great. I don't know why it just took me this long to notice this. I swear I'm a big fan of everything you do, Justin, but you a little messy, my guy. It's all happening. Shout out to Roger, man. He is destroying me in chess right now. We have a game going right now. It is disgusting. I almost actually took the position and put it in Claude, but I actually like playing chess. You know what I mean? So when I like doing something, I don't try to cheat doing it. But and I felt like I had a shot. Like I don't think I've ever. I think maybe I might have tied. I think I've had a draw once. We play all the time. He's just way better than me. Shout out to his granddad for teaching him. Roger says, so Elle, for calling out my bad tweet. Y'all educate me every week. Shout out Elle for calling out my bad tweet. Y'all educate me every week. These last two of the last three got bars on them.
Is he saying that he's the guy who tweeted me that shit?
John Connor?
Justin, this is your friend harassing me on Twitter.
What was it about?
This is the dude who was like, well, the reason why I said this is because I'm a proud K-bot.
What are you talking about? Is this what you're yelling at? Is this what you're yelling at on Glasses on the lunch hour?
No, earlier today I told a story about me tweeting out about blogs that just be making up shit or people who just be making up shit. I don't think I said blogs, I said people. And he responded like, well, I'm a proud K-bot. That's why. I'm like, what the fuck do that got to do with my post? And he like, well, I felt like he was talking about me. Like, why would I be talking about you? He's like, what the fuck?
Look, Roger, man. You know,
so Roger, it was you're Justin's friend and you're harassing his co-host?
That's crazy.
Outrageous. But now I'm really gonna fuck with you now. Now I'm about to go follow you so I can just harass you back. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I got you now. You're Justin's chest friend.
Shout out to Peace 9446. Random, I know, but y'all mess with Absol 100%. I think Control System is one of the greatest albums to come out of that decade. I think that Herbert is criminally underrated. One of the songs that got me through, the number one song that got me through my mom's death was Cody Blue by Jid. And the number two song was I Gotta Do Better on Herbert. Wow. And so, you know, I think Absol is one of the most important MCs and lyricists. I think that if you look at TDE when they're first coming up, Absol was in a lot of ways, you know, the MC that sort of set the tone for that label. I think Kendrick did a good job of describing that in The Heart Part 6. And I think that he is also, for me, one of my personal inspirations as a success story. You know, I know what it's like to try to battle my own demons, to battle things that are happening with lost loved ones and family. And I think it's a miracle that he has been able to continue to move past very dark places for as long as he has. And so his music to me is a testament to the power of positive thinking. And I think that, I'm just saying this from the outside, haven't talked to him about this, but when I think about a lot of the themes that he talks about on Control System, if you listen to Control System, you listen to a lot of the more esoteric, universal type themes that he's talking about, in my mind, I imagine that's how he was able to get through some of these darker moments that have colored, you know, large chunks of his professional career. And the reason I say that is because it's things like thoughts are physical, it's things like it's all happening that I say to myself, constantly, reflexively, in my head, quietly, way more than anyone else hears them out of my mouth, that got me through those times. And when those times were darkest, maybe whispering quietly in the back of my head was, thoughts are physical, it's all happening. And I never lost that sound in the back of my head, and, you know, was able to pull myself out of those situations through things like that. And I always felt like Soul probably did that because that's what he brought us, our Control System, a whole lot of in very beautiful ways. And I'm just thankful that he made Herbert because it had a very direct impact on helping me get through some of those times as well. So I love Absol.
Wow, that was beautiful. You have you met Absol?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no. But
that's fire.
He's fucking champion to me. Okay. Here we go. Shad Phase Bear. Running late, but this whole damn Drake release is like waiting for you. Did this?
That says shady. Sorry.
Shady.
The voice said Shad Phase Bear. Come on.
Shady Phase Bear says.
I like when we get delirious. I ain't gonna lie.
Excuse me. Those are my eyes. Yes.
I can read stuff.
We're almost done. I think I got
Okay,
it.
let's go.
I'm saying
Let's
sometimes
go.
you just gotta finish strong.
In emotion, yeah.
Running late, but this whole Drake release is like waiting for a video game and having it turn out to be the biggest disappointment. I actually thought that I was the fool for thinking things might be different. I'm not saying that the music is bad, but the conversations are the same. You know, like this is exactly. I think about the conversations that people are entering into the marketplace. Mm-hmm. What is your perspective? As Elle says, what's your philosophy? You know, like stuff like that is like dope to me. It's the same. Sin Survival Negativity says, just sub to Elle, let's go. You got peer pressure, you got more peer pressure. Did you do this one here?
Yes.
Okay, did you do this one here?
No.
Good King Bad Drew, man. Bad told me. We're not long time. What time did this go up? This went up an hour ago. This is crazy bad. He said he started to feel slighted. This is one of my best friends in the world. He's been on here. He's been on Culture United at least once. I know he's been on the live stream I've done just for my own channel, the solo live stream. He's been on there too. He said, I'm starting to feel slighted. This is my second week in a row dropping a super chat that you didn't read. I was like, really? I missed that whole thing. We make sure to show how much we appreciate you guys, how much we're uplifted by you guys, how much you guys really carry the show by going through the super chats. And so one of my best friends is like accusing me of skipping over the super chats. So boom, streak
Not
broken.
this time. Not this time.
We're on a winning streak, Badger. We're on a losing strike. It's a Lupe line for everything. Big shout out to Good King Bad Drew.
No, you saw me recognize it. I'm like, hold on. That's my shit.
You say what?
I recognized it. I was like, wait a minute.
Right, it's the truth. Peace 9446. How you feel about Joe Budden podcast not giving valid critique? I don't think that it's fair for people to look at people through a screen and think that just because the critique might not meet your expectations means it's invalid. And I think it's very difficult to tell if someone is, you know, of Joe Budden's caliber and expertise and reputation. I just don't think that he necessarily would do that at this point when it comes to Drake. He is an OG Drake, you know, criticizer. You know, he is someone who is as bombastic as you need to be when it talks about stuff. But if you really listen to what most people are saying about this Drake album or whatever, even including Professor Sky, who has a great time hating on Drake, everyone's pretty consistent that Iceman's not that bad. You know, I think that also means something. I don't think it means the whole industry is out here caping or capping. You know what I'm saying? It just means that, okay, it's his best album in 6 or 7 or 8 years. And I think that's where the conversation should go more. Because when I think about it that way, then it's another representation of how Drake fans just be saying everything's dope. They just be saying everything is awesome. Because now they're bombastically saying things like, oh, it's his best thing since Views, it's his best thing since Scorpion. And it's like,
wait a minute, I thought you told me every one of them
every
albums.
time he drops, you tell me it's the best thing.
It wasn't.
And I'm like, all right, cool. We understand what the difference is. With Drake releases, when they're good, we want them to be like they were pre-COVID. We like pre-COVID Drake, okay? Everything else, post-COVID, much lower tier that even they co-sign. And so I think that's where the conversation should live around this particular project, if that's what you're talking about. But those are my thoughts on it. 1 second, applause. Teflon Juan. Oh, Badger just texted me. Let's see what Badger said. He said, thanks for the shout out. You didn't read my chat. But you didn't read my chat.
We read it.
I just feel like we just, he said, oh, it's my bad. Okay, let's do it again. We put it on the screen, but we didn't read it. I think that's what he said.
Oh my, I read it. The ladies dressed
tonight knew this would be a long episode. Shout out to Badger. 1 second applause. Up here editing the article. We up here all night writing it. That's my brother right there. Teflon Juan, the big 3 mid-pack, the boy. That's true. Divine Eternally, interesting. Nicki nor Wayne was on the album. I don't think that's out of by surprise. That was a real good question that I think, you know, Hitta answered pretty well. Hitta was like, I can't speak for those other people, but I can only talk about what's happening over here. And yeah, they weren't that loud. They were not.
I disagree that he answered that question very well. I think he tried to present inaction as action, very slick sleight of hand movement that I've seen people do a lot of times. He kept bringing up how he didn't support Kendrick and how they didn't allow stuff to happen with Kendrick. But that wasn't the question. The question was, how come you guys didn't come out hard and show that you were repping for Drake? And he said he couldn't do it because all of the vlogs and publicists were paid for by TDE.
Yeah, well, that was not the part that I was saying he answered well.
I know.
I was talking
I was
about
like-
another part that I felt like he answered. He got around. Hitta got around to it. Okay, the upfront presentation might have been the rough draft, but by the time we get to the end of the discussion or the talking point, I think we settle with a nice, presentable, point of view. Cobb Dog 360. First time seeing you here tonight. Big shout out to Cobb Dog. 1 second applause. I debate if Drake's music sounds better with more listens for music reasons or because we've been programmed and forced to listen to Drake until we like his new music for the 15 years by the machine. I think this one sounds like his old music, so it's easier than ever for us to connect with it. And I think that is the sleight of hand that he did. He just made a bunch of songs like he made before that made us feel things that we felt before. And he added brand new victims, and added a brand new layer of victimhood and to make it sound recent. It's like that thing where he talked about his daddy's fighting cancer, and people got very upset saying that. Dog, you left this line on there, and your dad ain't fighting cancer no more. Well, it tells you it's an old song.
Yeah, I feel like that was hate.
Right.
Like if
And
my dad was ever fighting cancer and I rapped about it at the time, the songs can still come out.
Right. And I also think that there's a whole bunch of old songs on here. I mean, concepts, structures. I wouldn't be surprised. Habib D. That sounds like. Whew.
For all we know, he's been trying to put together a response, and it took him 2 years.
Yeah, all these are jokes that it's like when you lose that fucking SIG battle at lunch in school, and you go home the next day, and that night you're like, I should have said this. That's what this whole project feels like.
For 2 years.
Divine Eternally. No, that's not it. I just don't get the energy around how they are with Kendrick. I don't follow blogs. I beg your pardon. Okay,
No,
we're gonna
that-
move on. We'll come back to this. Come back to this next week.
Okay. All right, gotcha. We're almost there.
Or you could in the comment section. You could actually leave a comment and be like, DE, let me break it down, and then you guys can carry this. And now, because really, the comment section is like a whole nother article. It's like a whole nother video. It's a whole nother media experience. You go to the comments, you see what these people are talking about. You know what I'm saying? So I think this is one of them ones. Matter of fact, you can start typing up your response now because the live stream will let you do that. All right, we got Frank White, 81. He says, I'm late here, but Drake pissed me off latching on to MJ's Positive Wave with that album cover. I hope Michael grabbed his crotch a lot with that glove. We got two more. Here's the second last one. Nigel, I knew this was coming. Will Michael Sneed be on Culture United? I'm not sure. I'm down to play some of his music. I'm not mad at Michael Sneed at all. I don't know him though. That's another thing. A lot of times I want to have a rapport with people before I just show up and publicly try to get to know them. A lot of times that can be very weird. I'm not opposed to it. Don't get me wrong. I've done that before. But there is a different element to Culture United that I do want to protect. And so random people, not even say random, but people that I don't have a feel for, I can't just immediately say, yeah, that'll work. But I do like his music. I do like the way he represents the Bay, and I'm down to build a relationship with him. And there's plenty of other, places for, some content to take place. But we'll see. And we made it to the last one. Freestyle Peak 1980. Justin, I was born in 1980, called Freestyle King, Evangelist Pharaoh, rap name Anonymous Anon since 2000s. Peak represents those titles, #CU, and I love it. We've asked a question, we got the answer. Raise your voice, and people listen. 9-second applause to Freestyle Peak 1980. Perfect way to end. Damn, that's another record. 8 hours and 41 minutes. It's getting ridiculous. This is getting ridiculous here now. 8 hours and 41 minutes. I love y'all. Look what y'all did. Look what you done. Shout out to Drake. They're going to use the Drake pun. Look what you done. This is amazing. This is amazing, amazing episode of Culture Night. Amazing live stream. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us, for holding us down, for supporting us, for uplifting us. This has been, this was a hard day for BK today. Y'all are right there for her. Elle's been in that position. She's had hard days that going on, and y'all are right there for her. I've had the hard days. I missed a whole week's of content over some personal stuff that was happening, this Voting Rights Act stuff, and the only thing I was holding on to was coming to Culture United and kick with you guys. And that means the world to us. We're a community. You know, I opened the show with that. This is y'all's show. Like, we're a part of the same community, and I love the fact that more than anything else, you guys continue to show up and express how you feel. And hopefully we can next move to the next phase of a lot of this stuff, which is start finding ways to healthily attack problems and challenges that our community faces, because that is the power of community. And so I want to thank you guys sincerely. This is a 9-second applause to you all. Elle, you got anything?
Yes, I would like to say ditto to everything Justin said. And I will see you guys next week for us to have way more fun. And I'm so glad BK stopped by, and I'm so glad we broke another record. And I'm so sorry that I was late, and I'll never make that mistake again, because look how long it took for me to say all of the shitload of things I wanted to say. Never doing that again.
Word up. It's all happening. Peace.
Culture united, our culture united, our culture united, our culture united, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world.